siang-siang sudah makan? Wes mangan durung. Ini udah live kan? Guys, ini udah live kan? Udah live kan? Ai. Udah live kan? Udah live kan? Oh, semuanya selamat siang, selamat siang, selamat siang. Muke baru bangun, gila ya lu ya, gue udah nge-gym. Ya lu pada main-main lu sama gue. Lu no baru bangun, jangan sama-samain gue sama lu.
And then be able to later on, once Mbessa gets that 2 free item breakpoint, to really start dealing out that heavy damage in the side lane and in the fights.
Gue udah nge-gym, gue udah masak, udah makan siang, udah mandi.
We did get a little update though. I think they are remaking the champion select, so we do have a bit of time here. More anticipation before we get into
as if the opening ceremony and the incredible.
Emang lu ngerti Bots? Ngerti gua.
Keep building the tension.
Yeah,
ngerti gua. Ngerti banget. Jujur.
How much they have all poured into this though. It really does hit home so hard when you hear the stories of so many of the KT players.
Menurut lu siapa yang bakal menang, Chat? Sumpah, ajarin gua lah. Ajarin gua lah.
You know, BDD talking about Faker and his Zed play being the moment that he even chose to become a mid laner. As well, you know, some of these legacy T1 players like Wolf as well, inspiring
main Wukong
generation. And now KT, these players that were inspired find themselves here on the stage, capable of inspiring others.
Yeah, and it's a reminder that competitive League of Legends is grueling. How many millions of players does it take to churn out?
Wukong emang lagi meta banget sih semenjak di buff ya.
Constant domestic tournaments into international events to bring us down to just the 10 players left standing. How many people have lost to Faker and Solo Q or BDD over the year just to lead to this
main Braum?
At their absolute best.
Main Braum?
I'm still flabbergasted that we have a telecom war.
Braum Wukong ya. Braum Wukong Ashe. Oke sih menurut gue draftnya.
I'm still not quite there.
It's a lot. It really is epic. I mean, the telecom wars.
Jujur, Braum, Ashe, Wukong itu bagus sih menurut gua.
And now fighting over that.
Braum, Ashe combo maut, jujur.
We have made our way onto the Rift for the first game.
A brief moment.
Oke. Braum, Ashe, Wukong menurut gua oke.
For the fans on both sides. But no surprise in
tapi
any arena,
menurut kalian siapa yang menang, Chat?
Are just that little bit louder. We've said it before, but it feels like every single arena we go to, no matter what region it is in, T1 are the hometown heroes.
Already seeing
my team favorite gue main, Chat.
Ash and Braum here. I want to highlight one thing that we've seen this tournament is the arms.
Siapa yang di sini nonton langsung lagi nobar di Bell Park? Rencananya gue pengen kesana sih, cuman gue mager dah.
So Dogdom does have a combat summoner, but they need to actually get any mileage out of that, because if not, you are going to lose in the long run if you have even trades, because your opponent will be able to cheat tempo way better than you do. And we'll also see whether lane swaps might play a part in that as well, because teams have been very happy to swap for grubs.
Aku nggak di tahap ini gue nggak bisa bedain mana yang beneran mana yang bohongan, ngentit.
And so we'll see
Tapi ini
which bet ends up paying off.
And it's important to note
dari
as excited we are at this matchup.
Dari
the story of these two teams
match
this
up-nya
year has
terakhir
been incredibly one-sided. The most recent best of we saw, KT were able to make the upset happen, but it's only because of the tournament
Anjing, jadi dari sekian banyak pertemuan
that there's faith that this telecom
T1
war
mulu yang
isn't
menang.
just going to be one-sided.
Yeah, there's a little interesting bit at the very end there.
That was a 2-0.
One little bit of an upset, and we have been seeing this KT roller coaster keep going up.
Wah, kalah. T1 kalah.
Udah
kalah lane ini, udah kalah lane. Udah kalah lane ini.
Yeah, and shout out to the Russian team for this graphic on a side note. We said Galaga, we were kind of joking, but it does feel apt. It's not a roller coaster anymore, it's a spaceship, but if there's one team that might bring them back down to earth, it is Faker himself.
Udah kalah laning ini, udah kalah laning.
A bit of early trading on the bottom side, heal used from Peter for that additional movement speed to make sure some of that damage would stick, but Peter and Doctam, they're getting prio, but losing out a bit when in terms of overall HP.
Tapi
that said, Guma has already popped the
dari
pot,
sekian
so
banyak.
quite
Lu pada tuh ngatain gue kagak ngerti. Emang lu pada ngerti apa? Emang lu pada main League of Legends?
Obviously, Wukong prefer to just farm to 6.
Jangan ngajar-ngajarin gue lah.
But not really any CC nor that meaningful damage to speak of, particularly pre-first base. But really, not until he gets a Triforce. Owner, though, on the Zinzao has been, for me, the main early game engine for T1 for, well, I could say the entire year. But we can go a couple years back at this point. There's been a reason
Sejago
why
apa sih
this
Faker? Gue pengen
man
lihat.
has,
Faker main apa, Chat?
really been, I think, by many considered over the whole year the best jungler that we had in the LCK.
Wah anjing,
And the desk so
Ambatukam.
beautifully highlighted his consistency, right? He feels like the
Doran
rock
pakai
has been
Ambatukam.
doubly true for T1 domestically. Of course, at Worlds, so many of the members of the team have stepped up, so it doesn't just feel like Owner running the show in the early game, but need to see where those early ganks are going to come from, because the Xin, we know, can have that early impact, even while we expect the Wukong to farm.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, that Wukong that I really highly prioritize right now, as far as the jungle pool, is going to find the first skirmish.
Cuz kicking things off, Carrier waiting off to
Wah,
the side.
Wannernya di Uber.
Flash backwards.
Wannernya di Uber, Chat.
Owner 2.
GG.
Manages to lock
Kalah
him
udah.
down, and that's going to be first
Kalah
blood.
war
They're
pertama udah.
donating it to BDD.
The rogue,
Kalah
the
war-
rogue
kalah-
on the
kalah
bottom
skirmish
lane here.
pertama udah kelar
Peter
sih.
on the Braum again. He's
Game
able
ini
to
bakal
roam
ditentukan
early
dari skirmish
into the
pertama
river.
menurut
That
gua.
makes the difference, the concussive blows.
Emang bukan
Actually
emang
makes
apa
the
sebutan?
difference. They pop the
Emang apa?
blast code.
Emang harusnya
and it
apa?
is KT who strike first.
Emang harusnya
Let
apa?
it be known that BDD
Emang
is like,
harusnya apa?
you
Kan
wanna
tulisannya
grab the scuttle?
Wanner.
I'm TPing straight to river.
Bacanya
And
harusnya
it's that
gimana
bot
emangnya?
lane prio we talked about. Because they had the prio, starting level
Owner?
1, Peter was able to roam
Salah.
up, and Owner
Lu
gets
pada nggak bisa bahasa
caught off guard.
Inggris
Pushing
ya?
lanes are everything
Lu pada nggak
for
bisa
early
bahasa
jungle
Inggris?
skirmishes. This is the first
Wanner lah
highlight
ini
that
kan
you ever talk about
O-N-E-R.
for jungling for
Wan.
objectives.
Wanner.
BDD comes over, he roams down, Peter roams up, and KT as a team are able to collect their first blood. We did warn against the possibility of BDD
Kan dia Korea.
also
Lah, tapi
taking
tulisannya
over,
kan
by the way. He
bahasa
has been
Inggris.
magnificent
Gimana?
At this tournament.
Kan
He has
tulisannya
been
bahasa Inggris.
Such a carry player all year long for this KT squad.
Kalau misalkan
And
pakai
what I
logika
love with
kalian,
BDD,
berarti
those
Faker dibacanya
feet
harusnya
for their
Faker.
back right is,
Nah,
perfect!
All in, Doran.
Gimana?
Forced to flash back, just a trade of flashes, but Doran struggling to
Casternya
survive
juga
now.
bilangnya,
This
oh,
match,
ya berarti
Peter
mereka
does
yang
his best
salah lah.
To hold the wave. Carry going for the knockback on the heroic charge. Guma,
Gimana sih?
a bit more damage,
Kalau pakai
but
logika
clearly the lane's
kalian
getting
berarti
a little bit anxious,
Peter
trying
nih
to force
bacanya
these bigger
Peter.
plays.
But
Kan
we're seeing
kan Korea.
there's no
Peter
hesitation
harusnya.
from KT. Perfect with the confidence on the rumble to go in. But for BDD,
Peter
as
si
I wanted
Bagariang.
to- just as a small reminder, this man was one game away
Nah,
from
kalian
making,
tuh ya,
and I would
diajarin.
say, dragging his team to finals back in 2021. As Dogdom!
Dom going in. Hunter's volley not quite enough. Now Carry is looking to finish the job himself. Slowly but surely the Poppy whittling him down.
Waduh,
forced to flash
Dogdom!
away. But Carry hungry for blood. A little bit more time. The Q flash forward. Dogdom with a bit of a sidestep. Trying to make it
Anjing!
through the minions.
Anjing,
looking for an extra
Dogdom!
moment. Avoiding the angle back into the wall. Carry gets
Wah,
the knockback.
kena juga
The
akhirnya.
blitz coming out. 1-for-1 in the bottom lane.
And
Wah.
Dogdom tries to get Guma, pays for it with his life, but he does get the trade back.
Okay, now they're going to gank bottom lane too. Guma's trying to push the wave in. They're going to
He
punish
doesn't
him.
have flash.
Seru ya kalau main League of Legends beneran tuh, kayaknya seru ya.
Dogdom on the way down. He won't
League
be
of
there in
Legends
time.
kalau mainnya beneran kayak seru dah, Chat.
Looking to mark him up. Concussive blows finally hitting. Auto attack reset more than enough. Guma Yushi falls at the hands of Cuz.
League of Legends kalau
And
mainnya
KT
beneran kayaknya
are
seru
not
dah.
letting them breathe. That is already a kill going over to Cuz. Wukong accelerated, and it's a 1.2k gold lead at 6 minutes, Kobe.
And Cuz has done so much for this KT squad. He has been carrying really heavily himself with early money onto Wukong. You get to your Triforce so accelerated, and you can win those mid-game team fights. Here's another look at Guma baiting down until the last auto, his health bar, so that
hampir
his
banget,
support can
anjing.
go for the kill.
Because Dogdom was trying to just cancel the base, but didn't know Carrier was still there. Carrier
Weh,
was
like
in the
dulu,
try
kocak,
bush,
like dulu, like dulu, like
canceled
dulu,
his
kocak,
base,
like,
and that's what led to
like.
this extended sequence. And Carrier going for this was fine, right? That 1-for-1 trade is good because you killed the AD carry, but it's the punish onto Guma here that turns it very much in favor of KT.
Exactly. The reason why you say that play is fine is because then they're going to assume that they get to push in on the minions afterwards, which would make it worth it. But
Super
the
Nair dulu
timings from
pro
Peter
player
and
LoL kan,
Cuz
iya. Dulu
have
main
been
di tim
so
Revival
synced up this
namanya, si
game.
Rian.
The early roam into the river, this roam here, they come back out onto the map.
Jadi
at the
ini
perfect
storyline-nya
timing to
apa, Chat?
punish the attempt
Apa
to push the
skenario
wave
yang
in,
bikin
which
Grand
also
Final ini
earns
seru?
them this early dragon. And as we talked about in the setup, before you even got into game number one can have huge implications here as far as the confidence for KT in
Tapi
their
dari
ability
draft pick,
in
Chat.
this
Dari
grand
draft pick
finals.
only.
They talked
Pure
about it
dari
after
draft pick.
upsetting Gen G, and they are off to a very good start
Draft
here
siapa yang lebih
early
bagus?
on in game number one.
Incredibly oppressive
Dari
start
draft.
once again.
Draft siapa yang lebih bagus, Chat?
Connecting on to BDD. Faker holding his own in the mid lane decently well despite those early kills going down, but you both highlighted it so well. Dogdom Really, everything working out perfectly for him as his team is there to support. His team is there to cover. We did see in the picture-in-picture while we were breaking down that replay.
Ibarat
an attempted
Telkomsel
gank
versus
topside
XL.
from
Ini
Owner.
ibarat
Wanted
Speedy
to try
lawan
to find an
Fastnet ya.
angle onto perfect.
Paham.
Beautiful size up on the W means it doesn't
Paham
go
gua,
through.
paham.
But KT on the bottom lane, now that Guma has this 6, potentially more angle here for T1 to play if they want to recoup some of these losses.
And for T1, there is still a lot of power in their team fight. I particularly like your ability to single out targets and force unfair fights, right? With the Talia, with the Poppy as well. Poppy in particular can really turn
KT karena
any
buat
game
team fight-nya
around as
oke
long as
banget.
you
Jadi
find
winning
high
condition-nya
enough
T1 apa, Chat?
value targets. But we also need to be real. This early game is
Ibarat
being
ini
completely
Flexil
run
versus
right
Asia
now
ya.
by KT.
Ah,
T1
paham.
recognize they cannot contest
Paham.
the grubs. Prio on the top
Paham
side
gua.
still in favor of perfect. Mid lane relatively even, slightly in favor of the side of T1. Faker hovers into the darkness, threatens maybe a Weaver's wall to the bottom lane, but Peter and Doctam pretty effortlessly holding for now. So difficult to dive this Ashe Braum, but Carrier might go
Jadi
for it
ini
anyway.
emang pengen nyulik si Dokdamnya ya.
Doctam there. Case to stand behind me, wants to come
anjing.
through, but Carrier of course can interrupt. Flashing
Oner
out
si
instead,
Bagariang.
then using the W to escape just to make sure the steadfast presence does not come through. However, they're zoned away from the tower.
Gak
and they're
ngikutin
gonna be
CS
losing
lagi,
some
Son.
plates.
Lagi ada
Okay,
final
so
tuh.
KT, they back
Wah, udah
off.
lama banget gue
That
gak
does
ngikutin CS.
mean with the half row mid from Faker who is hovering.
Udah lama
to
banget gue
threaten
gak
the full
ngikutin
commitment
CS.
from T1. BDD is going to shove out this mid wave first and see if there is any contest over red. It looks like Cuz, you know, early pings, he knows that may be an objective that Owner would try and go for, and so immediately
Late
goes out to
gamenya
protect it.
KT
You
auto
really
win.
like
Anjing,
the
berarti
bounce
kalau
back from T1
ini
here, not
berarti ini
getting
T1 mesti
thrown as
menang
arrow.
cepet. KT
Okay.
late game.
Faker, not too scared of that one. But yeah, the T1 with the presence of mind, it was about a 300 gold swing thanks to the play in the bot lane, the CS denied as well as the plates.
Semua
But
turnamen
there
lagi
were
di
free
Cina
grubs
ya,
for KT.
anjing.
We'll
Dulu kalau
see if
pecinta
that's gonna be
e-sports
worth
ya,
for now, 'cause it
lu
really
ke
depends
Cina
on how much
sekarang, lu
access
bisa
they
dapat
get to
3
the
turnamen
But I wanna
besar
remind
di
people,
waktu
this
yang
is
bersamaan,
fearless, so the
anjing.
importance of these
Gila,
picks that
Cok.
have worked before, working again. Doctam played the Ashe, had an incredible arrow hit ratio. Shout out to our stats guy Hayden for manually tracking every arrow that hit. It's a similar story for Guma. So for Doctam to take this away from Guma and have a good game is crucial for KT's game plan, as the ulti doesn't connect from
juga lagi
Doran.
di Cina,
That's
kan?
crushing. Very likely would have been a sure thing on the initial kill, and now Perfect wants to go for the all-in. Carry on the way up, but Perfect is completely overheated. Buying a bit more time to overheat now as he turns back into the wave. Damage coming in, and the rest of the team is alive! Spinning right on top of Doran, and there's a Cyclone! Carrier running for his life, concussed, taken down, KT dominating game 1.
Perfect on
GG
his
Earthshaker-nya,
There is a
bro.
reason he is so confident on that champion.
Anjing,
Teleports down to the
Earthshaker.
bottom side will equalize the play.
So the cross map doesn't work out, and targeting perfect has been a strategy employed against KT for the whole
Earthshaker-nya
year.
GG.
So it makes sense that T1 tries to go for it, but once that ultimate misses, you can't keep forcing it. Perfect, able to stay alive, doesn't really take any meaningful damage, and he's
Echo Slam mirip kan,
reinforcements
tapi
ensure KT
jujur
now
sama gua
5-1.
mirip kan.
We were thinking there was so much
Tapi
talk about
mirip Echo
T1
Slam kan?
and the possible 3P and 4 finals in a row, and how
Tapi mirip
their
Echo Slam kan?
advantage is going to be how confident they will be under these bright lights. But KT are
Tapi
playing
jujur Echo Slam kan
this
itu.
game number 1 like they're the most confident I have ever seen.
Which is so impressive when we look back at the media day at the press conference, and Peter was talking about how Carrier is perfect in every way. The only thing he had going for him was supposed to be his rookie spirit, but he's been
Carrier
first on the
nih-
map. He's paired
Carrier
up with
nih,
Cuz so
bentar.
incredibly well. Now almost a 2,000
Ini
goal
jungle-nya
lead for
siapa,
KT.
Cep?
T1 not out of it yet,
Mapnya
but
mana sih?
sent reeling in an early game where they gave
Wukong
the
jungle.
ideal
Ini
top
jungle-
side
jungle-nya
to the side
siapa
of
sih?
KT,
T1 tuh
even
jungle-nya
after
siapa sih,
3
Cep?
targeted mid lane bans.
Oner ya, si
Honestly,
Oner ini ya,
I really
jungle-nya
like
ya.
the angle from Peter, who again debuted in 2022, and obviously this is his first World Final, as we have seen many a time, which is still to me a heartwarming fact. Had never actually taken a plane out of Korea until he got to Worlds. But thus far, we're actually seeing, I think, come into the draft, we were looking at what is the comfort going to be, and thus far the comfort has worked out in favor of KT, and what is the bot lane matchups going to look like. And when Carrier did go for this blind
story dulu
Poppy,
ah.
we knew it was a gamble, and thus far it hasn't paid off. But in these team fights, the Poppy can still secure a numbers advantage.
KT don't have Prio in the lanes. They have enough vision to know the objective hasn't been started, but they have to be careful at checking for fog of war. They wait to have 3 members strong. They spot Carrier, and they know that is their time to step up. Owner waiting. Gumayushi on the way in. Arrow connecting. No chance to use the Crescent Guard. It might be too late by the time Owner does it.
Bo, anjing!
It's BDD right on top
Fisur
of Owner.
lagi,
Faker is
fisur!
gonna cover. Instantly, he's sprinting out to safety as Doc Dam starts to rain hell
Wah,
onto
udah.
Owner, but the Zin is
Kalah
too
kayaknya
damn
ini T1, Chat.
tanky. The objective in the sights
Chat,
of
T1
KT.
kayaknya kalah ini, Chat.
Not enough time to charge the arrow.
Menurut gue jujur, T1 kalah ini.
For KT Rolser.
And T1 second smite, this time cannot find the arrow. Second Drake goes over, and it's again no hesitation from KT.
KT, I mean, they've just been so methodical in this game with their lane assignments, with their choices here for objectives. They pull the pincer closed. They trap T1, force them off. Multiple flashes invested from both sides, though. So I'm definitely looking at Doctum as well. This Ashe with no cleanse and no flash after this bottom side river fight. That may be an area where T1 look to try and punish him, to try and get some gold to get back into this game.
Because it does feel thus far, KT has been the one calling most of the shots. Really, even the kill that they got onto Dokdom was him going in. He did get punished for that, traded, but it's really been KT on the forward. Even here, where they did not have Cryo, as you highlighted, Dracos, they were still able to use the engage power of that Ashe as well as the Wukong.
Berat ini T1.
And I shudder to think what would have
Berat
happened if
ini
Perfect
T1,
controlled
berat,
that fight.
berat.
Because the Rumble with the equalizer could have made that a lot worse. T1 was able to get
Game
out.
1 harusnya
and
KT
they
kalau nggak cok,
will
iyalah
keep
mereka
the
udah
goal
bawa
within
Wukong,
relative
udah
touching
bawa
distance. But early Drake
combo
stacking, an
Ashe,
incredible teamfight,
Braum.
team composition.
Kalau masih kalah
And
sih
just
kebangetan
the
sih menurut
confidence
gua.
with which KT is playing thus far is really impressive.
So I think we're going to have to keep our eyes on if T1 are able to create some pockets of
Mau
vision
si
that they can
Ambesanya jadi
abuse
3
and
item
make
juga
some
berat
picks of
ini.
their own.
Udah
They do have Talia Wall as well as
lumayan
the best
susah ini dari
ultimate, very
draft.
long range abilities here to try and make some of those picks. Gumayushi as well, fairly good at this Varus and throwing out the
Jen, menurut lu
shots.
kenapa
So
di SEA
we'll
LoL
see
kurang
if they can
peminat?
actually punish the Ashe in mid. So far, I'd say Doctum is playing
Karena-
incredibly well. Look how safe he is being on the Ashe. Right now, when he had nobody
Karena
near him, he backed off
mereka
of the tower, even with
terlambat
nobody showing.
masuk
He's got his
menurut gua.
hawk shot, and KT have
Kita udah
plenty
besar
of vision
dengan
for him
Dotska
up through the
duluan.
top side of
Sebelum
mid
League
lane,
of Legends ada
giving him that
server
safety
di
where he can just
Asia
kinda hug
Tenggara.
that wall. And so I feel
Jadi
like
jelas
KT
peminatnya
almost
bakal
removing
lebih-
any of these comeback options,
lebih
these
inilah,
avenues
lebih
for
sedikit.
T1 because they know that's what they're
Kalau lu
looking for,
bandingin
but
sama
BDD
Mobile Legend, karena Mobile Legend HP.
Doran can't keep the dive. The BDD is not going to over push
Tapi
here.
kalau overall ya,
Nice
karena
force by Doran.
Dota lebih
Gets his ult off,
duluan
BDD forced
besarnya
the flash.
daripada League
A
of
big win
Legends.
there because that does mean some of the
Aksesnya dulu lebih
engages
mudah
of
lah.
T1 a lot more scary.
Exactly. Plus, maybe picking someone off in a side lane, not just looking at that mid lane here. with
Dulu orang
another
mau main League of
flash
Legends
down.
mesti main ke server Amerika,
Very
ngentot
important
siapa
for
yang
T1
mau main
in a
anjing.
deficit like this, although not game ending, that they can find these avenues for individual outplays. But now it's Doran's flash traded back.
Wah,
BDD came
GG.
back to lane. Redemption coming down to heal him up. Major
udah
cooldown
habis.
that will not be available, crucially, for this Herald. KT are already on it, and they've just been one
It's
step
gone.
ahead of T1 the entire game.
Herald guaranteed, and what is the counterplay for T1?
Dulu di
even?
Warnet lebih
With
sering
Doran
lihat
being
Dota
pushed
ketimbang
off
LoL,
of the
bener.
top side of the map, there's not
Karena nggak ada
much for them
servernya,
to get
Cok.
except for a scuttle crab. Bottom side
Berarti
mid,
HOK masuk ke
waiting,
SEA
not
itu
even
hitungannya
gonna get pushed
telat.
all the way in.
Telat.
Doran,
That's for people.
overstaying, concussive blows. The Cyclone immediately comes out as well. Doran can't push a
GG.
single button.
Gimana jadi?
KT
Gimana mau
merciless
jadi
on the
ini
dive.
itemnya,
Doran
bro?
caught asleep with the
Dorannya di
wheel,
EW gini.
overconfident T1
The race.
trying to
Tukeran
fire.
tower.
Did they win it? First
Tukeran
tower,
tower.
but it's KT who get it.
They've got the boot upgrades already, and they get the tower early here. 2,000 now, the gold lead. The dragon stacking continuing. KT in game number 1. The coaster does keep going up, Chronicler.
Yeah, and obviously, what goes up eventually.
Dari mana dapat tower
Oh,
duluan lagi?
doesn't hit.
Nice sidestep
KT.
here, there in time to body block if necessary.
But I want to highlight, what did this cost for T1? So Doran TP's top to try and salvage this turret, right?
Tapi berasa ya,
Stall.
LoL
If there's
tuh
two
gamenya
people there,
lebih
he could
fast pace ya
probably
daripada
at least keep it
Dotska ya.
alive long enough for his team to win it. But he TP's in. Then Faker also has the TP towards top to prevent them from taking down the inner. So now T1 not going to have those available for any upcoming fight in about a minute. The
Telat-telat gitu di CN nggak bisa dilawan juga tuh Hawk.
is
Ya
spawning.
iyalah.
And credit to T1,
Berapa
they're leveraging the power
jumlah
of the guards
orang
well
di
in the
Cina
mid lane.
berapa,
They've consistently
anjing?
had mid-prio. They've used it
Bangsat.
to chunk away at that turret, chip away at that potential
Jumlah orang di
objective.
Cina tuh
Losing
udah-
out on the boots is
ya elah.
very unfortunate. But need
Nggak
to
perlu
see if
mereka
KT can keep this momentum
viewership
going,
dari luar
because this
negeri
is the
mereka.
pocket of vision you were
Viewership
talking
dari
about.
dalam
Already
negeri
set
aja
up
udah cukup,
by T1.
anjing.
One step ahead when it comes to this objective and the control they have over the area. KT might just give it. Only now are they getting control of mid lane.
Yeah, at the middle stage of the game, the team fights are definitely still very winnable here for T1. There's not been this huge break point that KT have hit.
Cina tuh udah beda planet, Cok, sumpah. Cina tuh udah planet sendiri mereka.
Full second item completed on the Wukong just yet, so it is still about position.
Jin Heretics dibantai 13-1 sama Nongsim.
This Dragon Soul point. 4 seconds on the
bisa?
arrival of the Mounted Dragon.
Nongsim mainnya kayak begitu kok bisa menang 13-1 sih.
Wall try to block the initial charge.
Gua prediksi KT yang menang. Karena ngeliat dari permainan mereka, KT lebih solid sih.
Still does mean, however, that KT get access first to the objective. Owner, Guma, Faker, Keria all ready to go. Keria's ulti, you highlighted it earlier, can be crucial, can deny some of the members of KT access to the pit here, but it's a very slow, drawn-out secure. BDD marking Doran on the flank. Arrow starting to rain, Peter getting chunked out, a flashback from Perfect. T1 chipping away at those resources. Eyes on the equalizer. Redemption now used. Cooldown up just in time. KT is going, but now they want to turn it right back. Instantaneous equalizer. Keria locked up. Rumor coming in, but denied. Keria wants to knock Perfect out of the fight, but it might not matter because it's Doran.
Waduh.
Standing.
Chat.
Take it down. T1 fired back.
No matter the early deficit, T1, they still win the team fight. They still get the dragon, and they're looking for BDD.
On the hunt for BDD, but there's just nowhere for him to go in the blink of an eye. KT's lead disappears.
The KT, they walk into the pincer. That objective just a little bit too juicy, but they will pay for it very heavily as the attempted engage onto Keria is stopped by his W.
How clutch are they? Look at Owner starting it out with the Zin ultimate to spread them apart.
Ownernya nggak mati, Chat. Mekaniknya GG dia.
So meticulously,
Mekaniknya
and they
GG.
immediately steal the objective on top of it.
Ownernya mahal sih menurut gua sih. Jujur si Warner sih GG sih. Warner GG mahal dia.
Zin in the trailer, right? Zin, some new lore. Maybe Owner is the main character.
And I want to highlight what you said earlier, because it was really, if you looked at the actual item finishes, basically everyone in the game was sitting on like an item and a couple of components. So if KT have maybe a couple more breakpoints that they've hit, could have been a difference maker. Now T1, slight gold lead, but I do think it's again important to remind everyone that I do still love the KT when it comes to actual 5v5.
Individual skill banget ya game ini ya, anjing.
Doran and/or Owner can get on that backline, can get on top of Dokdam and BDD, the fights are basically unplayable for KT.
Yeah, and the reason we keep highlighting a lot of the setup players here for this team is because if you do have good setup for Taliyah, Faker's Taliyah, the combos are so deadly. And Faker this tournament as well has been able to do a lot of raw Taliyah Ws.
Ownernya di gameplay tadi, jujur.
Let's see about the approach to the Otacon.
Otacon, for now just the
ward. Penting nih.
Doran is getting the top tower at the moment, so that is going to be guaranteed gold here for T1.
And this is the struggle of playing against T1. Their movement around the map is so confident. KT need to be ready to pull the trigger, and they have. Otacon started. A big risk. Doran resetting back to base, likely to finish the second item before he TPs into the fight if needed. Owner in the area, it might come down to.
Tapi lagunya Worlds tahun ini kayak biasa aja ya. Yang tahun lalu GG-nya.
No flash for Dokdam.
Jujur yang tahun lalu GG sih
no flash
lagunya.
For Cuz, KT luckily able to reset the objective.
Yang tahun ini kayak biasa aja deh Worlds-nya lagunya.
T1 know they have an advantage in the fight if it comes down to the 5v5. Flash forward, all the into the back immediately.
Gila, Doran. Gila banget ambat hitam, bro.
Doran in the 3v1, completely and totally unfazed. Keria there to stop any further follow-up. Faker taking down Perfect, and BDD is not enough to stop T1.
And it's the Crook Lord that
Doran Emon nih, gila banget Doran Emon.
Goes down and T1 turn on Otacon.
Buset, Doran Emon anjing.
The addition to this T1 roster annihilated him.
Hello.
Resetting, resistance is shredded by the Otacon. Keria ward over the wall, spots out Cuz. T1 know it's a 50-50 now. 5 seconds on Dokdam, but he doesn't have access to a TP to make it to the fight any faster.
Doran, udah nggak sih Doran? Aduh,
Doran! Backing up 3K on the objective, getting lower. Steadfast presence gone. Faker on the backside. Cuz wants to try to make it out of this one, but now they're moving into advantage.
Gumanya bukan. Atakan. Mau di-steal, aduh.
They take the Thornbound Otacon, and Perfect. It is too little. It is too late. Baker teleports in and he saves the team fight. He gets that shove.
BDD-nya tapi sakit banget gitu.
And KT try their darndest to get that objective, not able to do so. And so many cooldowns used there as well. That's going to set up perfectly for T1.
Gila, Lord
3.5
Faker
game
masih ada
gold lead.
BG-nya,
1
ternyata
minute
BG-nya
till the
datang
next
bubar
Mountain
anjing.
Dragon. And now T1, it feels like they're in full control.
BG-nya datang langsung bubar, Cok.
BDD makes a heads-up play, flashing onto Doran to get the first kill of the fight. And then T1 are communicating the teleport arrival from Faker. Look at Owner running away
Jujur,
so that
Faker
Cuz
sih.
can't find burst damage onto him. And once Faker comes in and gets a double shove.
And that shove ends the fight immediately. They were a member up.
Admin
And
datang,
Perfect,
Cik.
if he was alive just a little bit earlier, could have been the difference maker, but not in time. And T1 now with the biggest lead we've seen in this game so far.
After that 4K gold lead on top of a discrepancy of 38 petals, 40 to 2.
Oh my God.
Nearly
Wah,
8K
gila,
gold
langsung
and an
swing.
additional effective stats or XP from those petals. A nearly unstoppable advantage. Luxury items coming through. The Seeker is there for Faker. Perfect's utilized the
Diparani
previous
admin.
fight. Things
Anjing,
are getting
adminnya
dark
datang
to
bubar,
the
Cok.
side of
Bener-bener
KT.
bubar anjing.
They're going to fight back through the bottom lane to try to get vision of this area. They could not secure the third Drake, but they desperately want the soul point. They spot Faker on the flank. One more fumbled fight might just take them out of this game entirely.
Wah,
He's
KT-nya
getting
ngecok,
chunked, already
Cik.
took an arrow. Faker's looking to split the fight.
7K. Cuz gonna have a hard time healing back up that chip damage.
Reset.
Does have access to the Sundered Sky. Objective reset now. Eyes on those support cooldowns as well. Carrier's ulti, the Unbreakable for the Braum will be important as T1 already getting mid-prio. Doran fishing for the flank once again. Ready to come over the wall with the public execution. Carrier going into the wall, locking up Cuz.
Carrier.
Instantaneous knockup! A
Ya
flawless combo to
Allah,
keep it going.
bubar
Down
anjing
finally
KT.
escapes, but he just finds himself in a 1v1 versus Doran. Hope fading fast for the side of KT as Carrier is still standing.
Drake'nya
Perfect
kecu-
and BD
Ya
running for the hills. T1
Allah.
grabbing their second Drake. But Owner not done yet.
Ya
Knocks Peter out as well.
Allah.
And Cuz just doesn't get to play the game. Carrier, who we haven't talked about in a bit, had a rough start to the lane. I'm thinking now the Poppy pick really works out. He's the one that set up the pick onto the Wukong, and he gets CC'd 100-0.
Carrier Poppy, my boy. Oh my goodness, what an engage. Honestly, let's watch it again, guys.
Carrier-nya
As
sih initiation-nya
look
kena
at the
3 nyet.
combo here, and it's the immediate follow-up that to me
Kena
seals
3,
the deal,
buset.
right?
Abis itu
It's
udah lepas keyboard,
Doran is
anjing
ready.
KT-nya Cok, nggak bisa
Owner's
ngapa-ngapain
there.
udah.
Faker sets up the wall for the sandwich, and even though BDD and Perfect are trying their best, again, without that Wukong, without that front to back, in these messy skirmishes, T1 is just reigning
Buset,
supreme.
jago banget
The
anjing.
confidence in each other is what really makes this team elite here for T1. You said it, no hesitation from them. They all go in at the same moment. They all find the engage. They find the kills. And they find themselves almost 5,000 gold in the lead.
It's not just that. Look at the levels. Doran is 2 levels up. Owner is 2 levels up. BDD is kind of okay, and indeed, as Kobe nicely points out to me, we already talked about it's 43-2, right? So BDD is the only one that's even because of the Roa, and now, as T1 does, they're gonna start up this Baron.
And it's a terrifying position for KT because they know if a single member of their team makes a misstep, the fight very likely ends. The Braum was supposed to be the tool that stopped
Tapi
this dive
pemain
from Doran,
paling
that stopped
jago,
the dive
Chat.
from Owner from coming through. But if T1 are the ones to kick it off,
Pemain
it
paling
just
jago di
has not
T1
been
siapa
enough.
menurut lu?
Seen this one before.
Yang
Yeah, they don't dare to go for
yang
it.
secara
We've seen this exact
skill
bait
paling jago
a million
siapa?
times. Obviously, Faker does a flash. If they try to arrow, could have made it out, but
Jenderal
they don't
kapan
wanna
lagi
go for it.
party sama Swan nunggu dia pulang.
Yeah.
Langsung party gua.
Faker with his arm guard has a couple of ways to buy some time if you overextend going for the chase. But then you
Nggak,
look
kalau
at the
Faker itu-
mentality on the other
Nggak,
side
nggak,
as
nggak,
KT.
nggak. Kalau Faker
and you
itu
kind of
bias,
have to go
anjing.
for one of these plays
No.
to
I mean,
pick someone off
maksud gua kayak
out of
sekarang nih
position.
siapa yang
You have to hope
paling
that you're
jago
gonna be able to surprise
mechanically.
someone with an Ash arrow and immediately delete them.
Kalau Faker tuh lu
Looking at
bias,
Doc
Cok.
Dom, you highlighted it. That's the arrow. The sustained damage that Ash can bring to the table is, of course, impactful, even on 2 items. But none of these fights have been long fights. He's been
Carry-nya
deleted
yang
at the
paling
start of
jago
every
justru.
single one. So finding that advantage, finding that additional member in a fight, making sure it is a 5v4 in the favor of KT, crucial for the next fight. The combo is still there. The Cyclone, the Equalizer. You can see how KT can find advantage, but it just has not been working out past the 15-minute mark.
I also love that Carrier Poppy has the most kills of any single player in the entire game.
Feels apt.
Battle Poppy, baby.
Yeah, look at his items.
Tadi siapa
That
bilang
helps,
sushi
right?
bos?
The redemption.
Kena lagi aja
Redemption
itu
lock
orang.
it as-
Buset, kagak
they're gonna start it up.
ngapa-ngapain.
He's got the TP, he's got the
Lagi kagak
heal, he's
ngapa-ngapain
ready to
aja
move across
kena
the
aja
map
itu
and make
sushi boys.
plays. Eyes on the keeper's verdict to see if they can force Cuz out of the pit. 7K, objective getting lower. Owner isolated. Faker off to the side, likely going to have to use the arm guard. Extra shield coming in. Faker, stone cold, he holds the cooldown.
Melindungi
Dogcam trying to push
admin,
forward, but he really doesn't
bro.
have too much damage. Eyes on Perfect and Cuz, the equalizer, the Cyclone. T1 moving through the choke point, but KT don't have the vision they need. Finally, the ward dropped as T1 once again take control of mid, but happy to just trade a few cooldowns and back away.
And it was the resilience of KT that got them to win against Gen G. That game looked dire as well. TP comes in from Faker. Won't have his ult. Zona goes in.
Catch him out. Unbreakable used to kick off the fight. That's the ulti from Gumayushi. Good response coming in from Perfect, but the damage not really enough. Ulti does not connect from Doran. Knockback from Carrier takes VDD out of the equation. And once again, it's Doran on top of Dogcam. Concussive blows. Buy him an additional second. Perfect running. The flick back likely to come through as Faker tries to get the
Ini war
damage down.
kalau kalah
But
lagi
now he
kayak
finds
TC
himself in a
udahan
brief
e-sport nggak sih
2v1.
chat?
Goes
Ma
golden.
BDD. Aduh, mobil listrik
Carrier
keculik
there right in
chat.
time as KT are effortlessly dismantled. Doran dropping Perfect as well.
And they're gonna
Mobil
at least
listriknya
get the
keculik
shot.
chat.
I was kind of wondering whether they wanted to play for the end, but not going to be the case. TP's toward the Baron. And T1
Ambatu kami udah jadi
about
kah?
to close out this game.
Yep,
Chat,
that's
Ambatu
a
kami udah
T1
jadi
Baron,
nih.
All right, here's another look. Owner starts it out early, knowing that they have the rotation up from Faker as well. And so bottom side of the fight, you see Faker coming over while Owner, his
Ambatu
ultimate
kami
actually
keras
expires,
banget,
and they
bro.
trade 1-for-1 on those junglers. But since Faker's able to section off the rest of the KT members
Ambatu
here,
kami keras
Perfect has
banget,
the flash,
sumpah dah.
and BDD doesn't get a chance.
And BDD, he flashed onto Owner trying to take him down, but just wasn't perfectly in range. Didn't actually do any damage to him. And then got taken out of the fight, I think, by the Poppy, which meant that they were severely lacking damage there.
And again, Faker, perfect knowledge of his cooldowns in that extended fight. Waits for the Seraph, knows it'll save him. Still
Anjing.
has access, crucially,
Kalah
to the
kalah
Zanyas.
war
when
sekali,
BDD and
KT
Perfect
langsung
try to go
tumbang,
all in.
cik.
But now, the Hail Mary,
Kalah war
KT
sekali,
betting
langsung
it all.
udahan,
5 members
KT masa.
strong, but it's a Baron buff empowering T1. As long as they buy time here, they're chipping away at that Red Bull Baron power play. Objective getting lower. Owner waiting over the wall to divide the team coming in from Faker. Denied a bit by Peter, and it's Owner now on the flank looking for Cuz. Not sure if he's found him. Cuz turning right back onto Owner. Owner
Ownernya,
instantaneously into the back line. The concussive
Warner
blows
Bros,
there.
Warner Bros.
This is the perfect
Tapi gila banget
execution.
damage
Carry in the thick of it.
bro.
Gumayushi and Faker on touch coming over the wall, but it's Faker. Full confidence is the flash.
Doran.
But unfortunately, the flip back goes wide. Doran turns it right
Wah,
back
gila
with a
Dorannya,
sundering blow.
bro, buset.
KT pulling away. Man advantage for the
nah
side of
lo,
T1 being
nah lo,
ushered out.
nah lo,
Carry wants to
anjing.
deny it, but he will
Positioningnya,
only be able to
cabut.
isolate.
Ditinggalin.
Perfect. The Baron
Anjing.
still backing them up. The Dragon in their sights. T1
Gila banget,
once
gila.
again taking a fight.
Gila
And an
banget.
attempt from KT to
Gila banget.
maybe get a soul point because
Sulit.
T1 took that Baron. Not going to end up working out. That's going to be triple Mountain Drakes to come through here. The turn onto Owner actually ended up working out decent, but it's again Doran is always there to help out his jungler.
Gila,
Yeah,
Doran.
he just annihilated Dogcam fight
Dorannya
after
nyebelin
fight
banget,
after fight.
anjing.
So even when Owner goes down in the sacrifice, they're able to pull it back. Look at the burst
mekaniknya
damage
gila,
there
anjing.
as well at the end. And then Chronicler, once again, Perfect is left out. Well, the rest of the team escapes in the Realm Warp on the edge.
And you can see there's so much damage from this KT top side, but I guarantee if we were to look at the healing, the Owner, that Sundered Sky is doing a ton of work.
Jen, lu
with
kalau
shielding
disuruh
coming in
nge-casual
from
bisa
Doran,
kah?
making it so impossible
Bisa.
for KT, even when they spot that
Kali.
member isolated, even when they think that someone like Owner has
Bisa kali,
overstepped,
es.
they just cannot finish these crucial kills. On top of that, their reliance on magic damage to burst through health bars being very heavily mitigated by the double maw
Coba,
of
kalau
Malmortius for
nah
Doran
tadi
and
kan gue
Owner
nanya siapa yang
respectively.
paling jago, yang paling beban
The
siapa,
moment
Chat?
that Dogdom's taken out of the fight, Cuz alone
Yang
can't
paling
really
beban
do enough
siapa?
80 damage.
Di T1 menurut lu
Guess
yang
what?
paling
He's
beban
been
siapa?
taken out
Kayak
every
kontol nih
single
pemain.
time. He's being
Ada
Ash against all these dive threats. T1, even though the very early scrimmage didn't go their way, are now marching on KT's base.
Final wave of this Red Bull Baron power play. Brought in the mid lane from Faker. Wall to isolate the tower. They want to break open the space, limit the options for KT. T1 outplaying in the fights, and now that they have a lead, they're not looking
Jujur
to give
nggak ada.
anything away.
Kalau
3 minutes on the next
misalkan
Baron, 3
kalau
minutes on
misalkan
Soul
KT
for
siapa yang
T1.
beban?
Is Faker still fishing for the flick
Ada yang
back,
jawab
for the
X-Correct
seismic
nih.
shove? But KT running out of options fast. The
Kalau
damage has not
KT
been
siapa
enough. The
yang beban,
positioning,
Chet?
the setups just have not been good enough, and T1 have been more than happy to punish and tear apart this KT team.
So telling that KT is still stuck at 2 pedals because ever since T1 is going to control, they haven't been able to play the game. They've just been locked out of objectives, locked out of lanes. And now it's hard to imagine a world where this game one can go their way. T1 with the
Dogdam jujur nggak
resilience, the
kelihatan sih dari tadi
experience
sih.
of this roster. Again, 4 of which were
Jujur.
1 game away from making it 5 Worlds Finals in a row. Which
Gue like dulu
would have
chat,
been
chat.
even
Jangan
more
lupa like dulu
thrilling.
chat.
But their form is
Yang
not
nonton
bad either.
1.200 yang like
Definitely
nggak
not
sampai
too
5
shabby.
anjing.
Let's take a look though, because we're going to teleport up to the top side and look to get our ending push in for T1. Quite probably as they rotate everybody over to this corner of the map. Bot side, BDD trying to buy some time since the inhibitor is down in this lane. He's pushing it out to try and hopefully for KT set up one of many defenses that they're going to need to fight their way back into this game.
Perfect, going to use the equalizer to clear the way, but it will not stop the tier 2 tower from falling. Does give a bit more time to BDD to get a tower back in response, securing a bounty, but it's still a 9,000 gold difference. I don't even care about the pedal math anymore. All
Anjing,
you
ini
need to
gimana
know
caranya,
is
Chat?
it
Ini
is
satu
a
war
lot.
lagi
It
nggak
is a
sih
lot
menurut lu?
of lead
Ramlul, Mbak,
for
welcome
the
back to
side
the
of
membership.
T1 and for KT.
Ini
It will
satu
take a
war lagi nggak
miracle
menurut lu,
or
Chat?
a misstep from the side of T1 to bring them back.
And you already kind of start to think about drafts for the rest of the series as well, as we are in Fearless. And we're seeing why so many teams ban Poppy versus Keria. But then you're thinking, okay, yeah, Keria, he had amazing Poppy ultimates this game. He had amazing engages, but are you going to give
Nunggu
him
Baron.
Nico? No. Are you going to give him Bard? No. Are you going to give him Renata? It's so hard. This player is just so good.
He got 4 bans in our first draft. Alistair, Renata, you highlighted the Bard and the Nico as well. Obviously, those first 2 a bit more contextual, but when his
Dua war
5th pick
include Baron.
is winning games and team fights, it's a reminder to why this player is held in such high regard and a reminder to what a glow-up in form he has had. Domestic Keria
Gimana
was
caranya
solid,
biar
right?
player
Still a
Indo
good
bisa
support,
compete dalam
but
waktu yang
this
lama
version of
macam
Keria,
Faker?
world class.
Faker also has 100% kill
Maksudnya di game apapun
on
gitu?
the Talia, by the way. Full 20 for 20 there.
That's 18.
Just kidding. That's why you don't do math.
Dedikasi sih.
So that Keria double kill didn't count.
Dedikasi
We don't give that one. We don't. That one, those 2 just
It
didn't
happens
count.
to the best of
Dedikasi
us.
sih.
like
Lu
we
pernah
needed a
ngeliat
comedic
Faker tuh udah punya pacar belum sih?
Yeah, because
Bro, Faker udah punya pacar belum?
steal of this next dragon. The game will end on maybe Baron, definitely Mountain Soul.
We do see a Vamp Scepter for Doc Dom, some Grievous wounds as well, maybe
Belum.
help him heal back up, but of
Gila
course the
banget.
range discrepancy is big, but more
Hebat,
importantly,
anjing.
3rd item coming in for Cuz, 4th item for BDD, that death cap.
Dedikasi
Maybe
sih
now
menurut
if they
gua
catch
sih.
someone out from T1, they'll be
Gila,
able to finish
anjing.
those crucial
Udah
kills.
punya gedung,
However,
bro, segede
the
gitu dia
pressure point
masih
on the top side from
fokusnya
Faker, and the
adalah
bottom
main
lane,
game,
Super
anjing.
Minions are barreling in.
Gila,
KT,
Cok.
if they make
Lu
a
kalau jadi
single
dia udah
wrong
punya gedung,
choice,
gua udah
they're likely
pensi.
to lose something
Udah
regardless
pensi
of the
gua.
outcome.
Gue udah pensi.
This is just going to be
Udah,
gone
gua
if they don't make a
menikmati
play. It's
hidup
going to be
aja
a
udah.
big realm warp. But
Jadi
your
bos
realm
aja udah
warping
jadi bos.
possibly straight into your doom, and they're not
Knock
even going to
back.
get the chance.
Cuz taken out of the equation, 6K getting lower. KT start to flounder. They decide it's not worth it. They decide they don't want it, so they're going to turn their sights to the
T1
Drake,
bo.
spawning in 4 seconds. T1 already have secured the Baron on the back of a keeper's verdict from Keria. Now they might just
udah.
look to end it here. Flash forward, perfect
That's-
execution. Aptly named is Dockdam,
Dogdamnya
takes
nggak
him
ngapa-ngapain,
down.
Nyet.
KT now chasing out as well.
Buset,
BDD
itu
trying to
Doran
run more back into the
loncat-loncat
rest of the
ngincer-
team. But
ngincer
Keria once
Dogdam
again
udah.
there to
Dogdam nggak
interrupt.
main.
Doran unfazed
Nggak
by
bisa
the magic damage of
ngapa-ngapain,
BDD.
Dogdam,
It's a double
Cep.
kill coming through. Perfect and Cuz, the last 2 left standing.
GG.
But a TP into the base to bring back and seal the deal in game 1. T1. What a
Chat, Dogdamnya
performance.
nggak bisa
And
ngapa-ngapain,
perfect
diloncat-loncatin
running for the
ambe-sambe
hills.
sih
I don't
udahan,
think
Nyet.
survival is gonna matter as Doran and Keria show a masterclass in this
Abang-abangannya
game
datang.
on the lane for both. I think looked a little precarious, but those team fights, man. That's a smile
Di
on
LoL
the
tuh
face of T1's
nggak ada
top
suren ya?
laner.
Doran was a heat
Ada suren nggak sih? Lu bisa suren nggak sih?
He found Doctum over and over and over. Analysts, how are you feeling about game number 1?
Well, Kobe, T1 is firing on all cylinders, stepping into this final, doing what they do best, honestly.
Ada ya?
Performing in World's Finals and beating KT, Emily.
Wow!
Tapi-
you really
tapi
have to do me like
biasanya
that.
suren
I
nggak?
did.
She did tell me
Turni
before
masa
that
suren
she
lah.
had a surprise.
Enggak,
'cause I
maksudnya
was
kayak,
like,
lah kalau
just
Dota
come
kan
to me
kayak lu udah
first,
pasti
and I'll
kalah
just
ya
be
lu.
like, this is looking a lot
GG's in the
like
chat kan?
regular season.
Hina banget, Cok, di
I'm
Turni
very
masa
used
suren
to
lah.
this feeling.
Are
So
you-
thank you for making me feel at home.
It's okay. Are you used to the feeling, though, that KT
Enggak, kalau
have
Dota kan
such
lu
a great
bisa
early game, but then
GG's
drop
in
the
the
ball?
chat.
That's a little
FF
different,
kan?
but, you know, sometimes they have it in them. I did really think that KT's early game started off
Dota
very
bisa
well.
Dota
I
bisa
was
FF anjing
expecting
kayak
the
ya
bot
udah.
lane to be
Lu udah pasti
huge,
kalah
right?
ini
And I
ngapain buang
actually
waktu.
did think
Yang bener aja di turni Suren. Apa sih? Emang TI bisa Suren? Suren kan? Kalau udah nyampe high ground terus lu nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain kan GG's in the chat udah.
It did, or it all went right for T1, and every second counts.
Apa sih?
The reliable Cisco network owner turns the tides at Dragon.
Dota bisa GG's in the chat anjing, lu udah nyampe high, lu udah tower lu udah tembus semua terus udah nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain GG's in the chat anjing. Orang Dota pernah ada masalah perkara ketik GG, ternyata masih belum selesai terus kayak langsung kasus gitu nyet. Ini adik-adik ini tuh, kalian tuh kagak pernah nonton Dota ya? Mau lu menit berapapun Dota asal ketik GG timnya udah bisa end. Itu loh maksud gue, lu ketik GG itu fountainnya meledak anjing. Gila yang ngomong masa turnamen Suren? Enggak, bukan perkara Suren. Lu buang-buang waktu aja kalau game MOBA kayak gini tuh menurut gua ada beberapa momen di mana lu udah tahu ini udah nggak bisa nyet. Mau lu ngapain juga udah nggak bisa. No way, secara persentase udah nggak mungkin aja. Daripada buang-buang waktu, mendingan langsung GG. Sama kayak catur lah. Lu main catur, takluk, Magnus Carlsen bengong dikit, ajak salaman. Selesai anjing. So, itu biar nggak buang-buang waktu aja. Apakah masa di turnamen Suren? Enggak juga ya. Lu kalau main catur lu udah bisa ngitung 10 langkah ke depan. Udah skakmat nih. Yuk udahan yuk. Kocak anjing. Kalau game FPS, Suren tolol menurut gua. Nggak bisa. FPS lu nggak, kalau Suren tuh nggak masuk akal. Karena kan faktornya nembak. Masih apapun bisa terjadi. Kalau ini kan basically kayak catur kan. Dimana lu 10 langkah ke depan lu udah tahu hasilnya pasti kayak begitu. Kalau FPS itu ada satu faktor random yang lu nggak bisa tebak tau nggak, yaitu tembakannya kena apa enggak. Di sini kadang kalah lead tiba-tiba bisa comeback, makanya dipaksa Rito biar nggak boleh Suren. Oh, ya berarti jawabannya tidak bisa kan? Nggak bisa GG's in the chat move on to next game kan? Ya udah itu pertanyaan, itu jawaban yang gue perlu dari pertanyaan gue. Berarti nggak ada GG's in the chat move on to next game kan? Kalau Dota kan bisa soalnya. Di LoL nggak bisa, harus respect katanya Jen, jadi nggak bisa Suren. Menurut gue Suren tuh justru nge-respect musuh nggak sih, kayak oke lah. Nggak buang-buang waktu lu, kita udah kalah. Daripada gue buang-buang waktu lu. Itu justru nge-respect musuh sih menurut gue. Kayak catur kan lu, let's say Hikaru lawan Magnus Carlsen, dua-duanya goat main di turnamen ya. Kalau Magnus Carlsen udah ngeliat kontol ini udah gak mungkin lagi. Respect sponsor maksudnya, itu lebih masuk akal jujur. KPI, nah itu lebih masuk akal. Nggak bisa Jen, KPI, oke masuk akal. Accepted anjing. Accepted. Oh ya udah, kalau nggak kayak di Dota tuh bisa Suren mungkin karena gamenya tuh terlalu teamwork heavy ya. Kalau ini kan kayak masih ada skill shot kena apa enggak kan. Jadi masih ada faktor aim. Masih ada faktor aimnya di sini. Jadi masih bisa miss gitu loh. Kalau Dota kan ya bisa miss, tapi teamwork tuh lebih nomor 1. Emang Genji zaman now ditanya yes or no malah dijelasin. Emang kocak anjing. Kocak anjing, tanya bisa GG nggak bisa, ya udah selesai lah. Ini malah kayak masa turnamen Suren, kocak anjing. Dota kalau turnamen gitu final BO5 atau BO7, anjing. Dota BO5, tapi terakhir ini BO3 nggak sih? BO7 udah keburu tua anjing, itu venue-nya udah tutup. Dota BO7 sih casternya stroke. Sumpah. Dota BO7 casternya stroke. Udah diusir sama cleaning service. Misi pak, saya mau beres-beres. Misi saya mau beres-beres. Udah pak, main gamenya udah ya. BO7 sih buset. Bener itu. Sampai venue-nya tutup anjing. Itu yang nyewa venue buat event hari besoknya udah, mas saya mau loading in. Ini kapan loading out-nya? Son ditanya kamera tuh, kamera apaan?
SKT 대 KT가
Gila cok. Nggak bisa. BO7 kalau di mobile games mungkin. Mentok-mentoknya Mobile Legends paling berapa menit sih? 20 menit lah. Ditanya kamera yang dia beli udah dikirim belum? Udah dikirim. Cuman JNE-nya belum ngasih resi. Itulah. Oh, jadi nggak bisa suren ya. Makanya kayak tadi gue ngeliat sebenarnya KT nih mungkin kalau di Dota udah GG suren nggak sih? Udah GG, thank you. GGTY, see you next game. Tapi pernah nggak ada kejadian League of Legends suren? Ada nggak? Di turnamen gitu ya? Ada nggak? Nggak ada kan berarti?
안녕하세요. KTV입니다. 오늘 이렇게 촬영장에 좀 와봤는데 결승 촬영장에 와봤는데요.
Di official nggak ada.
결승 형이 가는 길을 대리석
Masuk akal.
예쁘게 나올 것 같고 기대합니다.
Kayak tadi tuh mungkin di Dota bakal suren begitu Baron kelar, War Baron. Kan Baron kelar tuh jebret, abis itu ada War lagi kan. Udah dibolehin suren. Kenapa nih? Apa nih? Oh ini comeback ya? Jadi kalau misalkan di Dota tuh skenarionya misalkan lu abis ngerosan, terus lu nge-war lagi, musuhnya udah tinggal naik ke high ground ngancurin fountain tuh biasanya udah GG tuh. Udah kayak udah op.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Di sini kadang turret bisa spawn jadi Nexusnya imun son. Oh. Kalau 3 lane plus Rosan GG udah boleh diketik. Iya bener sih. Dota tuh bener-bener lebih catur sih menurut gue. Kalau dari yang gue sering nonton ya, walaupun gue nggak ngerti banget, bener-bener kayak anjing. 10 langkah ke depan udah bisa kelihatan, wah ini kalah nih. Bentar chat. Bentar ya chat, gue ambil minum.
every moment of your journey crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Something new.
AT&T's going, but now they want to turn it right back. Instantaneous equalizer. Carrier locked up. Rumble coming in, but denied. Carrier wants to knock Perfect out of the fight, but it might not matter because it's Doran into the back line. Owner stays standing. Pause. Take it down. T1 fire back.
No matter the early deficit, T1, they still win the team fight. They still get the dragon, and they're looking for BDD.
On the hunt for BDD, but there's just nowhere for him to go. In the blink of an eye, KT's lead disappears.
I'm back, chat.
Welcome back to the World
Wah,
Finals.
pas banget timingnya.
T1 are up 1-0 against KT. KT tried their best in the early game. It felt like they might have found the formula, but T1 Magic struck again. Their team fighting absolutely flawless. And as we get ready for game 2, both teams looking at the draft, knowing that it is fearless, seeing what options are available to them.
And a lot has been expanded here when it comes to cooldowns or cards for both teams. Right, we're not going to see the BDD for Talia, which I do think has been his best champion this tournament. And I really want to hone in on what, for me, went wrong. And I think it was not the early game where the set plays really ended up working out, but it's as soon as the map opened up. And I think that is something that to me is really hard to fix from game to game, because if you end up with a bad draft, your lanes don't feel good, that's easy to pinpoint. You know, you draft something else and you
Menurut
feel
lu
better.
bakal main
But
Azir
getting
nggak?
out macro and
Apa udah
getting out
di-ban?
team fight is a little harder to fix.
Especially when the
Azir.
KT players have all really emphasized specifically team fighting in a
Bentar
lot
ya,
of their
Azir.
interviews afterwards. You know, Perfect gave one, Peter gave one as well, where they specifically talked about this being such a big strength and them wanting to focus on those mid and
Udah
late
di-ban.
game team fights. That is where they're going to have to bring it together. So when you're thinking of team fights and how to construct those, I'm thinking of Trundle and tanks, and we already see a Trundle ban. So KT being on blue
Langsung
side,
di-ban, langsung
the
di-ban.
priority for Sion just goes through the roof. If there is no Trundle,
Kok T1
Sion
duluan
has
yang
just
nge-ban
been
Azir?
God.
Certainly has been.
Kok
So as
T1
we
yang
get
nge-ban Azir?
into the first round of picks, the final round of bans here, at least in phase 1, in Champ Select powered by Omen and HyperX, we're looking at
Kok di-ban sendiri?
the Nico, a potential first pick angle. Both the Nico
Kedua
and the
mid
Bard were
lane-nya
banned
jago
against
Azir,
Keria
tapi
in game
jadi
1,
pasti
and T1 have a
di-ban.
choice. Do they want to risk giving this up? The answer is yes, but as you highlighted, the Sion is available in a world without Trundle.
So there is Sion available. I think this is a B1 Nico. To me, feels like a no-brainer. It was Peter who, for a period of this year, was genuinely the
Nico,
best
Chat!
Nico in
Chat,
the
Nico,
LCK.
Nico.
Found incredible engages on it. But it's also the Yone this time around open for BDD. Now, that is obviously something matchup dependent. Last time they banned it because they played the Talia, which can really struggle post-6. We'll see if the Sion, to me, does feel inevitable, as highlighted, but what else is T1 going to pick up here?
And then you have to worry about how effective
Intinya
do you
Azir,
feel like
Yunara
the
pasti
Rek'Sai
top
counter into
prio.
Sion is. Because we have seen
Yunara GG
varying
juga kah?
levels of success or failures of players using it. I think that Perfect
Nico Siahaan.
definitely can use that very effectively and, you know, get some early CS lead, get some early turret plates if they do it. So as expected, the Sion goes to go down because of the Trundle ban, and then I'm already thinking of KT, possible Rek'Sai there for Perfect in answer to get his own kind of lane counter.
And Jarvan, to me, really goes up in value once both Poppy and Talia are out. Both of those are not available, so that does mean that it's a lot harder to immediately and easily punish this champion.
Definitely the case, but anytime, of course, the Sion is locked in, I'm keeping just in the back of my mind the potential of a swap. Looking at that bot lane 2v2, knowing how effective Sion can be in swaps to just withstand pressure. But KT debating how they want to respond to this J4 by a champion who pro players have loved for so long, but a champion that often has struggled to find impact on the world stage. You can see 4 wins, 12 losses.
And you want to get a kill combo with that Vi for your mid laner here for BDD. Are they going to drop BDD's pick, or are they going to drop the top lane answer into Sion here? I guess you could say, Perfect, just play a tank or something.
Anjing Keria
and you don't
main
necessarily
Amumu nih
have
feeling
to
gua.
go the Rek'Sai answer into it, and so they could invest in the other lane.
I do like relying on BDD's champion pool and just making sure Perfect's comfortable. This is one of the champions that he has played. And one thing that T1 does have to be careful about is that already they are looking to go towards a 2-carry composition.
Demodok di-ban, Demodok.
Nico specifically
Demodok
can
di-ban,
punish really
Demodok.
well, because Sion and Jarvan early game actually do bring out a surprising amount of damage. Jarvan is fine going later into the game, but when you have enough dive to guarantee that one of the 2 members will be taken out, you might struggle. That's why I like the Sivir pickup. Sivir is one of those carries that is very hard to lock down. One of the picks that's good into her is already alongside him with that Jarvan that can actually reliably lock it down. So I think the Sivir prio here makes a ton of sense.
Of course, securing that Rek'Sai, as you highlighted, does cost at least 1 champion from BDD with the Yone banned away.
Nggak, Keria,
And we
Amumu
already have a
percaya sama gua.
support pick locked in for Peter. We mentioned it in Game 1, and we should say it again. Bot lane 2v2, incredibly important for both these teams. We saw in Game 1, KT with bot prio, able to run the map for the first 15 minutes. The question is, can they set that same thing up again?
And there's also the fact that one of the best champions we've seen with Nico, one of the most impressive, is Corki, where Sivir actually has a good matchup into Corki, which frees up a ban for T1, which most likely... Okay, I actually was going to... I thought that they were going to throw all of it on BDD, instead going to take away the Kaisa here for Dokdam with Vi, with Rek'Sai, and with Nico. Makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, it's just too good of a Kaisa angle there for KT, the dive, so wanting to deny
Dota tuh
that
mainnya
one makes
Virus
a lot
Virus
of
draft juga nggak
sense.
sih, Chat?
Faker Galio as well gets taken off the board. The
Dulu enggak kan
protection
soalnya.
not going to be there.
And the question is, how much emphasis do they want to put on giving full information to Keria before he goes for his counter pick? Obviously, you know
Dota
what
masih nggak
support
Virus
you're
ya?
playing against, but a 2v2 a lot more complicated than that. Going to opt, it looks like, to give that counter pick to Faker to make sure that he is really set up for success and to use this Lulu to ensure that Carrier can do whatever he wants in these fights.
And with the Lulu, you have extra safety for one of the 2 carries that you're going to get, right? It also is a lane that can actually be quite impressive, particularly when paired with something that shoves well.
Looking kind of at the options remaining for KT, the Ezreal certainly feels like he can stay at arm's length, gets out of the J4 kind of threat and pressure quite easily.
Kok paham?
That said, I am looking at the T1 lineup waiting for a big source of damage. Sivir takes a lot of time to scale up. You have a lot of amazing front-to-back tools for T1, but with Azir and Orianna banned away, where does Faker want to go with this counter pick?
Yeah, maybe the Victor, maybe the Mel that he has liked. Mel, maybe save that one actually later for later in Fearless. But some sort of control mage that does output a lot of damage like you're talking about, like the Victor. Only problem would be then that you would be very vulnerable to the dive that KT are showing.
And this is what I'm wondering about is, what are you going to pick here?
Stole it away!
It actually is stolen. That's crazy to me because I was looking at something that pairs well with Vi. And I think the issue here is that a lot of champions who would want to go with Vi are things that dive as well. Like, think about the Akali, for example. You can't really blind those at the risk of getting counterpicked. And instead, BDD says, give me the Mel, a pick that has been rising in prio this tournament. And I like Victor when it comes to a 2-carry composition. But you do need to get to your items because the early game for this comp is not looking too hot.
And I think that we have to hope, or at the very least the KT fans have to hope, that BDD's first game on Mel isn't his first ever game, but just his first competitive game. As we did see with Owner and Mundo early on, and now you're against Faker's
BDD
Silas.
Mel,
Front
man.
page of Reddit, we
Gila
watched the play 100
banget.
times. It was Medic last year. An
Gila,
incredible
Cok.
World Finals call. Faker stealing away
Silas
that ultimate
Smith.
from Rakan to make an incredible
Silas
game-winning
Smith
play.
sih.
And let me tell you,
Kok
there
bisa
are a lot
Silas
of
Smith?
incredible ults for him to take once again.
And I'm definitely looking at the Nico ultimate for sure, too. If he can find Peter, if he can steal the Nico ultimate, the engage there would be huge.
I do think, though, with the Silas, it really does help you with the early game issue that you otherwise might struggle with. Obviously, Silas also, once you are able to get on top of the Mel doesn't have the ability.
Mel
like she does
surprise
against
pick
many
nggak?
others,
Surprise
to
pick
kind of create
jujur.
space with her W. But I do think it makes the composition a little awkward. It patches your early game issue.
Tapi
but I do
kayaknya itu
think
Mel
now you have a
diambil biar
composition
nggak
that on
diambil
one
T1
end
aja
wants
nggak
to play
sih?
for the Sivir and really try to play that classic front to back, keep safe, absorb the initial dive that comes through. But Silas kind of does the opposite. So we'll see how T1 is able to navigate that. Because I do think if they would have gone for the Victor, like the first item, spike or 2, really doesn't feel that impressive to me.
And I feel like KT in the later stages of the draft actually drafted themselves some versatility here since they indexed very heavily
biar
into
ulti
range.
Ezreal
Both
nggak dipantulin
Ezreal
sama
and
Mel.
Mel having very long range, they can try and go for some poke
Itu
damage
pinter.
early as
Nggak perlu
well
gue jelasin
and try
lagi.
and force the
Ini baru
shorter
contoh
range
viewers pinter.
T1 squad to do the engaging on them.
Itu baru
and
contoh
look for
viewers
a
pinter. Gue
possible
tuh nggak perlu
counter.
capek-capek
As we
ngejelasin.
get into game 2 here, remember to log in to your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive world emotes, icons, and capsules.
Ooh.
But you might not have time. You might want to wait until after whatever is happening here continues to happen because Carrier running for his life. Faker there to body block any potential
Oh, ini
follow-up
Silas.
damage.
Silas yang dipakai
Standard comes down.
Faker
There's
tahun
another
lalu nggak sih yang
information
dia
that KT is
outplay
back, but KT
gaming?
making an aggressive level 1 play to seize control.
Yang
of
dia
the
jago
Sophie
banget,
jungle.
Nyet.
And we do see KT again going for
Gue
a
inget
very
nih,
aggressive
championnya.
these level 1 plays in the early lane.
Outplay gaming,
KT
Cok.
was just straight up better in game number 1.
Jujur gue nonton
Trying
yang
to
itu.
leverage that again. Not really going to lean to anything meaningful this time around. Carry didn't have anything forced. He will be there with the main wave. So unfortunately for KT, no big advantage found as Perfect doing a little bit of scouting here, but they are on the ward, so I don't think either Faker or Owner is going to fall for anything. And no swaps to come through, and we do have both junglers again pathing from that top side towards bot.
And reminder for anyone who didn't keep up with KT, who has just been here for this fever dream of a run to finals, that while everyone has stepped up with this lineup at Worlds, it was the mid-jungle that really brought this team together, that got them across the finish line. And when you look at Cuz and BDD, right, these are guys who have played together for so damn long, and now anytime KT's backs are against the wall, these are the players that we look at to really make the difference and stand up.
Certainly so. Such a long history playing together, multiple teams, multiple years, and they really do trust each other and have talked about how much it means to them to be here on this
Lucu banget ini
stage.
asetnya anjing.
And it's also recently a story of almost, right? As we're going in
Story
again.
of level 2 on the bottom side as well. Docdom and Peter getting aggressive. Ezreal, before that first back where he has to invest money in tier, can be so lethal as long as those Mystic shots are connecting.
They are there. And this time
Silas
it's
nanti
Nocturne
antara
that
ambil
actually
ulti
wins the
Nico
arm race. He's the
atau
one with
Ezreal
teleport,
biar
and
bantuin engage
Gumayushi
kalau
doesn't
dapet
because as
itu.
Ezreal you are
Pinter nih
given the
Datif
liberty
nih.
of doing so because
Pinter,
your kit
pinter.
has a built-in
Ini viewers
escape.
yang gue suka nih yang nggak
It's
perlu
something
gue
that I think
jelasin
T1,
lagi.
even though it wasn't necessarily that flashy, did actually end up using very well. We saw them out macro KT once they got control, really applying a ton of pressure to the lanes. As right now, both junglers I think towards that bot side, and Guma not having flash available might be looking for something there because both of them very strong early ganks as well.
Definitely true. Cuz continuing to clear out the red buff. And really need to continue to keep our eyes on the bottom lane. The flash, of course, expended. The heal expended, so a potential vulnerable point. Meanwhile, on the top side, Perfect, a lot of sustain, but really hasn't been able to wrest control of the lane in terms of overall priority. Constantly, however, threatening the knockup just to stop Doran from forcing this wave all the way in.
Yeah, the sustain on a Rek'Sai, so nice. And these tank matchups will eventually start to whittle them down and look for the extra pressure there. Meanwhile, speaking of pressure.
Owner wrapping around BDD. False sense of security because his bot lane is moving first, but the jungler already there. Nice initial sidestep, flash backwards onto Faker. The root connects. Good damage from BDD, but he can't quite finish the kill. And the flash expended means advantage to the side of T1.
You'll take that if you're owner. That means that once you hit 6, that is a Mel without an escape. If you do find your ultimate, BDD will be able to
high
maintain his
mechanic
pressure
banget
on
sih,
this
gue pengen
lane,
nonton sih main
but he
Nico
does
yang
have to
sebenarnya
pay
kayak
for it
gimana
heavily.
sih.
And the critical part is that T1, they don't overextend the play because Cuz and Peter were on the way there, and now they're looking at Guma.
Gue pengen lihat main Nico yang sebenarnya tuh harusnya
KT getting
gimana.
aggressive, just knocking down Gumayushi, taking first blood as Peter flawlessly turns into the Canyon minion to eat countless tower shots.
We've seen this so many times, and it actually does get old.
Hai Kak,
seeing
anak
that
newbie
happen again.
nimbrung nonton ya di sini.
Nico turning into the cannon so you can get that
Yeah,
massive
I'm right there with you, Kobe.
You can
Adel
just,
old.
you can
FPS
just
is
keep
here,
tanking
anjing.
tower shots. This one wasn't too egregious because they didn't have to take quite as many, but they pull off
Pandigot.
that play. And this was, again, Peter and Cuz playing together. They had linked up and they were looking
Adel
to counter the
FPS
mid play.
is here,
Then
bro.
after the mid play,
God
they
damn.
just turn their sights
Ayo,
wrap
spawn
around
di bikin
towards
gua.
bottom side of
God
the map,
damn, gila.
and they find the value there.
Now T1 resetting, putting Guma on the top side, knowing that he needs a bit more time. This is one of the downsides of Sivir. We know her to be this wave clear machine. She can take control of mid. She can empower these dive threats, and she can be a late game
Kok gitu
carry.
tiba-tiba
But early
kemarin
on, if
lu
she falls behind,
gaming,
she
lu
doesn't do
gaming
a
ya.
lot. T1 trying to get some more resources in Gumayushi's pocket, trying to give him time
Lu
to stack
gaming.
the coal so that he can be relevant in the fights to come.
And KT are off to another good start here, and for them, I imagine coming in, Scores has talked to them to. The early game was great. A lot of the things there went well. We're able to generate a lot of leads across the board. Early dragon stacking plus the grubs, but it was actually following through and not giving T1 any opportunities. We know how much resilience this team has. We've seen them do it again and again
Kapan lagi
and
Nyet,
again
Adel di
at
atas
Worlds.
kayak
A little bit of damage on the door, but he's silent
Adel
on 1v2, so he'll be fine. So
di
for
scoreboard
KT,
di
that's
atas
my
Kevin.
test.
Nah,
The
itu
objectives early, I
maksudnya.
trust that they can get, but can they actually keep that pressure up?
And this is one of the advantages of the Scion, right?
BRB
No
nonton
real
replay,
hard
Son.
CC to interrupt the
Nggak ada
decimating
isinya
smash here
replay gua.
in that bottom lanes. Means
Lu mau
Perfect
nonton Watchparty
can
gua
be
kemarin.
more at
Nggak ada
risk
isinya.
when he steps forward to clear. Luckily for him, however, Gumayushi is behind. There's not a lot of damage threat there. And it's Peter playing with fire, roaming into T1 jungles, giving perfect information to Cuz. Owner might have a false sense of security here. Doesn't have information on Cuz.
Pertanyaannya Adel pernah
Peter
nggak
now
dicucuk
committing a
Mas
little bit more.
TP?
Q
Nggak
over the wall, the
pernah.
ball breaker,
Siapa
immediate
yang
route to
pernah?
follow, but Owner gonna
Kevin.
flash to safety, uses the smite to secure the grubs.
Would you say worth?
I would say definitely worth. I mean, Peter and Cuz, again, we keep on highlighting
No, for Owner, because he got Grom. Yeah, come on, Kobe. You're a jungler.
I'm going to go, yeah, sure, I'll go worth there for owner.
Ayo
flash
fokus
for
lah, gue
Grom.
pengen ngeliat cara main
Honestly,
Neko.
highlighting, Peter and Cuz once again, doing the setup work there for the jungler to come over, and we'll see. Can they actually punish?
And actually, yeah, I love this from T1 because last time it was KT that were set up early in River where they were able to generate some big leads. This time the trap is the opposite. Perfect has made his way onto
Mana si
Guma,
Peter?
but just
Peter
doesn't
di
have
mana
the
sih?
damage yet. Not enough items yet to actually friend this Sivir, but does get the barrier.
Crucially does get that summoner. It is a small advantage, but it could matter in the next few minutes. T1, as you highlighted, though, get the initial setup, get the initial vision down, so know that they're safe here to take the first Drake of the game. KT with a small gold lead, but T1 balancing it out with this Cloud Drake. Cuz on the top side means no contest to come through, and T1 doing a better job of not giving away too much control in this game, too.
Dragon secured in the aftermath, and now you also get your level 6 here. for Owner, so we'll see if they can actually apply that pressure to the mid lane. They did burn BDD's flash.
Game 2 sih Kevin bukan cuma di bawah Adel tapi di dasar scoreboard.
BDD, and Cuz is doing the work to get him some extra vision around mid lane. Try and bridge that extra little timer, the window where you would be vulnerable to a J4 ultimate.
Gue bingung ngelihat mana yang Peter yang mana anjing.
Because if Owner just ults
Bro.
onto BDD and Faker gets on top of him, like, what do you do?
Gue bingung ngelihat Peter yang mana anjing.
Who again likes to play at range, slowly stack up that passive.
Kadang jadi Ezreal, kadang jadi jadi Vi, bingung cok.
End up being valuable in the fights to come, and there is that solo Nico. I think by far the best out of all of those, unless you really want to go for a very specific play with like the Vile. But generally, that Nico ult gets so much value. Silas has many ways to get on
Tapi
top
kalau
of his
misalkan dia jadi
opponents.
Ezreal nih, chat Ezreal kan range ya. Berarti dia
Rocket there he goes.
ngehit basicnya dia juga bakal range juga.
Flash out from Peter. Forced to use the heal as well.
Nyawanya pun ngikutin ya. Nyawanya pun ngikutin. Anjing GG dong.
That flash is going to be critical.
Yeah, double summoners off of the Nico, off of Peter could be very big. Is going to mean that KT will start up these grubs. So Peter heals up off those honey fruit.
And Faker doesn't have his ultimate available, so that might be the reason why T1 is a little bit hesitant. And also this time their skirmishing just isn't quite as strong, right? In the previous game, I think that they had so much power there.
BDD.
Not quite the case here.
Getting aggressive, access to the golden clips is there. Wants to reflect a bit of the damage back onto Faker.
Nah, ini contoh streamer yang pintar nih.
Crucially though, Faker no flash because of the previous play. Cuz still does have access to that ulti as we hear the farm alarm on the top side. Doran there just in time to clear out the wave.
I like
high mechanic
you know,
banget
we're
ya.
setting up some of these early fights are really
Senama-namanya pun berubah.
Early fist fights, an absolute bloodbath. One kill at 9 minutes.
I'm glad you guys are appreciating it with me. That's very nice. But we are seeing
less a war, more of like a telecom skirmish, telecom scouting mission,
a telecom polite, you know, discussion between. Oh, you will take dragon? You will take grubs. That's very nice. Thank you very much.
Deal. Honestly, though, I think we might be in for a long stretch of farming for Guma. You know, you talked about it earlier on. The Sivir here does need multiple items.
Di minimap sih bingung sih ngeliatnya anjing mana yang beneran mana yang palsu.
A Sivir Lulu comp here. Well, there's possibilities elsewhere.
Nice side set from BDD, just barely able to get away. Vault Breaker coming in for Cuz. Opts not to flash. The turn back from Owner is solid. Faker now on the way in himself. Trying to use the golden clips to keep things going. The Ezreal ulti across the top. BDD grabbing one. Faker will turn it back, but he's under the tower. And it's Cuz to take him down.
And it's the subterfuge from KT. Cuz actually spotted that Owner was there. So BDD says, let's go for the play. He's ready to make sure that Owner and Faker don't get on top of him. And once they do, they're too close to the turret. And it's a big win for KT.
Yeah, nicely done by BDD, flashing under, and then roots Faker under the tower so that they can get the 2-for-1, get the 3 kills here for the feats of warfare in the aftermath. And this is even with the beginning of the play is actually quite nice from Owner because he uses his unstoppable from Jarvan ultimate to avoid the CC from Cuz as he comes back in. But then Faker into the tower range, and BDD is able to at least root him before he goes down.
And it's BDD starts it up with a 2-man root, and then also is the one that secures it. And for me,
lagi menang mulu, ntar ujung-ujungnya kalah KT. Iya lagi tadi map 1 begitu ya, game 1.
It's fine, I'm going to set you up for that kill. I'm going to make sure you get your execute. And I'm going to make sure that we win this play.
And while earlier on we had about 1,000 gold lead for KT, it hadn't resulted in any major item completion, so the game still felt close. But now it's Cuz with the Sundered Sky ahead of schedule, ahead of the next Drake in 1 minute, and that is a massive early game spike.
Cuz again, I mean, he started last game with a really early spike as well. The Wukong, lots of early money, got to the Trinity Force very early on, and it just came down to the Dragon fights where T1 were able to turn around. This time around, though, since they're running the Sivir, and we do kind of project a longer term for T1's kind of attempts.
Ini prediksi gue bakal bener nih. Gue prediksi 3-2
KT with some really comfortable setups. Look at how deep their vision is on the bomb side of the map, and attempting another dive.
He's low, but reinforcements I think will be on the way, and it looks like the wave isn't in a position for them to actually make it happen. As perfect. A little scared there, but Doran can't clear the wave in time. But Faker being this low does mean that Prio is there for
Namanya
KT.
juga berubah,
Not FTP, but they're not letting him.
No mana for Doc Dom, still advancing forward, knowing that he has Peter behind him to cover.
Anjing maju terus ngetong ngentot banget ya. Berarti bentar, ada nggak yang momen pura-pura jadi clone? Ada nggak pura-pura jadi clone, Chat? Kejadian, Chat? Kan kalau di Valo kan ada TP Yoru, fake clone kan?
He can use his ultimate to join the fight, but Perfect actually finishes a Tanakai.
Aja gue jalan ke depan gitu, terus gue ngetong, atau gue ulti gitu.
Even without TP available.
No vision control of the pit. Finally a ward is dropped, but it might not matter. Peter with flash available.
The ult.
Cuz off to the side. Ulti from Doran's not going to catch anybody, but it might have zoned KT away enough. Doran likely to give his life here, but the Drake already down in favor of T1. On the hunt, popped. Perfect tunneling out to safety. T1 got what they came for. They're going to make a hasty retreat. They don't want the 5v5. Content trading that ulti of Doran for the Drake.
We'll see if they're able to get anything out of it, or if that is just going to be it. KT don't expend any major cooldowns. I think BDD and Doctum we're going to have to TP regardless. We'll get Doran's ult, but that's not really enough. The prio will continue with 2 Drakes early for T1. Definitely a big win.
Yeah, nice setup, and then, as you say, Doran coming down. Good ultimate from him to zone them off, secure it.
Ulti, cancel carry is reset. Doctum going to push one more wave. Likely has the Trinity Force in base, but just wants to deny a few more resources from Guma, who has done a good job of evening out what was an early game deficit. Has picked up the Essence Reaver, can essentially infinitely wave clear in mid if he's able to access that creep wave.
Would you see Doctum shoving this wave? Looking for his base. Trinity Force will be ready for the Ezreal. 1 item spikes to come through for every member of KT. Close to for T1 as well. Really only waiting for Doran. Neither support has that yet, as in about a minute.
Doctumnya udah Trinity, Ces.
Fight, I think, going to be a big breaking point, and we'll see if T1 needs to fight out. Do again want to echo T1? I don't think need to fight this, but knowing them, I think it's fairly likely that they will.
Would be fun to watch for sure. Trinity Force spike for Doctum, definitely very big here, so we expect KT to go set up towards that side of the map fairly quickly here. Only 45 seconds left on the clock, so they're going to transition their extra resources over this way. Doctum and Peter here first control the mid wave, and then wait for Cuz to rotate.
Anjing, kalau kayak gini situasinya menurut lu, T1 tahu nggak mana yang Doctum beneran?
Even with the shielding that Carrier can provide. Luckily for them, at least Guma has the red buff, a bit of extra sustain. The battle over mid prio has
Kalau kayak
begun.
gini menurut lu mereka tahu nggak mana yang clone, mana yang nipu, mana yang beneran, mana yang Niko, mana yang beneran?
This time it's Doctum that can do it in the 1v2, right? Being Ezreal, being really hard to punish. I also want to echo, last game it was the Poppy. This time for Carrier, on the Lulu, offensively, he doesn't get to have nearly as much agency, but he can kind of fulfill the same role. And Cuz is currently sitting on the biggest individual lead we have in the game. If he goes in too aggressively, and he gets hit by either the Poppy W, he gets ulted on, and gets knocked in the air by a wild grove.
Sama kayak Yoru aja, enggak kalau Yoru nggak beda. Kalau clone
again, T1, there's only 2
kan
big
kelihatan dari
carries. This early on,
pergerakannya.
the damage is still there.
Kalau ini kan kayak
layering into CC a little bit
lu
off.
pura-pura jadi, misalkan lu pura-pura jadi killjoy gitu. Bedainnya gimana? Anjing ultinya masuk.
Makes it a 1-for-1. Vaultbreaker coming in. Faker just CC'd for an eternity. The Kingslayer healing not available in time as Cuz is on a killing spree.
So T1's idea was to make the quick play before the Rift Herald fight, but KT, they close the trap, they get 2 back for themselves, and the teleport from Doran does signal they want something.
I need to be careful.
Tower going to fall. Likely not enough damage to kill Doran, but at least zoning him away as they set their sights on the objective. Herald already started. Cuz will secure it uncontested.
I did get tricked by Peter being Mel there. I'm like, oh, 11, good amount of... No, they don't have damage. The play still works out, though, very nicely for KT. They get Doran's TP, they're able to get topside turret, and Herald, this time there's no Talia in the game. That mid lane turret feels like it's sure to fall. And whereas last time, KT wasn't able to actually break the game, it feels like this time they're closer than they were able to in game 1 as this turnaround and the reinforcements for KT were beautiful.
Again, T1, they want to go after BDD. They want to take down the star player there for KT. But it is the rest of the team that assembles and they get there in time. T1 knew that KT were trying to do vision setup work over by the Rift Herald. So they knew they had to make that play really quickly. But being unable to do so means that not only do they lose the extra kill, but they also lost the objective. So now Rift Herald Eyeball in Cuz's inventory will allow KT to really press this lead. That thing basically is going to guarantee you another tower, and they can truly open up this gold lead.
Owner doing what he can with the standard to regain control of vision. And I gotta say, BDD has been really solid on the Mel. The use of the rebuttal to buy time has made what should be an easy kill combo
Masih belum tentu ini,
of this Jarvan paired with the Sylas really just take far too long to finish off what should be a very vulnerable control mage.
And when Faker and Owner are trying to attack him and they dive these towers, he's getting roots off on them under tower aggro.
Of course, Cuz is the big beneficiary when it comes to those kills, though. 1.2k individual
Ini
lead,
ngelihat
BDD
orang
for the
jago main
assists.
LoL tuh kayak
A bit of a farm
very satisfying
advantage,
ya.
holding on to a
Kayak
decent lead of
pergerakannya
his
tuh
own,
bener
has
tau gak
opted
sih?
for a bit of healing reduction. Gonna make things that much harder for Owner and Faker as the charge comes through.
And last time, this was the point where T1 turned the game. The lead this time is bigger for KT, but I think T1 don't want to let them get this dragon, want to get soap on themselves.
Faker's ulti available. Needs to hijack the ulti of Peter. Chip really starting to hurt onto Doran. Catch over the wall onto Cuz, the most fed member. They're immediately going to delete the rest of KT.
Oh, not
trying to
again,
pull
bro.
the trigger, but they can't
Not
quite find the
again.
angle. BDD docked them. They've got the range advantage. Peter waiting to peel for them if necessary. Perfect. Spots them in the darkness. The Tremor Sense showing him what he needs to see, but they've stopped moving or have moved out of range. He can't be certain now. The Q from Doran.
What? Oh, Nikonya masuk.
It's a golden eclipse
Wah, wah, wah,
from
wah, wah, wah.
BDD.
Oh, Nere masih hidup lagi.
Dawn for KT in game 2, but T1 are unconcerned.
Wah, gila.
Guma, Carrier,
Sengit.
standing.
Dogdam, jangan maksa. Dogdam, udahan gak sih Dogdam? Dogdam, udahan Dogdam. Aduh.
Ricocheting, tearing through the dreams of KT.
Guma with the moves at the end. He gets the extra kills and cleans up for T1.
And Carrier, I think he got the timing there on the polymorph perfectly as Faker with a blind chain. The follow-up is immediate, but the most important members on KT are still alive.
That play.
As we will take a look here as they attempt to turn onto Peter. And even though it doesn't quite work up, I think Doran was looking for the flash ult. Peter gets the ult off, which allows BDD to dish out damage. But watch here, Owner's low, and Perfect can't use his ult. If he stays alive, if he's able to get the execute, maybe that could have been enough.
So close, and then the Glitter Lance slows Doctum.
Flash.
Another
So
fight
that Guma's
breaking out
able
in the
to follow.
meantime. Guma potentially caught out Cuz, looking for a bit of revenge. Owner doesn't quite make it over the wall with the flag and drag, but the ball breaker taking him to safety, and Gumayushi does not care. Look at that record at the bottom of your screen. He might have faltered in the early game. He might have been behind in game 1 and game 2, but this man is a team-fighting demon. The dragon starting to fall.
Silas.
Turn back from Faker as he catches
Silas,
out
Culas.
Dom. Cuz there to try and peel, but it is too late.
Ya, Silas, Culas, oh,
Moving
mati.
in. A cataclysm across the top side. Perfectly
there.
canceled. BDD flashing over the wall. Gumayushi still living. Perfect on the chase. Peter wants to fire back. Cuz running for the hills. 2 down on the side of T1. But Guma might
kena
be
root, nice
enough.
root banget
Perfect.
Melnya.
Gets the
Wah,
fight.
BDD-nya
Tears
rootnya si
right
GG
through,
sih.
and now it's Owner picked off as well. KT fighting for their lives.
Wah,
BDD
rootnya kena
still
lagi.
standing crucially. The
Gila,
extra damage.
BDD, bro.
Doran set to fall. A double kill
Gile,
for the KT
BDD.
mid laner.
And BDD stands supreme on the mill.
Gile.
Stays alive through it
Gaming,
all.
gaming,
And that is going to
gaming,
be the
BDD.
Otacon.
Mantep nih mobil listrik nih.
BDD said in the
BDD
trailer
seal.
that he was inspired to become a mid laner by Faker's play, and he was inspired to pick Mel in this
Wah,
game
gila, tapi
by
rootnya
Faker, and
GG
he's
sih.
dominating on the Mel.
Rootnya GG
Clutches it back
banget,
up, and it's after a
anjing.
huge play from Faker, but BDD is able to use the ultimate to snipe him at the end.
And it's an overplay here. T1 try to force the hand. They waited in game 1, but they're not actually able to get on top of BDDU. Flashes over the pit, and then Peter ensures that Perfect can get
Wah,
on
itu rootnya
top
bagus
of
banget
Guma.
sih.
And all the while BDD just stacking up the passive, getting the damage down, and this is a really crucial team fight win here for KT.
The funniest part to me
Faker
is
tuh nggak pernah
that
bosen apa
while
ya sama
BDD was
rambutnya
chasing
sendiri
down
kayak
the
anjing
last of
bosen
those
gua.
kills, Cuz was actually just doing
Ganti
blue
gaya
buff.
He was almost
He
dead.
was like, you guys got this. He's going to steal away the blue buff.
You got it, buddy.
Yep, they also grab the dragon in the aftermath, so KT
Gue kalau jadi Faker udah 20 tahun rambut gue kayak gitu, gue pasti bosen
team
kayaknya.
fight really is meaningful. They put a stop to the T1 dragon stacking.
And you can see how team fights go wrong for T1. Even though Gumayushi's
Oh,
been
20
allowed
tahun
to
gue
live
rambut
for so
kayak begitu
long
dong
in these
kayak
fights,
bosen.
if Doran and
Gue
Owner
pasti ganti
don't quite
rambut.
have the damage to finish these kills, it's really hard for Guma to get in position to follow up, to chase down here. He has so many members of this team to work through, and T1 despite the deficit, have been fighting very well, but KT clearly upping their game in this draft and in this performance in Game 2.
And that's one of the issues that we did see with the Sylas, right? Because you have this hyper carry in Gumayushi, who has the backup of the Lulu as well. But Faker, he's very cooldown gated, and he has been falling behind thus far, has been going for a lot of plays, and as we all know, Faker ain't no coward. He's going to keep going for those plays. But he does need to line up with the rest of his team, and I think that his role, particularly as we get deeper into the game, needs to be one of a little bit more restrained, because the damage from Doran and Owner is going to become less and less relevant as the game goes on.
Gumayushi, the hope for T1 to carry a lot of the DPS for later on. I still think some of these looks from Faker have been good looks as far as the initial pick, but the counterplay from KT has been so good, especially in that last one, grabbing the extra kills. And now you're looking at BDD over a 2,000 individual gold lead and trying to create his death cap right now. As soon as BDD gets death cap, this Mel is already obliterating people. It is just going to delete members of T1.
Already has that XP advantage too. And this is something that it's just going to make the game so difficult for T1 because, yes, diving on the Mel is good, but if you make one mistake, we've seen he's already able to turn these fights with his damage, and that number's only going to be going up.
We're also seeing the lack of mid lane turret actually being really rough for T1, right? You need to play so much safer, especially because your support is Lulu. You don't really have the ability to just go in and face check, really easily regain control. You always need a bodyguard. You need someone to make sure. And this is
Faker tuh nggak perlu wamil dari LoL karena apa ya? Kok bisa sih?
We've seen, as we highlighted coming in, Rek'Sai has been
semua lane menang kecuali Dokdam. Jujur Dokdam.
I think thus far he has been able to find the backline accesses. Because in Faker, one's teammates going to take a glance at one another. Nothing's going to happen now. But the Otacon already taken by KT. Their next site's going to be on either the Baron in a minute or that Dragon. Second Drake for them. Coming up at about 2 minutes.
Neither side at soul point quite yet, although T1 certainly would love to be set up for it, especially with that Sivir just continuing to scale. How durable those team members can become, but Baron, more important, 43 seconds, perfect, trying to push in this wave. A lot of damage to finish that tower up, and now
Ezreal ini tuh ADC kan, Chat?
It's just such a goofy champ.
Harusnya dia yang carry kan?
He just tunnels away.
Apa gue salah?
I just hope that jungle Rek'Sai doesn't get nerfs for all this top lane Rek'Sai.
This is what you have to accept.
That was seeing from the pros.
It's collateral damage, Kobe.
Be happy that she's played.
Harusnya dia yang tas kan?
No.
Tunneling away, getting the turrets.
That's how Kobe felt about Volibear, and then look what they did to Volibear. It got nerfed.
You want to talk about it?
I do not. What I want to talk about is what you guys brought up earlier, and it is the supporting cast for BDD on this team. Because it is so heartwarming hearing the interviews from all of the KT members talking about how they want to perform well for BDD so that he can shine the brightest. Peter especially talking about he really wants it for BDD because BDD deserves it. And so we've seen a lot of, the Nico play, him still just getting off Nico ultimate as he's about to die, trying to get these setup plays. Those double roots between him and BDD have been very critical. Now, though, Doran is looking at Dokdam.
Dokdam, unaware of the Scion, but knows that he has relative safety. Has to be careful about walking forward towards that
Dokdam!
And Doran perfectly placed. Dokdam baited. Dokdam far too confident.
Bener-bener nih Dokdam nih dari tadi nih.
Wait, makes Scion look like an assassin here. Walks into the charged up Q. And that is the perfect play.
Such a good sell there as well. But, KT, they're turning the tables on them.
Quiet.
Start the sneak.
Quiet.
Oh, no. I think they're there you go. They're aware.
Now they spot it, but how quickly are they taking it? It's a Mel with a death cap.
We don't know. Look at where Owner is.
Now ready to turn back. But still, Cuz continues to hit the target. BDD ready to clear the wave. Doran not afraid to walk up. He knows they don't really have the damage to finish the kill.
Doran smells it.
Cuz 9K, but he is determined to take this objective. The blast shield keeping him relatively healthy. BDD poking off to the side. Gumayushi for now uncontested. Rebuttal already used. 4 seconds till Dokdam is up and available. And he has the TP.
I actually love this stall from KT. They're able to deny the soul point.
Pulling away T1 from that dragon for now. Doran is going to go back for his recall. He was the one with the watchful eye staring at them at the Baron. KT, though, as you say, they're going to teleport right down to that dragon and start it themselves.
And I think
kalau Gumayushi ditukar Dokdam, menurut lu siapa yang bakal menang?
Guma didn't have his eye, just now finishes it, and BDD did have his death
Gumayushi jadi
so fighting
ADC-nya
just
KT.
before really your main hyper carry has that crucial third item breakpoint. Definitely not the right call, but it's really the confidence of KT to say, hey, you killed Dom, that's fine, we're going to put some pressure. As he finishes the Serpent's Fang, which against Lulu and Cyan, going to get a ton of value.
Selama supportnya carry-nya ya, yaudah carry-nya juga pindah deh.
Can the Sivir with 3
Gumanya
items
pindah, carry-nya pindah.
outplay this
Ditukar.
KT, you know, dive
Jadi Dogdam
plus
Peter
melt
pindah
damage? Because
ke
Mela's
T1,
very long
Guma
range.
carry-nya pindah ke
Sivir,
KT. Siapa yang
well,
menang?
she does do well in team fights later on and can ricochet and make use of Lulu very well. Sometimes it is hard to play around longer range champions like Mel poke damage and Ezreal poke damage here. So have to be cognizant both of the engages from the Nico as well as dodging a lot of skill shots.
And again, we're looking at Guma to be the difference.
Bubar
Dogdom has
aja
really
T1.
been kind
Kan
of
masih ada
silenced by the
Faker.
attention that T1 have
Kan
paid
masih
him
ada
by his own
Faker.
misstep in the
Katanya
mid lane.
Faker goat.
At 3 items matching
Masa
Sivir
ditukar
isn't
dua
really
langsung
where you
kalah,
want to be on
gimana
the
sih?
Ezreal has gone for the Serpent's Fang, but in the face of crit itemization, it's going to be so hard to match the damage that Sivir is bringing to the table.
Everyone holding their breath for
Yang
the
menang
next
Genji.
team fight to see if KT can turn this gold lead into a team fight victory for one of these critical
So nanya draft,
objectives.
emang lu bisa main
Baron is
LoL?
on the
Bisa.
map. Scuttle Crabs
Gila ya
have
lu, jaga mulut lu.
transformed. They can pop this and then immediately clear out the rest of the vision.
Kalau gue
and
nggak
then
bisa
try
main
and
LoL, mana
draw
mungkin yang
T1
nonton lebih
over.
dari 1000,
I love
bro.
it when
Come on, man.
you know, we talk to
Pikir.
these players like, oh man, they're doing so, and then you look at the damage charts and like, yeah, that
Dikit
tracks.
skip.
This to me is a breaking point for the world's title. If KT are unable to actually take this game, you're going down 0-2 against the most successful org of all time. That's perfect. Will get spotted, but is Rek'Sai, so should be okay for now. But for KT, they haven't been able to really break the game. This gold lead has, I think it was the highest, like maybe 4.5K.
Streamer LoL nomor 1, bro.
Stymied.
Come on, man. Ada nggak orang main League of Legends yang nonton 2.600 di Indonesia? Nggak ada.
Sums up with a Scion, with a maybe defensive ult from Faker if he can get that Nico.
Ini gue cuma nonton aja yang nonton 1.600. Ya, apalagi gue main,
Game 1 felt
bay.
2 to 3K gold lead.
Jangan
this game
main-main
4.5.
kau, Le.
As you said, if that's not enough to close, you start to wonder if any lead really is. T1 have not played flawlessly. Faker and Owner over pushing a bit. It's what's given BDD this massive lead on top of, you know, being able to play those side lanes so well. But now level 16 for BDD. He has the tools. He has the damage to carry these fights. But can all of KT
Kalau main
execute
400
together?
itu
Because
maksud
T1
gue.
thus far in the series have just been playing the team fights better.
It all comes down to this. The final series of the year
Cuman
for
bisa
League of
jana,
Legends.
sorry ya.
Can KT
Yang
make
ngomong
their
kayak gitu
stand?
udah
They've
pernah
got vision
juara
on
Aram
Baron.
belum?
Currently, I believe we're just awaiting the Guardian Angel
Udah pernah juara
completions.
TFT
It
belum?
should be
Kalau
very
belum, diem deh.
similar for both Owner as well
Diem,
as
diem,
Cuz. But it's
Gue udah
just
pernah
such
juara.
a huge breakpoint for junglers.
Lu boleh
Both of them
champions.
being the heavy
Lu boleh
engage. So then we'll
Emerald
get to
lah,
see
apalah,
at the next
Challengers lah.
the
Udah pernah juara belum,
confrontation
bos?
here. Or if someone is able to maneuver some vision around the Baron, he's got a lot of tunnels available to him.
Nothing gonna happen for now. And maybe both teams don't want to run the risk of just starting Baron, right, with the amount of damage that's available on either side. KT, though, definitely going to play for vision here, and their damage, if BDD is there with the W from Cuz, definitely can do a lot of denting to that Baron.
TP up towards the mid lane, coming in
Dogdam
from
nih, Dogdam nih,
Doran.
Dogdam nih, Dogdam nih.
T1
Dogdam nih.
seemingly
Dogdam
ready
nih.
and willing to force the fight here. They have
Dogdam
buffers
nih.
in their favor. They know Perfect must respond, so they have a brief window of opportunity to take control of the pit.
Interesting breakpoint, too, because Cuz finished this Guardian Angel, but Owner did not. So they have one extra life here for KT for the moment. Doesn't look like T1 are going to give them much just yet.
And because of the lack of soul point, both teams can actually just go for Baron if the other one over-invests onto a Camtech soul. I do think that this is one of those games where particularly T1 will get a crazy amount of value out of it. Both the shielding and the amount of help that's available, the healing, as Cuz walks in. We'll just steal away that
Gameplay lu
buff.
ngantuk
Takes the
kebanyakan
blue buff.
yapping.
Bot wave pushed in favor of KT. Top wave pushed in favor of T1. Dogdom using the Ezreal ulti to try to get control of the wave, but the angle's a little bit off. Shouldn't matter too much. Mystic shot still giving him the range
Juara,
advantage
bos.
over Guma. Area healing up.
Juara, bos.
As he does get sniped by it. Well caught, Chronicler.
Tetap juara, bos.
Of course, and this is the point of the game where, as much as I would
Juara,
love
bos.
to tell you that the center of your screen matters, this is really just about the mini-map. It's about the pushing waves. It's about who can find these little advantages. Good
Juara,
news for
bos.
KT, getting that TP out of Doran, holding on to Perfect's TP for
Respect.
themselves.
Respect my fucking
They
name,
need
bro.
to get more
Juara,
if they
bos.
want to be favored in this fight.
GA's done. The third item for Faker also has a stopwatch BDD. Not a full completion quite yet. as there is perfect vision set up and the waves are pushed. So KT should be feeling good about setting up this dragon.
Ooh, the Lord Doms just got completed by Guma as well. Big power boost here. 4-item Sivir.
Hashtag respa.
Oh, they call him the bluff. They know.
Full committing. T1 now turning to Baron. They don't want to risk the contest here. Owner starting the objective. As
Dog
you
them
get
nih,
into the
dog them.
fight, keep your eyes on the key
Dog them nih,
carries.
dog them.
Guma and BDD.
Dog them.
If either one falls,
Ayo, dog them.
their team
Kenapa
very
dog them
likely to
ngelibat
win
ya?
the fight. Interrupt there. The Baron not very
Kayak nggak ada
quick.
rasanya gitu loh.
Chemtech Drake down. Soul point there. Might just come
Dog
down
them
to
nih, dog them.
50. Cuz on the way. T1 tried to make the counterplay, but walk away empty-handed.
The poke damage is
gitu ya,
really
dog them
good
ya.
from KT. The double range advantage we talk about with Ezreal, with the Mel here, finding a lot of success.
The Serpent's Fang as well. And KT just called their bluff. They're like, normal teams, they see T1 start Baron, like, okay, we have to, because you know they'll commit. But KT, cognizant of the amount of damage that T1 has, and it's simply not enough. As the soul point of this Chemtech soul now secured for KT.
And really double value out of that, because
ini
not only
chest.
do they call T1's bluff, Perfect also able to get some pressure down on the opposite side of the map. And this is the map play that we saw from KT in the early game of Game 1, but was sorely lacking in the later stages. That said, T1 constantly on the hunt, waiting, looking for these angles. If KT make one tiny mistake, they're looking to pounce.
T1 now looking
Sengit
to
ini.
pounce. Docked him in the river, but he is
Lu
Ezreal.
tinggal
Knocked Dom.
Way!
Pass on the wall. Peter looking to make a play. Lockdown onto Faker.
Mas
Looking to turn it back. Root is
Peter!
connected as well. Faker's been caught. Buys a
Perfect.
brief moment
Dog dam.
with the Seekers.
Kerja
The
dog
rest of
dam.
T1 retreating. Perfect buying a bit more
Perfect
space. And the tunnel over the wall.
Kabur.
It's a heist. He buys the time to take Faker down. Doran with a decimating
Peter,
smash.
Peter.
Peter on the chase. They'll only
Oi.
connect onto one. But it's enough to start the fight in
Bukan
their
GG
favor.
Gaming, bro.
Fumayushi untouched.
Buset,
But he's
BDD sih
also
jago
not
sekali,
able to
bro.
do any damage.
Sumpah.
Cuz keeping it going. KT pushing into the
BDD sih
jungle of
sakit
T1,
sekali, anjing,
zoning
nggak
them
bohong
away
gua.
from the Baron as they set their sights on that Red Bull Baron
BDD
power
sih.
play.
They win the critical fight.
BDD-nya
They
sih
find Faker.
gameplay
They get
sih,
the
nggak bohong
advantage.
gua.
And Perfect is able to
Jago banget,
escape.
anjing.
Wait a second.
BDD flash. Doran forced to
anjing.
flash back over the
Tergocek,
wall.
bro.
Sidestep with a decimating
Buset,
smash. Peter there to
ngejuk-ngejuknya.
cover. Guma can't push for anything else. Doran getting chunked down.
Bye.
That's the ulti to seal it.
Gila,
BDD
BDD.
going godlike. Guma
BDD,
alone
bro.
in the mid lane.
Bro, BDD,
Objective
bro.
solo
Dog dam nih,
going.
dog dam.
Owner zoned
dam
up.
nih.
Perfect there with the knockup.
Babi nih
Needs
orang
to
nih.
lock it down. Owner's not going to have a chance. KT, it takes some time, but they take down the Baron.
In the last game, KT
BDD-nya
went for a
jago
couple of team
banget,
fights.
anjing.
They didn't go their way, and they didn't get to play
Gila,
the
Melnya
video
BDD sih
game. This
gameplay,
time,
Ces.
it's restraint.
Jago
They're waiting
banget.
patiently, find the opportunity
Diayam-ayamin,
that they
anjing.
needed, as it is the catch onto Faker that
Ini
sets it
admin
all
yang
up.
sungguhnya
Exactly,
datang,
the
cik.
root into Vi combination, gets his Zonias early, and then here, Perfect at the back. This is one of the best changes they made to Rek'Sai. After using your ult, your W just goes on a 1-second cooldown, so you can then use Tunnel
Rootnya-
to escape. It adds so much more survivability
Rootnya
to the
manja,
champion.
manja,
Being
manja,
able to
manja,
escape, and on the world stage, they show it. Then the rest of KT, after they took down Faker, they could push through for the chase.
I love as well there, because maybe I think the rest of T1 could have gone for a play to try and save Faker if it wasn't for Peter also holding the angle there. You can't just walk past the Nico because Peter held his ult, and now the Red Bull Baron power play 4KT, 8K, 9K gold lead here.
Kerja lu, Dok Dam.
45 minutes in.
Guma,
Kerja lu, Dok Dam.
4 items, has a bit of lifesteal, can clear the waves, but the range, the
Enggak,
threat
Chat, coba.
that
Gue mau
KT
nanya
can
deh. Di
bring
MOBA
with
kayak
the
gini,
Ezreal, with
yang
Bell
harusnya
from BDD, 11,
damage-nya paling
3,
banyak,
3,
kill-nya paling banyak tuh apa? Mid apa ADC?
individual gold lead. His first competitive game looking damn good. Faker going golden. The second the chains miss, he doesn't want to push for anything else.
Dog
Ball
dam
break
nih, dog
over the
dam.
wall from Kaz, ready to go, but he's not going to overextend because the mid lane's already falling. KT taking their sweet time with this one, knowing that T1 have one shot to turn this back in their favor.
It's just Guma. He's just a Sivir trying his best, but
Tergantung draft
KT
ADC,
doesn't
tapi
give him the
Ezrealnya
opportunity
itu
to do any
damage-nya gede
damage.
ngepok terus.
Perfect continuing to push, has access
Tapi
to the
bukan
tunnel to
finisher
escape.
ya dia ya.
He's been
Dia
a
cuma
thorn in the
ngepok-ngepok
side of this
doang yang
T1
nge-finish si
lineup.
Mel ya.
So many Rek'Sais haven't been able to find this level of performance, but Perfect has been a nightmare for T1 to manage. Waiting now off on the side. Takes out the control ward. A single empowered cannon minion pushing as another wave stands behind KT, ready to keep the siege going.
The siege
Gitu,
is
gimana
unrelenting
streamer
from
pinter nggak menurut lu?
KT. The Baron buff still
Streamer
buffing up the cannon.
pinter, nggak perlu
The
kalian
poke damage
jelasin, gue udah
still coming
ngerti.
through.
Ya ilah, kocak. lu
Owner
pada.
faking the engage,
Game kayak
throws
begini
down
aja
the flag,
simple kok,
misses.
nggak ngerti.
With the Q to
Sederhana
ensure
ini
that he
game
doesn't
dia
go
tuh,
too
dog
far
dam.
forward.
Dog dam.
KT don't quite break open that bot lane inhibitor.
looks like instead they're going to base. They still have perfect timing here on the Baron. That sets up for the Chemtech Soul. That's what they're going to play towards. Mid lane inhibit, not the best one. Faker might actually get his death cap, which would be a colossal spike for him to get. I just don't know if they're going to have an opportunity to actually contest, as, again, Perfect to me has been playing on the edge of these engages so nicely this entire game.
And the other thing to remember is that Faker had taken away Peter's ultimate in the previous fight. Now, of course, has access to the cease and desist. Now wants to make the play onto Perfect. Perfect able to get the blast cone out. That mega blast cone keeping him healthy. KT standing strong, poking T1 as they walk into this choke point. BDD waiting for some of those major cooldowns to be used before he takes a step forward. Mega Blast Cone getting 2 members of T1 over the wall. KT retreating back down to the bottom lane as Cuz starts the objective. Flag there, spots the objective play. Faker on the flank. Perfect not going to give him the angle. KT starting to retreat, starting to get forced backwards. Doran to kick things off. Peter to look for the interrupt. Faker using an ulti of his own to be stolen away. BDD taking another fight.
Bisa cabut nggak? Anjing BDD-nya mau kacok BDD-nya.
Making it work, but PD's owned away by Carrier. And all of KT now collapsing on the T1 support. At the end of the day, it is only Owner, and he cannot stop the soul. KT get the soul, and they want the Nexus too! Perfect continues to push down. They've learned, they've adapted, they've stayed strong in the face of the game 1 loss. KT firing back against T1, but do they have the power to end the game? Another TP, Doctum on the way. Doran giving everything to clear the waves. Owner and Carrier here. Surely the Ezreal is enough, but the creeps are falling back. Doran remains standing. T1 are not out of it yet. Doctum needs more, and he cannot get it. Kuma's up in 10 seconds. The reinforcements from T1 will arrive. T1 will cling on to this game. No Baron up minions means that KT, even with the damage dealers dead, does not get the opportunity to actually end. And T1 battered, but they'll get one more shot to try and deny KT a chance to equalize the series.
The roller coaster keeps going up. So look at BDD trying to kite Owner and Doran on the bottom side. Meanwhile, Peter had the massive engage, which allowed Cuz and Perfect to go kill off the Sivir.
And with Sivir taken out of the fight, really the only one is Faker, and he was caught by that counter engage. And with even BDD going down, doesn't matter if you don't have your own damage dealers. As in about a minute, the Baron will come up, 2 inhibs are down, and
next
KT
respect ban Mel nggak sih? Udah ke ban kan, jadi nggak bisa dimainin lagi di next series kan. Sampai seri-seri, sampai gamenya selesai, champion yang udah di-pick tuh nggak bisa di-pick lagi kan.
If he has the space to work, he can do the necessary damage. Death Cap's still a little bit of a ways away for Faker. Likely he recalls and finishes it here, but in the previous fight, did have the Pot Blossom, but couldn't find that big angle, couldn't find that big moment to shift the fight in the favor of T1.
And the timer is great for KT because it's the bot lane inhib that is still down for another 3.5 minutes. Mid lane not that valuable, especially against the Sivir, but that bot lane needs to be answered or it can just straight up end the game.
Patience, the name of the game for KT. They don't need to take any risks. We've seen the players, they've gotten over-eager in game 1. They've made some of those fumbles. Doctom getting caught in the mid lane just earlier this game. But the push is in their favor. The map is in their favor. They don't need to risk anything. And still, they'll take their time walking into the jungle. This time around, Doran won't be able to find the blind decimating smash, but the ulti to kick things off, he connects onto the wall. Perfect waiting on the back line. Doctum untouched, BDD untouched. Doran straying way too far forward in a moment of miscommunication. Down goes the top laner of T1. KT start the Baron.
That faceplant means Baron, boys.
It was always going to be a Hail Mary from T1 if they wanted to get back in this game, but that one does not hit the mark. That's Baron, the second one for KT.
When we talk about T1 hitting a wall, I didn't expect it to be so literal. As KT now push on the top side.
Got him good there.
18 out of 20 for that one.
Perfect score, some would say. Perfect himself, of course, has the Randuin's available, or doesn't have it available, but has the slow. The crit damage reduction makes him such a nightmare for Guma to deal with, even with the armor penetration from the Lord Dominic's. KT again in this position where they keep that long-range siege going. BDD not showing on vision yet. The last inhib tower falling down. Inhibitors following after. T1, a last desperate hold here in game 2. If they can turn it back, it takes them to match point, but KT set to even up the series in the 2025 World Finals. Doran isolating Cuz. Peter going forward, finds 3 with the knockup. Perfect there to follow, but Faker turns it right back and knocks down Peter. Ducked him. BDD still standing. He's shredding through everybody. The Sivir finally allowed to take over the fight. But they managed to take him. Faker's still alive in the scrappy fight. The extra healing is making all the difference. Dogtime doesn't quite have the damage that he needs. KT holding on for dear life. Dogtime.
Gila banget. Perfect nggak mati-mati anjing. What the fuck, bro?
A final hold for T1. It almost turns in their favor. But Perfect is going to end the game. Guma dies, and so does T1. KT even up the series.
And I can't believe I'm saying this, but Perfect, reliable as all hell in this game, doesn't go down.
Gila anjing.
Deals the damage, and with the alpaca thumbs up,
tapi perfect
brings KT to 1-1.
KT resilient on this stage. They bounce back in game number 2. They create such a lead, but it still seems so difficult.
Perfect sih,
brick by
perfectnya,
brick,
sumpah.
piece of gold by piece of gold. KT, they have defeated T1 in the second game to even up the series.
It's incredible, incredible stuff. But before we talk about that game and what's ahead in the series, we saw him in the opening ceremony. Now let's check out the world debut of Zahan. Take a look.
Wah, gila anjing sumpah.
He's shredding through. Peter going forward, finds 3 with the knockup. Perfect there to fall, but Faker turns it right back and knocks down Peter. Ducked off. BDD still standing.
Kok dia bisa nggak mati-mati sih, Cep?
Through everybody. The Sivir finally allowed
Kok dia bisa nggak
to take over
mati-mati
the
sih?
fight. But they managed to take him. Faker's still alive in the scrappy fight. The extra healing is making all the difference. Dogtime doesn't quite have the damage that he needs. KT holding on for dear life. Dogtime able to find the kill. Perfect, cause Dogtime falls. A final hold for T1. It almost turns in their favor. But Perfect is going to end the game. Guma dies, and so does T1. KT even up the series.
And I can't believe I'm saying this, but Perfect, reliable as all hell in this game, doesn't go down.
Gaming sumpah. Real gaming. Ini si Zahen Malik ini. Ini Zahen Malik, chat. Oh ini Sin. Siapa lagi Sin?
Incredible debut. Zahin just made his mark on
Itu
the League of
Zahin,
Legends
anjing, kok
universe. And joining me right now is Paul Beleza, executive producer for League of Legends.
What's up?
Welcome.
Thank you.
I feel like it's our yearly catch-up.
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
Resmi
it's our
World
one-on-one
Finals.
here.
How are you doing?
I'm great.
Yeah.
That match was incredible.
I know.
They're both in it. We're having a series. It's going to be great.
I'm sorry you had to witness what a KT fan is live. Talking about what we've seen so far, the stage looks sick, the finals is sick. What did you think about the opening ceremony?
I thought it was incredible. I mean, like, there was just everything kind of came together, right? And then the music and just the storytelling that we've been building up all year is fucking cool.
All right, Paul, tell me, what was the vision behind the newest champion that we just
So, you know, as you can kind of see, right, this whole theme's been building towards sacrifice and this kind of doing the right thing, this kind of moment where you have to be brave. And so that's very much a human moment. I think Zahen and Zin kind of coming together for that is all about this transformation. And we really wanted to create something that was awe-inspiring and just kind of get you in the feels. And we're just humbled to be able to debut that to everybody here.
I love hearing this. One of the big questions, though, whenever a champion is going to be released, is the speculations online. Where is it going to be played? What is the goal for this champion? Tell me more about the kid.
So this guy's a top laner. He's a fighter. He's a bruiser. And he's really all about auto-attacking. So the more he's auto-attacking, the more that damage is going to increase, the more he's going to be able to sustain. And that's very much of a Darkin. He's a kind of good guy Darkin. So he's still good, dangerous. And the more he gets up and close to you, the more he has chances to stay alive. He has a revive. So we're really excited about that. I think he's going to be a lot of fun and just bring something new to the space.
When is it dropping live?
PBE tomorrow.
Okay.
And then we're going to have him out on 25/23. 25.23. 23.
Exciting. Now, Paul, thank you for joining me. Before I let you go, do you have any closing thoughts for the fans here in the arena? And also maybe venturing a prediction, 1-1 right now. What do you expect?
I want 5 games.
All right.
I want 5 games. I want to see KT stay hungry, right? Keep it calm, keep it cool, and then do what they got to do. But, you know, if T1 does what they do, we'll be fine with that too. But, you know, it's always nice to see some fresh faces do good work.
Closing thoughts for the fans here who are watching finals?
This has been such an incredible world. I've met so many players here in China, and they're so passionate and lovely, and just like we're all bonded by this League of Legends experience. It's been humbling. I love it.
Paul, it was amazing catching up with you again.
Like
Enjoy
dulu
this
chat,
Telecom
jangan lupa
war,
like dulu
and
chat.
Thank you so much. And that's all for us here for now. We will be right back for Game 3 in just
Chat,
a
like
couple
dulu chat, like
minutes.
dulu chat.
The Telecom war is on. Let's see what happens.
The Dragon starting to fall. Turn back from Faker as he catches out Doc Dom. Cuz there to try and peel, but it is too late. Owner moving in. A Cataclysm across the top side. Perfectly canceled. BDD flashing over the wall. Gumiushi still living. Perfect on the chase. Peter wants to fire back. Cuz running for the hills. 2 down on the side of T1. Maguma might be enough. Perfect. Gets the bite. Tears right through him, and now it's Owner picked off as well. KT fighting for their lives. BDD still standing crucially. The extra damage. Doran set to fall. A double kill for the KT mid laner.
And BDD stands supreme on the mill.
For your lives, the rest of T1 begins to collapse. Faker's gonna fall. And Faker still stands. He has
Lihat sinematik baru nggak sih, Jen? Emang udah keluar?
Demacia, now and forever.
Sambil nunggu nonton Dota Sound final juga. Itu yang di Dota tuh yang di Singapura kan? Blast bukan sih itu? Chat, kalau misalkan chat besok kita IRL gimana? Ada yang setuju nggak, chat? Kalau besok kita IRL setuju nggak? Pasti IRL bandara. Kok IRL bandara? Ngapain anjing IRL bandara?
When I was a player,
ngapain kocak
I
IRL
always like
bandara?
make a misplay. Maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest. Something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
아맛 이리?
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한
완전
플레이가
짱이야.
자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Canggih amat kursinya. Kelewat gaming sih itu kursinya.
Red Bull gives you wings.
anjing. Head dulu, head. Guys, gue penasaran deh. Ini. Bongo Song. Kalian ada yang tahu lagu ini nggak?
Kalian ada yang tahu lagu ini nggak, Chat? Ini lagu banger loh, sumpah. Ada yang tahu lagu ini nggak? Ada yang tahu lagu ini nggak, Chat? Ini lagu legend anjing, sumpah. Masih dipakai sekarang di klub-klub. Ini lagu banger, sumpah nggak bohong. Ini lagu banger banget. Kok muda? Kok tahu Mas di klub ya kan? Gue pernah ke klub lah. Gak usah pura-pura suci dah gue mah. Pernah mah pernah. Ini banger sumpah. Bagian ininya menurut gue banger banget sih. Oke. Cukup sampai situ saja karena YouTube sudah memperingatkan saya lagunya mereka nggak suka gue muter lagu itu. Cukup sampai situ saja. Aduh, bagian bangernya lagi anjing, itu bagian itu banger banget. Jujur baru tahu judulnya ternyata ini. Sumpah, gue tuh sempet nyari. Ini tuh judulnya apa? Lama banget anjing. Gue udah lama banget nyari tahu lagu itu tuh judulnya apa. Tapi emang lagunya tuh enak banget dan timeless, tau gak sih? Jadi apa namanya bagian beat yang itu banger, sumpah nggak bohong. Banger banget, gue suka banget lagu itu. Gue pertama kali denger lagu itu SD, kelas
KT fight and
SD
get
kelas
one
4 ya kalau nggak
back.
salah.
1-1 between T1 and KT in our grand final, meaning we get at least 4 games. I'm so incredibly happy. KT, they had honestly good starts to both games, but I want to take a look at this following HyperX Reflex replay where Peter just gets the 3-man root after he ults.
The patience that was demonstrated by Peter first to hold on to the E to make sure that he could lock down Faker to find that initial pick. But then keep track of this man as we follow up in the ensuing team fight, because he's going to utilize Doran to punish the backline of T1. Doran desperately trying to help his team escape, acting as that front line, and there the root gets the extended range, connects onto 2, which sets up for KT to run T1 down and win the deciding team fight of this game.
Yeah, and I really want to call out as we take a look at Peter's Pop Blossom step back extension again. Also perfect at the beginning of the fight to kind of set it up.
SD kalau ke klub minumnya apa? Hennessy lah bro.
On this Rek'Sai.
Quietly, did you see the end of that game? If it wasn't for perfect, perhaps we'd be telling a different story. And I think it's so cool that it is Peter and perfect. Of course, we're going to highlight more, right? But these were some of the question marks. They've had an amazing Worlds run. Can they replicate that in the grand final, Emily? So far, yes.
Well, the biggest thing is we talked after game 1 about where the KT need to step up. They need to step up their coordination in these team fights. We just saw from that play that we ran how their coordination is working. And I also want to point out, KT's early games have been really, really strong, and it begins and ends with Cuz.
I mean, the whole early game, the way in which they're gaining control through making proactive players on the map. The fact that Cuz is punishing everywhere across the board is really exciting to see, and it comes back to those players as well. We're seeing resources being given to Perfect in the top lane. We're seeing those ganks working alongside Peter to make early game action happen. And the fact that these players are stepping up on the biggest stage, there's always the question of nerves.
Enggak, dulu gue tanya nih sama kalian. Dulu waktu kalian SD, kalian beli bros, apa sih bahasanya, pin, logo skater nggak, terus diselipin di apa namanya bagian lengannya tas. Kalau nggak, lu nggak culture.
Right? From level 1, you can see how they're trying to play super aggressively. I really love how they played around the bot lane. And I also love the way that both Cuz and Peter are working together to set up these early games.
We talked so much about Cuz and BDD coming in to to this Worlds Finals side by side, and Vedi, you have a lot of good things to say about this jungler.
Absolutely, I do, because you're completely right. The two together are really kind of the foundation of what keeps this engine moving. Cuz provides that early game impact, and then BDD, we saw him at the end of that game running with 12 kills on the Mel, providing the damage that his team needs to win out on these team fights. But especially Cuz, for me, was a big surprise, because we talked about how Owner is this staple, this stalwart for T1. To go up against him and have these type of early game performances very much surprised me.
Absolutely stellar, and I feel for the KT story, right? If you go down here 2-0, a reverse sweep is incredibly difficult, but they kept pushing, and I feel like that is one of the hardest things to do, Emily, versus T1 specifically at Worlds, not to mention in the World Finals.
Yeah, exactly. The resiliency of this KT team, not just today, but especially in the Gen G series, has really, really impressed me, especially after watching them kind of biff it domestically sometimes when the pressure was on, right?
Dulu SD ngelihat iPhone aja bengong
gua. I really love to see out of these two games, like Vedi already said,
apa
it's
SMP
Cuz,
ya?
the way
SD
he's
kayaknya
setting
udah
up
ngeliat
these early
iPhone tuh
games,
kayak
it's the way that Cuz and Peter are
anjing
working
ini HP canggih
together,
banget.
and also Peter and Perfect really stepping up in fights.
Now T1 will have their first opportunity on the blue side. That does mean they get a little bit more agency and control when it comes to deciding the draft itself. But I love that KT has already taken away the Nico. We talked about how for Carrier this was going to be an absolutely massive pick, and the answer was the Silas, which for those that didn't watch last year's Worlds was a crazy pick for Faker. He was the sole decider in that game 4, so to remove that from the pool as well, I love KT's approach to draft and how they've been handling T1, but now with T1 in the driver's seat, on this blue side, I'm excited to see if KT has a response.
Oh yeah, at least 4 games. Who's going to get to match point first? Casters, who do you have?
I mean, honestly, it's an incredible question. But I will say this. For T1, I don't ever feel comfortable doubting them. Because even though KT won that game, some of the ways that they were able to hold, that they were able to delay, reminds me that this is a team that wins titles for a reason, and it's something that KT are going to have to keep contending with. They've won the early games back-to-back. Will they do it again? I think I like what Vedi said. It's going to come down to draft. It's going to come down to a lot of these key picks.
Yeah, they have been really methodical, and I like what I've seen so far from KT on stage. They were really controlled, and they had to be for so long in that previous game. You know, standing the test of time
komik yang real
against a
dari
team
zaman
like
gua
T1,
SD,
and being able to finish off that game is critical.
Gue pengen kasih tunjuk komik yang real dari zaman gua SD. Ini beneran dari zaman gua SD.
Be able to maintain their level. I think we can confidently say after the last
Bukan
game,
beli baru.
they very much can. And secondly,
Harganya
for
masih
T1, the things that have made this team at
komik harganya masih 10.000
are still there. I think many of us, and I'm certain any KT fan, was clutching their heart as that base defense almost felt like it could turn the tide, like it could have been enough for T1 to turn it. But the most consistent theme this series thus far has been the early game dominance from KT, and I think a part of that is due to the laning presence of both Peter and Dokdam, and Owner really, thus far, getting out jungled by Cuz.
And it's not just a good series for
Anjir,
Cuz,
zaman-zaman Jimmy 5.
It is a good long stretch here, I feel like, from him. So I'm excited to see what we get moving forward. There is a little bit as far as the reduction of champions for jungle pool, but he still has some pretty high priority ones. You know, the Trundle here is still a very big piece as far as affecting both jungle and top lane champion choices, and he has been really good on that. Meanwhile, for Owner, you've got some of the specialty picks like the Nocturne as well. You can get some of these engaged picks with the Cover of Darkness with Nocturne and having full send compositions. So very interesting that T1 pick blue side. As we get deeper and deeper into Fearless, usually like games like 4 and 5, teams might start to pick red side because the power picks have dropped out due to Fearless. But still on game number 3, they feel very comfortable with what is up to go blue for the first pick.
Yone remains banned. T1 will ban the Trundle, just as KT did on the blue side. And of course, Bard, not something you want to give to Carrier. A lesson a lot of teams have had to learn and sadly relearn.
Layar Jen, oh sorry Sorry nggak fokus. Sorry. Lupa anjing, sorry.
India learned that lesson better soon. As the Pantheon also going to get taken away, so Cuz getting a lot of respect here.
Hah, Trondal di ban?
I'm looking at Renekton as well. Both these top
di
laners
ban?
are known for it, not necessarily as a B1, but definitely as a high prio pick. It doesn't have a lot of bad matchup, at least for what we've seen
Barty
thus
Ben
far.
Nice
Yunara
choice.
open and
Yunara
will just
dibuka,
get picked straight up.
Chat Yunara dibuka.
More often than not banned. A champion that a lot of players
Alistar,
don't have a ton of competitive games
Mundo.
on because it is so frequently banned. But now the Mundo being brought
Mundo.
out because a champion that, again, in the right draft against the right compositions really can just take over. And it's going to make it a lot harder for T1 if they go for too much AP in the composition. But it seems pretty clear to me that T1's lessons from the previous game is, hey, our bot lane needs more powerful options.
Wah, ini
yeah,
map,
Lulu, a
ini
solid
game ini
champion in the
seru
context
sih.
of the draft, but it's not the
Game ini
carrier
seru
champion
sih.
you want to see. Rakan, a very
T1-nya
different
megang
story.
Yeah, that's
Yunara,
definitely a carrier champion you do
Kt-nya
want to
megang
see right there.
Mundo.
That bot lane priority for T1 has resulted in some very, very powerful picks for them. I'm very interested to see where KT go from the super tanky front line, though. You know, Mundo has been such a funny story at this Worlds. And all of the success that champion has had. We'll see about possible counters for later on. And you get Doran with the Renekton that you talk about. This is also a very good takeaway from Perfect.
Well, I was kind of wondering whether they wanted to give Perfect the Ornn, which is one of the counters we've seen into Renekton, where obviously
Gyrocopter.
early lane, you don't really have a lot to say, but with Grok,
Gyrocopter.
pretty reliably, and you obviously outscale by a pretty insane degree. This is a prio pick for the Corki, so we're really playing for lane dominance. Level 1, obviously, in Ali Alistair lane is going to be very lackluster, but the laning pressure should be good. I also like getting Dokdam something with safety. I think that he has been, out of anyone, the member that's seemingly struggling the most with Nurse thus far, given his performance in tournament prior to finals, where he looked nigh untouchable, versus in the finals thus far, Azriel, you know, a couple of those ults not quite calibrated. So I think Corki is one of those champions where you have a lot of power and you have a lot of safety.
Yeah, and Corki not the most contested AD, but the one that we see the most often in the context of this
Dia lagi
tournament.
mirip Gyro,
really
mirip Gyro. Anjing, menurut lu kenapa gue ngomong Gyro?
Define Corkis. How you use that first Trinity Force power spike can really define the game. And as we enter the second ban phase, we see the Lilia taken away from owner. Obviously a champion who can really just kind of dance around the Mundo. If you don't hit a cleaver, she's just going to run you down.
There's also that Renekton Lilia combo. As
Aldous kalau nggak Mia sih.
The,
Mana gue percaya lagi itu namanya.
We're getting towards
no one is allowed to go to sleep. Everyone has to be awake.
It's getting personal. We're really going into the target bans here.
Yeah, some of the BDD specialties there. Interesting too with the Lilia ban. Are we going to see more since Yone is still up and available? You know, okay, never mind. Yone was one of the first bans, so they can't do any more of those AP options.
I do like the Galio ban here for Faker because that Rakan Galio combo, even if you're Corki, that's going to be hard to play into.
Also the Galio early to mid, right? The semi
error.
But just the taunt has so much value for protecting an AD carry. It means any potential dive option that KT want to go to, even if the Yone is taken away, really just struggles against a champion like the Galio. Now the Casio as well. You highlighted the target bans. BDD, you said it, it's getting personal.
And it makes sense as well with Rakan, Renekton already both locked in. Even though the mid-jungle 2v2 of Mundo Casio doesn't necessarily inspire that much confidence, it is something that can be quite devastating if you can get through the early game, which thus far KT have definitely been solid on. As Perfect, looking for another tank, and BDD is going to need some serious damage, because I know late game Mundo can be a damage threat, but early on you're going to be
Kameranya mati tadi,
on Dokdam, and whatever BDD will end up picking.
Taking his time. Luxury of red side, of course, you might lose out on some of these early prio picks, like the Yunara, where you ensure that last pick.
Wih, apa ini?
The previous game didn't opt for the Victor. This time around, it seems like he just wants something safe.
Anjing lucu banget nih siapa yang ngedit?
Knows that this is kind of set up to really be the Kuma show when you have a champion like Yunara.
Kenapa giliran gua IRL nggak pernah ada yang ngedit kayak gitu?
The reason it's so high priority, it really can take.
Kok kalau gua IRL nggak pernah ada yang ngedit kayak gitu sih?
We've seen that as a counter pick into the Victor. The mid to late game gets.
Gua IRL tuh sering ya.
Side lane, another champ
banyak. Kenapa nggak pernah dieditin kayak gitu?
T1 outside of the Victor being short range. Is that a Nivea, which has been kind of slowly coming up as a pick this tournament?
Yeah, T1 kind of rounding out a lot of damage on their team. And they add even more damage on top of it.
Please.
The Syndra potentially to come through. Now, of course, the Viego. Normally we see it paired with champions with a ton of burst damage, like the Syndra that is being hovered. A champion that can find resets in these fights and really take over against something like
an ada editor, suruh aja Azab. Nggak mau, gue maunya fanmade.
Do a lot of work.
And there's layers to this because Cuz is one of the best Viegos we've had in the LCK. BDD earlier this year had the best Syndra play that I've ever seen. Hit a 4-man scatter, and he will be locking it in here.
BDD Syndra. Now, this is also a scaling champion nowadays, stacking up the splinters. So Mundo will be scaling, Syndra will be scaling as well. This one is going to be such an impressive clash of team fights.
These two team comps are explosive as well. Both the burst of the Syndra, the Viego resets with that Renekton. It's going to be...
Cukup ntar ditegur YouTube.
Is the draft to do it for T1? There's Renekton, there's Viego.
Renekton
and
mid.
There's that Rakan. Victor and Yunara might need normally
Lah,
a little bit of
main
time, but
mid.
this is basically the opposite of last game. That was 2 carries. This time they basically have 4, especially when it comes to those early game fights.
Gue juga mau dong dieditin lucu-lucu gitu.
KT deal with, I think, having
Kenapa kalau Swan ke New Zealand dibikinin kayak gitu? Giliran gue kagak dibikinin kayak gitu anjing. Gue juga mau. Oi!
Faker on the run from the early move here from KT.
Gue juga nggak jelek-jelek amat kali.
Backing away.
Anjing, next gue IRL gue fokus ke yang indah-indah juga deh. Anjing, sumpah ya. Fuck, gue gak bakal ngelawak. Gue bakal mau culture juga.
Finals, it has not been smooth sailing for either team. Guma, of
Lu
course, subbed out.
Terus
Dorn coming in
kenapa?
for Zeus this year. And when you look at
Terus
the lineup for
kenapa?
KT,
Emangnya kenapa?
players swapped in and out Peter multiple times.
Emang
Perfect on
kenapa?
the top side, doubted. And it's such a testament to the tenacity
Kalau
of
gue
these
cowok
players
emang
that they
kenapa?
have come all
Emang
the way
kagak ada
to the
cewek yang mau
World
nonton?
Because there was a lot of hype behind Wei coming in.
Kan ada
after
satu cewek yang mau nonton.
doing the challengers equivalent of golden roading, and it in the end ends up being Peter that is here at the World's Finals. And I already talked about it in game number 2. It has to be said, because this man was the most often talked about weak point on this roster. And thus far, he's had a frankly incredible tournament, particularly this isolated depth. I can't really overstate how big of an improvement that is and how reliable he's become. And KT have clearly been leaning on him.
And even in the game that they lost, his Rumble very good as well. So perfect. Really showing up here for KT as the entire team has. Guma pushing up on the Yunar with the Q charge, looking to use that priority.
X100 6 gue nemu preset Wes Anderson, anjing keren banget, sumpah. Berasa kayak di film anjing. Foto-fotonya bagus banget. Gue pengen banget foto pakai itu, terus atas bawahnya gue crop biar kayak style panorama gitu. Keren banget, sumpah.
Mid lane relatively even. BDD of course can do a lot of damage in those short trades. Very easy to land those dark spheres.
Sekarang di New Zealand jam berapa ya, Chat?
Careful about taking return damage.
Yeah, multiple pushing lanes here for T1 with top side and bottom side.
Menurut lu ya,
and then Owner has Viego into
Kalau gue lagi live stream kayak gini, dia nonton nggak?
Definitely looking to see if he can actually make use of these pushing lanes and go try and punish.
Menurut lu, Chat?
Because probably going to bounce back to the other side and go for the safer Scuttle Crab trade.
Faker's actually been doing a really good job in lane. Is Peter. There's going to be a trade.
Initial knockup, but potentially a bit over-eager from Peter. Again, Alistar passive a decent amount of healing, and they are up a sum, but have to be careful about trading his life like that.
Still have the heal. Owner does look for a dive. We'll see. Ward should spot him out if he actually makes the play, but I think he's just going to go for Crab.
Yep, hug the side, and then the play here from Cuz, where he recalled the healing after he's clear, is going to pay off. We'll get back for that Scuttle Crab trade that you're looking for on Mundo. And Owner down here will be known, so they're going to surmise that it's just normal clears for Cuz.
And I want to draw attention to actually the early laning phase for Faker has been really, really solid. Actually able to dodge most of those squares. BDD with the phase rush. Still able to CS well, but has been pushed in for most of it.
And T1, since owner got bottom
Gila
side,
banget WP LOL masih ngomongin
crab,
anjing
Alright,
baru ngomongin lu cuma sekali doang ya. Gak usah GR lu.
Respawn of these Krugs, the second clear.
Lu gak usah GR.
BDD also at some point forced to burn flash. Didn't catch it at the time, but
Lu
that
gak
is
usah
a
GR,
massive
gue baru ngomongin lu sekali doang. Tapi lihat deh, Swan, lihat Swan. Nih, gue tunjukin ke lu ya.
Yeah, it's easy to stay ahead. It's easy to stay at arm's length, but once you lose that flash, you're incredibly vulnerable to these early ganks.
In the Viego versus Mundo matchup, something we also should talk about is that as Mundo, you always want to try and activate your ult.
Gue juga mau dieditin kayak begini. Gue juga mau. Kurang ya. Gue juga mau. Gue juga mau apa yang ada di dalam video itu. Maksudnya pemandangan New Zealand, Maksudnya pemandangan New Zealand, lu gak usah GR, lu jadi orang.
Lane's getting pushed in, but on the reset here from supports, both junglers will meet up with their supports and combining for some mid lane push.
And for now in the early game, T1
edit sendiri udah gede.
holding on to a relatively small gold lead. Again, it's mostly Dorn on the top side. Although some of that can be mitigated as that wave is caught. And Gumayushi with a small lead over Dokdom on top of getting the coal. Again, Corki, that first item always quite terrifying.
Gue juga mau pokoknya next.
So
Chat, gue mau rebranding diri gue sendiri. Gue mau rebrand. Gue nggak mau lagi dikenal sebagai orang yang koplak, kocak. Gue mau dikenal sebagai cowok keren, cool, maskulin. Gue mau rebrand. Gue mau rebrand. Stylish. Gue mau rebrand. Gak bisa, karena udah gak bisa.
He's not too worried. Hex Drake down. Waiting in the darkness. Multi-man. The CC layering is there. Dokdom on the way, but he's only level 4. Owner now running for his life. Forced to flash away. Ulti comes out from Faker. He doesn't have a lot of mana left. The Dark Sphere hitting, slowing Faker down. The chase coming through, but they really don't have what they need. Ulti there. His power unleashed. The weak scattered. And first blood for KT.
BDD Syndra finds it. And they do get the first blood. Dokdom does take the actual kill and gets the money into the Corki to fund his Trinity Force.
And the Syndra is a BDD classic for a reason. He's been known for mastery on this champion for a very long time. And I'm kind of shocked. I really did not think that KT necessarily had the angle there, but it's the confidence they've shown so far. Now T1 not going to be.
Tapi oke. Gue tanya ke kalian, kalian harus jujur ya. Kalau misalkan dari awal branding gue kayak gitu, lu jujur, gue nih belum pernah nongol nih ke permukaan. Gue nggak pernah streaming, terus tiba-tiba branding awal gue kayak begitu. Masih bisa.
Dokdom, it feels like caught shopping. Panic barrier in that moment.
I think he
tried ini kalian jawab enggak? Kalian jawab enggak karena kalian udah ngeliat gue kayak begini. Tuh kan?
But he was a little bit too late.
Well, also the Fury from Renekton eats the shield. So, awkward situation for Dokdom. We'll be down the barrier, of course.
Gue nggak nanya lu bakal nonton apa enggak. Gue udah tahu kalian nggak bakal nonton. Gue udah tahu kalian nggak bakal nonton. Gue tahu kalian nggak bakal nonton. Tapi misalkan
Faker and BDD continue to trade, the siphon power from Faker is such a strong early game trading tool just to make sure that BDD really can't run away with this mid lane.
What's that Crocodile doing? Going for the proxy here. You want to get your extra 30 seconds? Well, move up and catch the wave before it joins up with the opponents. It's going to mean Cuz has an inside route and access to the alligator though.
That's a Mundo with red buff. Doran.
Syndra's coming.
Gua open Lita jasa jemput di bandara.
Yeah, that doesn't work on him. He's going where he pleases. Doran, I think this might not have been
mau
what you
order
wanted.
nggak?
BDD on the way, hoping to get this donated. Doran, I think.
Well, he's stalling.
Barnot might be in the game, but this is certainly a magical journey for Doran as
trying for the execute. So he can do, but it's not gonna happen.
What the fuck? Doran ngapain, Cok?
It's important to choose your timings when you go to proxy.
And also a reminder that no matter what you see in the World Final, it's not always going to work in solo queue.
Hey, they got grubs.
I take it back. It was a
made
genius
the
play,
Mundo
yes.
ult for move speed.
They got free grubs for his team. You know, they're still up in gold. He's buying time. He got his waves.
I'm going to ask you as the LCK expert. Are you giving him credit for that as a calculated play? It's up to you. You can decide. We'll go with you.
Jemput aja.
I mean, normally I feel very confident to make a judgment call like that, but Doran has often missed the fight, both in a very positive sense and sometimes in a more questionable sense. So, but we joke, obviously, the Mundo getting ahead is not great, but he did actually get a lot for this, right? With the grubs going over, it did feel like it was just unnecessary, because I think the first proxy was great, but the second one...
Perfect. Top laners versus junglers. Who comes out on top? Perfect, not quite able to pull Owner out over the wall. W coming in there from the Yunara. Perfect waiting for a bit more time, because they don't want to fully commit here. Dokdom and BDD, Scat of the Week is
Perlu gue
good.
tunjukin
Will at least be
WhatsApp
some more
kita
poke
ke
damage back onto
viewers.
Fakers. Peter,
Anjing, gue ngomong apa emang? Perlu nih gue tunjukin ke viewers WhatsApp kita.
Perfect. Make his way towards the top lane.
Gue juga kagak mau.
Okay, got it.
Max lives on.
He does.
I don't love it, but you know, we're an LCK versus LCK match.
Nggak ada apa-apa, Chat. Nggak ada
Perfect
apa-apa.
actually going for the 4-0 first. There is a lot of healing on the enemy team. We'll get a decent amount of value.
Nggak ada
Yeah,
apa-apa.
we just saw Perfect had to respect the possibility of an owner execute play, you know, down there on the bottom side, trying to get an extra summoner spell or something out of the skirmish. But because of the arrival of Guma, had to respect it and back off from the extra possible damage there. So we remain very calm here. And you can kind of look at it as T1 have paid for each objective with 1 kill worth of gold for
Jadi
their
misalkan
dragon
nih
and
Chat,
for
gue
their
bikin
3
konten
grubs to get to
TikTok
this point.
yang kayak a day in my life, terus gue masak,
Q3, but of course
terus
Perfect
gue
already used his own
kayak
ulti. Dominance
nyiramin
means
kebun
ult advantage from the
gue,
side of Doran.
a day in my life,
Versus the flash out, happy to have that small advantage. You highlighted it well, Kobe. They did concede 2 kills, but when you have the gold lead in both
yang
objectives,
pakai
I don't think
voice
you're too
over
bothered. BDD
gitu.
taking a bit of damage, but it looks like T1 are just here to help Faker get that push out, likely completing a major item.
Ooh, that is the ultimate gone for Faker, so we'll see if BD is able to catch the wave and
Gua
then TP his
report.
way over. Because there's not prio in either lane. It feels like T1 should have this on lockdown because it's there, and Mundo
That's a
known
hard
to be
steal.
unbothered.
Kenapa sih? Lu pada tuh kenapa sih nggak ngedukung?
Decent damage, Infernal. Good damage as well. Lock up there, but Owner going is unstoppable. Peter caught out for a brief moment, immediately going to be forced to ult. That's the unbreakable. The flash, it doesn't connect. The Q doing absolutely nothing means T1 are able to walk away. A bit of a fumble from Peter, but it doesn't cost KT much yet. Guma Yushi standing on the backside, ready to transcend if he needs to. Dokdem going all in to try to stop him from getting his fight. Owner on the way in, looking for the reset to keep the fights going.
Beda bots image-nya, berarti bukan masalah tampang kan ini? Ini semua tuh bukan masalah tampang kan, ini masalah image kan.
But the stun does not connect, and Peter's now running. Locked down in the meantime. Perfect is finally here, but it might not matter. Reset on the ulti from Owner means he gets to back away, but the health bars are low across all
Tapi nggak apa-apa tau
of
bikin
T1.
account
KT,
baru,
this is an
sumpah
insane gamble.
gue tuh bingung tau. Mendingan gue bikin account baru atau gue...
Gets a bit more space. Carry is still living.
Dokdam!
On the way in, and
Woi Dokdam, kerja Dokdam!
Down goes the 80 carry.
Biru Dokdam.
Cus,
cus, Mundo. Dokter Del Mundo. Del Mundo. Woi! BDD datang, Cik! Woi!
It's KT who take the Drake and the play.
And it's because Mundo! He steals the objective, he chases down the kills! The hero
Yaudah, Son, coba
that
aja
KT
bikin gue
needed.
support
At
banget.
first, this play looks dire for KT. They waste a lot. BDD there tries to get the execute, but just doesn't have the damage. Syndra's down, Flash is gone. And then,
lu kok
as
belum
Peter
tidur
goes
sih?
down, I want you to watch
Nanti
what
sakit loh.
Dokdom is able to do here. Because he keeps hovering over, firing these rockets. The poke just keeps connecting. And then Perfect goes in, and all he needs to do is buy time and buy space for his Corki to Gatling gun his way through T1.
Huge, huge moment there. Corki doing work. Cuz hits the
Kan bentar lagi
cleaver,
ketemu.
flashes in to finish off the kill as well, and BDD comes back in time to claim the kill on Faker himself.
In the back for KT, erupting
Jujur
with
kata-kata
joy.
Lacoste,
It looks
Mas.
like T1 had taken it.
Kata-kata Renekton ya?
Started to feel like it was going to balance out, but in the overall extended fight, KT just keep on doubling down. And folks, I'm starting to think the Mundo might be a problem.
TikTok deh, yang ngerti TikTok.
Yeah, that's
Soalnya ngerti TikTok sih.
That's almost
Menurut lo
10
kalau
times
gue
as
mau
much
bikin
damage.
konten-konten
That's a little
kayak
silly.
halo guys, jadi hari ini gue pengen nge-spill nih skincare rutin
Yeah,
gue
on track,
gitu.
looking good. And I gotta say, Owner, he gets the Kraken
Kalau
Slayer.
misalkan gue mau
Gumi
bikin
Yushi.
konten-konten spill
Al's not decided to ult.
skincare rutin
Dokdem might
gitu,
be in
gue
trouble here.
mendingan bikin
Knockup
di
does not
account
connect. Peter
baru
trying to get a
atau
bit more
gue
space,
bikin
and Cuz is on the way in.
atau gue
All of
post di
T1 forced to retreat.
akun yang sekarang.
Maximum dosage popped. Just to get him in range, is BDD then now collapsing on the side.
Nggak cocok sumpah, ya udah deh, yang gua banget aja. Spill destinasi di Jepang deh. Kayaknya dari tadi tuh kagak ada yang ngedukung ya. Kalau misalkan gua spill personal care gitu tuh kagak ada yang peduli ya. Emang lu pada kagak mau tahu apa gua pakai sabun cuci muka apa?
Really nice play there from T1. Also no, right? Cuz shows mid. Ult obviously felt like it wasn't going to do too much, just wanted to get to the fight as soon as possible.
And
I think
Boti
shouldn't line up too poorly when it comes to timing. Level 2 of that almost available, but knowing that there is no one and that BDD doesn't have flash, Doran and Owner can fully commit onto the Syndra and take down BDD.
And it's going to be BDD and Dokdom who have these targets on their back. Cuz very far ahead, incredibly difficult to kill. But BDD who's flashless, Dokdom who's flashless, really
pasti
vulnerable
mahal,
to the potential engage threat that can come out from Owner or
kalian bukan target market gue.
If T1 can find these angles. For now, a battle of vision. We're looking ahead to the next objective. 20 seconds till that Rift Herald spawns. Both teams gold, nearly neck and neck, but a completed item for Faker is going to make a big difference.
Yang tadi nggak apa-apa Son, tapi bikin account baru beda personality soalnya biar pasarnya nggak nyampur.
Is going to be really hard to play out for KT.
Emang gitu ya?
BDD's
Emang TikTok mesti kayak begitu ya?
In these fights.
Wah, terus bikin kontennya buat siapa dong kalian?
Didn't find the kill and it was the rest of the team that kind of bailed him out.
Jadi gue bikin account baru di mana di satu TikTok itu gue bakal joget-joget gitu
Yeah,
ya.
he has to let his front line do the work that they are built to do. Peter, Cuz, and Perfect. See if they can actually win it together. The teleport is ready for Perfect as well, and he is now proxying Doran.
Nggak usah dengerin kata orang. Iya, gue selama ini cuma dengerin kata-kata lu doang kok.
There's no Mundo on the enemy team. Scryer's Bloom used as well just to confirm that fact. Pressure in the mid lane in favor of KT means that they're going to get first setup on the Herald. Now there is still vision here from T1 if they do opt to contest.
Oh, there's the TP, there's the flank!
TP from behind, flashing forward, Carry's gonna find the knock on the Doctor, but Peter beautifully stopping the initial engage. Doran from behind, the Dokdam to knock down. Then Carry, KT running.
Huge TP flank, what? It turns into more!
Peter flash out, reset from Owner. Unstoppable for a moment. Owner setting up for the angle, but he's not going to overcommit. Reset on the ulti, taking him out as T1 start the objective.
And a big mistake there from the KT support. Dokdom getting caught. That's just a good play. Nice flank there from T1. But then Peter stepping forward and Cousin BDD trying to look for a kill on the opposite end. But with any of these Viego compositions, if you get the first kill, they just feel so good as Carrier sets up the play here. And Dokdom has nowhere to go.
And man, that deep ward value that allows Doran to teleport in for the flank, incredible. And Peter, that cow is in the wrong area.
Definitely was. You can see how he had a bit of hope, a glimmer of hope. He peeled 2 people, but when the third comes in, when it's Doran on that flank, to seal the deal on the kill, to make sure that they get more out of that play. And gentlemen, Gumayushi, the one who's getting so much of this money, he's the one who's starting to get scary. And unlike the Sivir, this is a champion that I think has the mobility, the tools to really start taking over. You can see he's already getting the confidence to just step right up into Dokdom's face, even in the face of that Trinity Force.
And Dragon is going to be picked up here by KT. Camtech definitely high value, but you do give up the topside turret. This gold lead for T1. Getting larger and larger as Carrier not sitting on Smite.
Hex Flash, Pulverize, knocks Carrier back over the wall, and here comes Dokdom. Down goes Carrier. A little bonus kill on top of the Drake, certainly nice to have.
I don't know what he was thinking. He doesn't have Smite. His team is playing the cross map. Not really a reason to try and fish there.
Doran spotted. Eyes on the scatter of the week. QE not going to work. Cleaver certainly hitting like a truck. Doran very likely to just have to concede this tower. So KT get the Drake, they get a kill. The redemption now used as well, and it's on Doran to instantly delete this wave. It's working out well so far, but can he keep his life? TP's coming in from the side of T1, but it's just Faker and Guma off to the side. They don't have the tools to keep the fight going. KT going to respond. All of T1 now retreating. KT still winning out, still coming out on top, but in the mid lane, it's the Herald that's been used. T1 going to try to transition into breaking down the mid lane tier 1, and it's yet another TP in the sequence of play. BDD wants to deny it. Scatter to clear out the rest of the wave. It'll be a chunk of damage, but the tier 1 will not drop.
Nicely done by KT to parlay that pick into an extra kill. They've got Cuz, they've got Mundo. He can tank up that tower. They go for the dive. They make the play very nicely and very quickly.
And we do see the gold lead has now evaporated.
Semakin kalian bilang too much, semakin kalian bilang cukup, semakin
just a
gua
little
gas.
bit ago, and I don't
There's no
want to
stopping
see
me when
and Cassante
I'm
with
on a roll.
That's too much, man.
That truly will be too tanky to take down. Honestly, though, Keria, like you were talking about,
jadi mendingan gue bikin account baru ya.
And KT actually turned that pick onto him into
jadi
a
mendingan
lot
gue
of
bikin
value
account
here.
baru
Nice
ya.
little bit of ballooning of the gold. See if they can actually push it forward, though. Faker in the side lane, trying
Faker
to keep the
perform
pressure up.
nggak?
And it's really interesting to me
Jujur
looking at
BDD
scaling
lebih
in this
gameplay
game, because
dari
I think the Yunara, the Victor obviously scale great. But when you
Jujur
look at the
BDD
raw
lebih gameplay.
5v5 power of particularly that Mundo,
Ketimbang Faker,
that
BDD
Syndra,
lebih
that Alistar combo,
lebih
I think we're
menunjukkan
seeing T1 really
tas-tasnya
hard
sih.
force plays because they don't necessarily feel confident. I think this comp can always win fights, right? If you ever get the pick, if you can
sumpah
ever
udah
start,
jam
particularly
berapa
this
di
build
sana?
from
Udah jam
Owner, get that early
11 kan?
execute, because he has so
Kelihatannya
much
lu udah
damage
ngantuk deh
available.
harusnya.
But your front to back, trying to get past these big, beefy targets down the line might become a problem, especially if they keep stacking dragons.
I mean, definitely could be, right? You're waiting for Guma to get more damage under his belt. You're waiting for Owner and Guma to be able to do work with these double Kraken Slayers, but they're so reliant on these major cooldowns. And if Perfect and Cuz are still standing when those ultimates are gone, that team fight is not going to go in your favor. It's 6 seconds now to the Otacon. Looking at the bottom side of the map, the push in bot lane for now is in favor of KT. T1 holding on, doing well. 2 items on their carry. Guma holding on to a small lead despite the catastrophic earlier fight. But it's KT looking to potentially start the major objective.
Kalau mau off nggak apa-apa, bots kita ngerti. Serius lu. Ya udah, thank you ya teman-teman buat yang
This time there is no flank ward, so Doran can't quite find an angle as easily as he did in the last one. So
justru kalau baru gampang, algoritmnya belum keset. Serius lu, Pen?
Look at the lane
Pen, kalau gue bikin baru terus dalam waktu 1 bulan, followers akun baru gue nggak nyampe 10.000, lu tanggung jawab.
A while to walk to this area. Owner, though, is taking a significant amount of damage from the Otacon as well as getting shredded from it here. So KT feel like they are fine.
KT we'll have to respect Doran. You highlighted it well. Perfect.
Jadi misalkan nih, ini kan gue lagi ada endorsan baru ya. Lagi endorsan gue itu bini lu juga approve. Emang bini gue approve? Kok bini gue? Bini aku? Kok bini aku? Kok bini maksudnya itu? Enggak, kan gue lagi ada endorsan, gak usah manfaatin suara lu buat voice. Gak susah manfaatin suara lu buat voice over. Hai guys, jadi hari ini gue mau
Perfect and Doran continue to fist fight. Perfect, of course, doesn't have TP and wants to make sure that Doran can't get out of here. Going all out in the middle, Pathmaker hitting the Q3 does not connect crucially, so Doran will walk away. But he walks away ultless.
He actually got the W there on the Renekton Predator, I'm pretty sure. So didn't get stunned. Wins that trade handily also.
Endorsan
most likely is like I have a Thornmail and a Jack shows.
Good luck, buddy.
Starrick's now gone. That is a big cooldown.
Uploadnya di mana kalau gitu enaknya?
But not having
jujur bol, gue kedap-kedut denger suaranya pap.
Might prove for T1
Notik hoax. Nah, mendingan postnya di mana kalau kayak gitu?
Big of a hindrance. We'll have to see as Keria again trying to set up some vision here.
Keria has made countless plays to bring
swing
T1
both
to
ways.
this point. Rakan, a champion with so much agency, but again, it's hard in the face of a Mundo, a champion who gets to ignore that first piece of CC, who has so much healing. KT zoning away with T1.
Cowok marketnya jadinya serius lu.
Critical team fight here. Everybody on 2 items basically. Looking for the setup.
Pada mah kalau ditanya nggak serius
jawabnya.
Malas.
Guma to push out mid lane, but they really need to respect the engaged threat range of BDD. The Dark Sphere Scatter the Weak combo can be devastating. Gumayushi without a cleanse effect to his name.
The rewards for this team fight are so huge because Otacon and the Dragon both on this side.
Faker continuing to poke.
If you win this fight, you might not just get Dragon, you might get Otacon as well. We'll see, T1 might give up the Drake and then play
jujur kalau itu mendingin lama, lu bikin baru buat yang joget-joget. Gua nggak bakal joget-joget, anjing.
Chipping away at that health bar.
Tidak mau joget-joget.
KT losing control of that joget. Scatter going wide, also massive. It's a huge cooldown. At this point in the game, Perfect over the wall with the blast cone. Knocks back Guma. Redemption going down. Cuz holding on to the maximum dosage as long as he can, but it's Faker off to the side. Not too isolated. 5K on the Drake. Getting lower. Eyes on Peter. The Alistar to make the play as Faker tries to zone away. KT, it's Peter in the clutch. Scatter to fall, but the fall damage is not there. Exhausted is Faker. And Keria tries to turn it back. But he's all by his lonesome. Doran cannot get into the back line. KT managed to find the initial kill as perfect.
Wih,
missing completely.
gila Dr. Mundo bro. Del Mundo. Woi. Del Mundo. Anjing Del Mundonya.
Cuz continuing to go where he damn well pleases. T1 forced back.
Review sama
Tier 1
OOTD
tower
aja
starting to
serius.
fall. Otacon already getting started by the remaining members.
Berarti yang skincare
T1,
enaknya
Peter
upload kemana,
waiting as
Swan?
well.
A critical team fight for
Yang itu dulu deh.
KT. They don't care about losing that dragon because they get the gold and they get the Otacon in the aftermath. I think that was critical that T1 made split calls here. Look, they don't have Viego damage with their dives. So
Yang akun
Owner
baru.
finishes the dragon, but look at Keria. He goes with Doran. So Keria and Doran dive the backline, both Doctum and BDD, but they didn't
Namanya
have their
apa?
burst
GRWM
damage there
Son.
with them.
As we see Score and the coaching staff, I think they felt necessitated because Faker got engaged on. So you have to pull the trigger. Doran tries to salvage the play. I think in the moment that's the right call. But without
Kan lu second account lu namanya
you
11.
just don't have the damage.
Second account gue namanya Winning.
And
Jadi kalau digabung
Perfect
Winning
comes
11.
up huge once again on the Cassante, and he even survives the play.
Feels, again, like a breakout performance. No doubt. The highest level we've ever seen him at. And the big thing is here, by winning that Otacon,
Kalau nggak lu ganti deh namanya lu Pro Evolution, gue Soccer.
Who's crossed the 100 mark threshold on those splinters, getting closer to
Kalau
120.
jadi romantis
Some
semenjak
every
gue
time you
tinggalin ke
level
New
up,
Zealand,
so that
namanya
level advantage
kangen.
for BDD just pays double.
For T1 though, look at the cooldowns that you got. I'm looking at Doctom's flash.
Kukira
Any
7.
fight that T1 can start with the amount of burst that they have, if they can single out any target that isn't perfect, I think you have a good opportunity. And okay, let's be real.
7.
It's getting close to level 16. Not feeling too good about that one, but Doctom, BDD, even Peter, if he's too far forward, you need to start the fight with an early pick. But for that, you need to be the aggressor. And I think in that engage we saw, if it's KT that is calling the shots, the Viego comp just doesn't hold up.
Yeah, I mean, you called it right before it happened.
7-11
Peter,
dong,
the
iya.
engage, the setup onto Faker, followed by the
7-11.
scatter the weak. Nice little opening for them. You have to be on the same page in these team fights. Both of these teams have indexed so heavily and found so much success because of their team.
Jangan 9, kan jadi 9-11. Porsche, itu Porsche. Itu Porsche. Porsche sama Twin Tower, bangsat.
Learn from the previous game. Will not wander into the fog of war, whether it's Renekton or Sion. The lesson has been learned as Cuz has been caught out. Initial CC is good. Cuz getting bursted through, but the flash over the wall keeps him standing. Peter trying to zone away. Ulti from Guma means they want to keep this fight going. Good scatter, but doesn't quite connect on Gumayushi. Critically, he's able to just free fire. KT forced backwards, but Faker now half HP.
Peter, what a psychopath!
11/100. Oh iya, itu aja ya.
A lot of damage
100
to come
juga
down,
boleh.
and KT they're looking for the chase.
Cuz connecting the cleaver, still has access to the maximum dosage, zoning
Ih,
all
kalau
of
lu
T1
gini,
away.
gue di
Faker
New
just
Zealand aja
barely
kok, kok gitu?
able to make it out.
Enggak, maksudnya
TP is his. He
ya
can
nggak
get
apa-apa
back to
juga.
this fight.
Cuman kenapa jadi baik gitu? Emang biasanya gue nggak baik apa
Flip
lu?
it.
Ih, gila ya
Faker
lu
can
ya.
TP back
Lu
in.
kalau
A
mau
lot of
dijaga lu.
cooldowns are gone.
Lu nggak pernah baik apa
Ultimates
sama lu?
that aren't available for T1.
They have to be careful of moving into the choke, and they know what Owner trying to approach from another side. The potential for BDD to line up a multi-man scatter for it to end the fight in a blink of an eye is
Gitu lu
massive,
sama
but
gue
once
ya.
again, it's the flank that they're looking for. But it's
Gue
Doran!
tunjukin sisi jahat gue yang sebenarnya deh
BDD
kalau gitu.
unleashing his power. Cuz using the maximum dosage as KG start to push into Gumayushi. He's outless. He's helpless. There's nothing he can do. Mundo pushing further and further in the T1's back line.
KT are doing it! The stun from BDD right onto Renekton as he's trying to go
Jujur
through
Doran,
the wall.
Doran ya.
BDD stuns him
Dorannya lagi lucu
as
ya
he
ini ya.
dashes, and the reward
Lacoste-nya
might
lagi lucu
be
kah ini?
Baron.
There is still the opportunity for a steal. Owner's there. He doesn't have his ultimate though. Flash about to come up.
Kalau lu
If they
buat akun
don't
baru, lu
steal
yakin
this,
nggak kalau personality
KT
lu
might
bakal
set up
beda
for a
sama yang
soul
asli
point as
gen?
well.
Coming in from BDD, well called. Potential 50-50.
Ya enggak, maksudnya content-wise bakal beda. Berarti account yang
Peter on the way and wants to knock them out of
gua
the fight.
postnya tentang apa enaknya.
Deleted in the blink of an eye. KT
Ya juga.
take everything.
Apa gue post klip-klip game doang gitu yang GLHF?
BDD will not let them pass. Doctum lives, and that's Baron.
Listen to that crowd. Listen to that crowd. They are riding the roller coaster. KT with the advantage.
And when we look back at this fight again,
Apa yang lu
Doran
pakai
caught
DLL?
out
Itu
the
yang gimana
scatter
yang
to deny his
GRWM apa
path over the
GLHF?
wall.
And it's Peter even there on a really deep flank angle, and Faker on this Victor. trying to make the flank work as they just don't have the tools to deal with this Mundo. He's just not taking any damage.
And then they know to
Jadi
start up the
influence
Baron, draw
orang buat
T1 to
pakai
them.
yang
The desperate
GRWM.
play from T1. They flash in, they try and burst down Doctam, but the peel is there. Doctam does not fall. And KT, they've got Baron, they've got a 4,000 gold lead. They also have the Otacon buff still in their favor.
And almost the entire year, T1 have dominated this KT lineup. But for what feels like the first time in countless years,
Kalau
it is
gaming
KT
follow
who have
DLL
T1
yang
on the
berhubungan
backbone.
sama
KT
YouTube
once again
di
have a
GLHF.
gold lead. This time
Terus gue
not
perlu
from
bikin
snowballing
video
early,
klarifikasi
but fighting
nggak di
incredibly
GLHF?
in the mid to
Halo
late game.
semuanya, selamat siang.
And for
Saya
this
Antonius
roster,
Wilson
with
ingin
Doctor Peter
mengumumkan
and
kalau saya
Perfect
sudah
all being
membuat
subbed
TikTok
out at
baru
various
berjudul
different
GRWM.
times of the year for them to work back
Jadi
to
buat
this
semua yang
point.
berkaitan dengan fashion,
Inspirational stuff.
skincare.
KT, can they do it?
We saw it in the previous game. T1 was almost able to find their way back. Kuma doesn't have a third item yet though. That execution is not quite there. And trying to play a pick comp from behind is known to be an exercise in futility. Look at Perfect, he's not afraid.
T1 have to be careful. A single scatter connects, and it all could fall
Berarti nggak
apart.
usah. Yaudah deh chat, gue bikin accountnya sekarang, kalian semua follow gimana? 1000 orang yang follow pertama bakal gue
Winter's almost maxed out as well. That
terima
AP
kasihin.
steroid an additional 15% as if BDD wasn't doing enough already.
Padahal mah gitu, gue males kalau bikin konten
away
kayak
now.
begitu ujung-ujungnya cuma lu ketawain
Level
ngentot.
16 for both mid
Gue tuh
laners.
actually mau helping, tau nggak? Halo
Carry
guys,
with a
jadi
good
ini
combo.
permen
Favor
karet
with a
yang
good
sering
ult.
banget
You
gue
can
makan
see the
waktu live
path to
stream tuh.
T1 turning it, but
Dia
it's
bagus
just so
banget ya
hard to
buat
imagine Cuz dying to anything at this point in the game.
And the BDD, 3 items done. 10 stack Dark Seal, slow and steady. As this bot lane is certain to fall, you see T1 as well. They're accepting
gue
it.
tahu banget lu pada ya kontol. Lu tuh ngomong kayak gini. At the end of the day, lu bakal nonton dan lu bakal cari tahu juga. Dan at the end of the day, lu pada bakal percaya juga dengan semua produk yang gue pakai. Gue tuh tahu. Lu pada, gue tuh tahu. Lu pada tuh ngomong tuh kayak enggak, nih, be. Ntar juga ya, waktu lu cari kamera, lu nanyanya siapa? Gue!
He'll use their repeater. Doesn't want to go down, and T1, if they had a flank ward, if they had the bot lane turret taken down, maybe there's an opportunity, but that one is still standing 31 minutes in.
And during their defense,
tuh rese
T1
banget.
are able to get the top side secondary tower
Tapi itu yang
for
bikin
Doran, in
kangen
addition to
kan.
the red buff, plus this outer tower as well. So a little bit of gold back in their favor, but KT,
Jadi gue bikin GRWM Son, terus gue bikin tips dating gitu ya. Oke guys, gue pengen share ke kalian gimana caranya dapet pasangan yang bagus di era yang dimana banyak banget cewek nggak benar di dunia. Yang pertama, yang pertama nggak bisa sih, soalnya yang bagus sudah sama gue.
That is the immense tanky frontline that KT have to their advantage. Those two champions that you mentioned, plus Peter's possible engages here with the Alistar that KT are going to try and use once they draw T1 over to the Dragon Soul fight.
And we keep repeating it because I think it's the only way, barring a colossal mistake from KT, that they win. They need to find a pick on BDD or Doctor.
Gimana menurut lu? Oke nggak kalau kayak gitu? Kalau kayak gitu oke nggak menurut lu?
BDD and his team also have the benefit of getting to choose. They can just play for Baron. They don't have to care about the Dragon, so it'll just be soul point. But with Guma approaching his 4th item, maybe this Yunara can do some magic. T1 have found themselves in deficit.
Voice line Renekton keluar terus. Doran dong gua. Jujur mulai rese ini. Anjing ini beneran KT menang cok. Sumpah, real ini.
But Pathmaker already used means that Perfect is in trouble. Q3 back through, using Carrion now to escape. Perfect on his way out. It's not the Rek'Sai, but once again it feels like he's going to escape. All of KT looking to collapse. Eyes on Faker and Doran as Perfect flashes out to safety. That's the ulti used by Guma. KT pulling back, keeping Perfect alive. Doran wants to make the difference. Cuz goes in. T1 making it happen. Guma fails to flash. It stops the fight from going through.
Doran jujur. Dokdam yang bener Dokdam. Tapi Dokter Del Mundo. Del Monde. Gak bisa dia.
as T1 in the end
Weh,
might
ntar
finally
dulu,
get to the
ntar dulu, ntar dulu. Del Monde, bro. Gila banget ini Del Monde,
trying to
anjing.
chase down the extra kill, but so is Cuz.
Cok Del Monde GG anjing sumpah.
Look, the
Jujur Del Monde.
KT is up cuz he is
Jujur
on
Del
the border.
Monde.
He's about to secure them. That Camtech
Jujur Del Monde.
7-0
Jadi bikin account baru aja ya.
A back
Berarti pos.
and forth fight. It felt like that. T1 magic was coming through.
Ntar gue coba deh.
So they get the flash
Gua
stun to get
konten
the
banking
first
dulu
image on
kali
a
ya.
Chronicler, but this fight gets so scrappy as you see the carries that are still left up. Doctom finishes off of Doran, but then Faker is able to get the shutdown.
But it's the deficit that they're in that makes that close. In a normal situation, that catch just ends it. BDD will get caught as the Baron is surely in the eyes of KT on the precipice of match point.
If those fights are coming down to
Yeah,
that
RWM
low
son.
of health bars, now with a Chem
Jadi real nih GRWM
so
son.
difficult here.
Gue ada saran
41
Jen,
to
second
finish
account
off
lu
kills
isinya
this
hal-hal
time
random
around.
kehidupan lu aja
Let's see
kayak lu tahu nggak?
the setup,
Oh gitu.
though. BDD throws the Scuttle Crab away. He knows it's a little
Serius
bit
lu?
dangerous at the moment.
Lu tahu nggak?
Not a single flash available on the Rift. Any
Gue tuh
misstep
sebenarnya
could cost T1 the game. KT on the precipice of match point.
ini ngalahin
We've seen
Dokter
T1
Del
not
Mundo
out of
gimana
this yet,
caranya
no matter
anjing?
how strong Cuz looks. All of T1 though forced to retreat. Again, the power of this Chemtech with a Cassante and a Mundo is a terrifying prospect for T1 to contend with.
T1, I think they need the Infinity Edge on Gumayushi. It's going to be really difficult for them to buy the time for him to actually get that because KT can just threaten this Baron. You keep the map dark, you threaten T1 constantly, don't allow Gumayushi any time to farm, to catch up.
They spot it now. Baron getting lower. T1 can't afford to let this get away from them. Peter just using the Hex Flash as all of T1 start to move in. Double Randuins to slow the approach of T1 if they need. It might come down to the 50-50. Peter trying to spot Owner to force him out of the pit. No smite for either support even with the Spellbook as T1 getting forced
Tidur
backwards.
kocak Swan. Jam
Maximum dose
11.
still there for Cuz, crucially. Picks up the canister. Guma really starting to hurt, but it's not enough damage.
Sterix is there. T1 taking a little bit too much poke. We'll see if KT actually want to pull the trigger on this or set up a bait. Eventually T1's going to run out of
Ini ngusir
resources, but they do know
enggak,
with
gua
that ward.
care.
Hot wave pushing
Dia
in the
mah
favor of KT. Crucially, if T1 take a
orang
fight and
kok
lose, KT will
peduli
immediately
dibilangnya
end the
ngusir sih.
game. T1, the pressure point is on them.
Orang
KT
tuh
have baited them into the
care,
trap.
peduli,
Peter from the darkness,
perhatian.
finding Doran, but not the ideal carry as Guma and Faker are still untouched for now. Gravity Field
Gila
lock them
kan.
up. Max up dosage. Cuz getting lower, but still living. Refusing to
BDD gila
die.
banget.
Guma Yuchi drops. KT taking
Nah,
it
bisa
across
apa
the
nih?
finish line.
Bisa apa nih Faker?
Forced back.
Bisa apa
The
Faker?
bot lane open. The
Bisa apa
TP
Faker,
there
chat?
for BDD. KT
Team wipe, bro.
moving to match point.
The KT roster coaster keeps going up
Wah gila.
and up.
Oh dihabisin kah? Dihabisin chat. Wah habis ini GG dong.
About to go up match point in the telecom war in the world.
Turnamen poin anjing.
Final.
Gila Dokter Mundonya sih GG sih. Gila KT is actually winning
A
chat.
story at this tournament of dominance when it started, and people doubted the quality of their opposition, and then they beat Gen G. And now they're taking T1 to
Gila
match
itu Dokter
point.
Mundonya sih
KT
nggak mati anjing.
monstrous in Worlds 2025. Let's see what the AD has to say about it.
KT saying one is all you get, just like Gen G. We will take that match point, and they walk past the cup thinking we're gonna be back for it very,
Lo
very
flight jam berapa sih,
soon.
Swan?
What an incredible game, and what an incredible roller coaster, I just have to say it, that we are on.
I
mean, it's just incredible at Worlds for KT to be the team that's coming up big in these small moments, where it's usually T1 that are always rising to the occasion. To me, this game came down to a couple of small moments, mistakes and outplays, and it was KT making the big ones.
The magic of the World Championship is it gives the opportunity for players to shine. And for KT to perform like they are today is what we love to see at the World Championship. What a phenomenal performance. And I really want to dive into talking about these players.
I want to listen to Emily first. How are you doing?
I think the most, how am I doing? We'll leave that for later.
Okay.
I think the most important thing to me, though, is that it's not
PPG itu
like
apa
KT
sih?
have been flawless, right?
PPG
They
itu
have
apa
made
sih, Chat?
mistakes. It's more about how they then deal with it. it. How, like, especially, like, Peter makes a mistake on the Owlstar, then he ends up being super clutch in a later fight. I feel like every single person on KT has kind of taken turns really stepping up in a lot of places, and that has made a difference.
Yeah, their early games have been great overall. And we
Pura-pura
gotta
nggak
talk about this
tahu.
one, though. We have to talk about it, right? I think it's become one of the most contentious and important picks in all of the World Championship.
I absolutely agree. I think it was a great pick in this game. Cuz played it excellently. You could see in the later stages, they just had no answer for it.
Yeah, they had no answer for it, and one thing I did want to point out,
Gue emang
despite the
nggak tahu,
fact that
kocak.
T1 did have the early
Temenin
lead in
sleep
this
call dulu itu,
specific
Jen.
game, we previously covered KT's
Emang dia
early
mau
game.
ditemenin
KT
sleep
has
call?
been scrapping a lot early.
Lu
That was
serius
100
nggak?
The 100% warfare stat.
Lu
was
serius
the
nggak?
stats, The feat of warfare, and I love to
Lu
see
serius
this
nggak?
coming out of
Lu
KT,
butuh
just
ditemenin
that
sleep
kind of
call nggak?
aggression.
I do as well, and Azale, we were talking about it before, but this is the World Championship final.
Kalau
This is
emang
when people make
butuh
the
ditemenin
mistakes they
sleep call, lu
usually
telepon aja.
wouldn't, and this
Gue
is where
pasti
people
angkat kok
step
telepon lu.
up where you usually wouldn't expect it. And I gotta say, this last fight we're gonna see, where T1 could turn the game.
Nggak usah son,
fails
oh man.
flash, maybe it looks different.
Yeah, no, it absolutely can be a series-deciding thing. I think it was a game-deciding play as we can watch this. Eyes on Gumayushi in this play. Faker got such a good chunk onto Dokdom, and they committed a lot onto Perfect. Dorian decides, you know what, we're going to go for it. He flashes over the wall. They get this great engage. They do get the shutdown, but look at Guma here. Steps back, then tries the flash over the wall, doesn't get over, and as a result, he is out of the fight for such a long time. The ulti is expiring. Imagine if he is there with all these low health bars. T1
Kalau
probably
cewek
get
ngomong
that kill,
enggak, biasanya
probably
artinya
take the
kebalikannya,
dragon
Jen.
and
Serius
delay
lu.
the soul.
The beauty of this fight is it
Berarti gue yang
showcases
telepon
not
dia
only
duluan
the
kali ya?
resilience of T1, the fact that
Maksa.
in these
Sleep
environments
call-nya
they still
maksa.
constantly look for opportunities, constantly
Sleep call-nya
look for
maksa.
ways to flip the games. But the fact that KT weathers that pressure, and while it is in conjunction with key mistakes that we're seeing from T1, the fact that KT is able to find these opportunities and punish the
Berarti
mistakes
selama ini
is a
kalau
testament to
misalkan
how well they've been playing.
It
this
absolutely
Jadi misalkan
is, and
nih,
teams haven't been
selama
able to do
ini
it
gue
for 3
tanya,
years.
Swan lu
How
suka
is it
kan sama
KT
gue?
that's
Terus dia
doing
bilang
it,
enggak, itu
Emily?
berarti artinya dia suka, Chat.
They haven't won yet. I'll just say KT's MO is to kind of bring you up to the point where you're like, okay, maybe they can do it, and then they just, you know.
That's
they
what you
let
told
you
me
down.
for the semis.
Nggak sana
That's what
tidur
you
lu,
told me
tidur
for
dah.
the quarters.
That's what I'm telling
Jam
you
11
right
lu.
now.
And they are getting
Orang
closer and closer. You have to give them the credit.
Darah
They're
rendah
playing
juga,
incredible.
asam lambung,
I believe
tidur jam
there's a lot of
malam-malam.
stats so that we have to look at, because Emily is saying
Dah,
that because
good night,
there is
sleep
such
well,
a long
have a nice
history
dream.
of it not
She's been
going
hurt
the way
before.
of KT in those telecom wars specifically, right? And not just losses, often like a reverse sweep or pushing you out of Worlds contention. They all hurt so much.
Yeah, and speaking of resiliency, I don't think there is a team that's more resilient than SK Telecom, now T1, over the years as we kind of
what the
see
hell? Apa
the
sih?
Telecom War finals
Lengkap tuh,
history,
nggak
because
belum
it's the only
lengkap,
the fourth
eh.
time
They look
they've
rattled.
Kalau
I'm
lu
just gonna
ngucapin
say
good
it,
night ke
they look
cewek,
rattled. It doesn't
good night,
feel the way
sleep
it
well,
did
have a
last
nice
year.
dream. Itu min satu kalimat,
well,
Nyet.
this is the thing, because I just can never count T1 out
Kurang
in these
satu,
positions.
belum lengkap itu.
Because
Yeah.
as you rightly said, they've been in this position many times before. Even at this World Championship
There you go.
against AL, they've been pushed to the brink, but T1 are 6-1 when down 1-2 at
Yeah, but
Worlds.
Mundo was up.
I mean,
Mundo is
no
gone.
secret Mundo for Ona this time around. But for me, like, Cuz has been such a superstar in this series, and I can't do anything more than sing his praises for how spectacular he's been.
I mean, no one can argue the history obviously is in T1's favor. They have won so many times in Telecom Wars. They've showed up in these big
Aduh.
games so many times. But it just feels different because KT does feel like they have the magic on their side this time around. It only has to happen
Muatnya
once.
mana?
The history doesn't matter.
No, you take them all. You don't care if you win the World Championship here, specifically for these players,
Kurang
right, Emily? And that's how I want to
satu.
kind of go into this break and go
Kurang
into the next
satu.
match. For a player like Perfect, who everybody
night,
counted out,
sleep
a player
well,
like Peter, who had a bad start,
have
and
a nice
completely
dream.
turned it around. They are rising
Hidup!
to the occasion.
Anjing itu lucu
Yeah,
banget
I
lagi
think
brengsek.
the tag of like Band of Misfits is very appropriate for this team, right? Like, no one expected them to do particularly well at Worlds. Like, I didn't think they were going to be incredibly bad, but I also definitely did not expect them to make it this far. And a lot of that was because of so many players we did not expect to be
Ngusir beneran,
performing
nggak
as well as they are.
ngusir. Ya udah lu
Perfect.
stay.
I want to shout out Peter
Lu
as
stay
well.
ampe
Those two
lu
stepping
flight.
up in
Lu
this
nggak boleh
game.
tidur ampe lu
Also,
flight.
to get here has been fantastic.
They have it in the palm of their
Oke.
hand, but we saw someone
Pokoknya
on screen
tiap
a
5 menit
second
gue bakal
ago
tanya,
who's heard
udah
that
tidur
phrase
belum?
before,
Udah tidur
uttered
belum?
about his enemy,
Kalau lu
his
nggak ngechat,
nemesis on the other side. It is
Gue kecewa, Man.
1 and 2 down for T1, but
Tapi gue
you
bakal
can
maafin.
never, ever count Faker out. I hope we're going to a game 5, but maybe KT
Just do it.
They'll have to earn it.
Play as Faker tries to zone away KT, it's Peter.
Berarti lu live sampai dia flight, sampai dia keluar dari bandara gue live.
But he's all by his lonesome. Doran cannot get into the back line.
Besok gua IRL.
Managed to find the initial kill as perfect pop off.
Gua besok bakal IRL, Chat.
They get the Drake, but it might cost T1 everything.
He flushes into the wall.
Gua besok bakal IRL.
Going over to KT.
Cuz continuing to go where he damn well pleases. T1 forced back.
Gua mau IRL makan sate khas Senayan. Siapa yang setuju? Siapa yang setuju besok kita IRL makan sate khas Senayan? Kalau nggak sate khas Senayan, bakso apung, Din Tai Fung, Awe, Marugame.
Hey players, you know a lot of you have been asking about the winter map and why we haven't been able to do it, and I'll tell you, it's really difficult. Our tech and tools need some work. Hand painting everything in the map itself is a lot of effort, and not to mention there's gameplay clarity. And can we just talk about how even though it's winter in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere it's summer, and isn't that where Beckler's from? He's from New Zealand, right? So I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull
KFC
it
ada.
off.
KFC
You
mah.
know what? Because you really asked for it.
Bakmi
We're
GM.
just gonna do it anyways.
Ya antara itu
Winter
semua lah.
map is coming back, everyone. Winter 2025 and summer 2025 somewhere else. It's winter everywhere on Summoner's Rift.
Bert Papa boleh. Krispy Kreme boleh. Roti O boleh. Shilin Premium boleh. To Leisure Signature boleh. Hilang dia aja, dia lah udah capek dia. Nggak apa-apa. Udah waktunya dia bobo. Ay, bobo. Kayaknya dia jadiin stream gua sleep call dia deh. Kayaknya dia nih sambil tidur ya. Terus live streamnya tetap dinyalain nih. Jadi gua ngomongnya mesti agak pelan, Chat. Biar dia nggak keganggu tidurnya. Jadi gua ngomongnya mesti agak pelan kayak gini. Selamat tidur ya. Waduh. Tuh kan bener. Tuh kan bener. Tuh kan bener. Yeay. Bantu lu pada. Tuh kan. Ya udah, bye. Ih, lu mah ngomong ya udah bye kan lu bye dari chat kan. Streamnya mah tetap lu nyalain. Tahu gua tahu banget. Ngantuk ya udah tidur. Good night. Gini. Salah. Good night. Sleep well. Have a nice dream. Kabarin ya kalau lu udah ke bandara. Safe flight. Hope to see you soon. Itu doang. Lu mau lebih? Lu mau lebih? 1 juta gue kasih lebih, Chat. $1 juta gue kasih lebih. $1 juta gue kasih lebih, Chat. 1 juta dari Swan. Anjing, itu gameplay sih. Itu lucu banget sih kalau ternyata. Merinding sebadan. Aduh. Udah tidur ya. Wah, anjing GG ini udah. Kayak kita fokus nonton lagi, chat. Cukup intermezzonya. Intermezzo yang indah. Ini beneran menang, ini Kt kayaknya dah. Nah, pas udah tidur gini lu ucapin, Botch. Gue nunggu 1 juta. Pokoknya kalau ada cetring 1 juta, gue kasih lebih. 1 kalimat. 1,5, gue tambahin 1 lagi. Aduh. Ya Allah, gini amat ya. Aduh. Kenapa gue nggak dari dulu ya kayak begini ya? Anjing. 100 juta pidato, bay. 100 juta gua member ton. Sampai dia pulang. Enam jam tai. Sampai jemput, sampai antar ke rumah, sampai tidur di rumahnya nggak Jen member tonnya? Iya. Sampai gue masakin, sampai...
Welcome back to Worlds 2025. Where
Udah!
you see the League of Legends.
Udah ya, ini nggak ada yang mau ya. Bagus padahal tuh 1 kalimat tambahannya.
And are watching now is KT against a lot of expectations, almost all of them, I think it's safe to say, take us in to match point.
They have been playing so incredibly well this tournament. They have still only lost 2 games the entire tournament. 1 to Genji and 1 to T1. KT playing so well. It's inspiring.
Oke, kita lihat draft pick-nya, chat.
But we have seen teams be in this 2-1 position before and not be able to close it out. T1 themselves have found themselves 1-2 down.
Tahu nggak Jen, Aaron mau ke Liquid? Hah? Aaron ke Liquid?
Most pressure situations, but after that game, number 3 in particular, it does really feel like KT, their meta read seems so on point, and the level of gameplay in particular is, again, having watched this team just go through a rotating door of... We had Potta come in, we had Wei at the beginning of the year, we had Costing, and yet here we are, 2-1 up against the greatest League of Legends organization of all time.
And I have so much respect for players that are able to work their way through difficult times, complete an arduous journey, and make it back to the very top. So with this roster, can KT actually eliminate T1? As you said, T1 are notoriously hard to eliminate from Worlds. They have been there before with their backs against the wall in must-win games. And now into the draft, T1
Lah, Aaron
once again
bukannya udah
on
streamer
blue
Liquid ya?
side here for game number 4 of Fearless Draft.
Pantheon Ziggs taken off the table. As you said, T1 on blue side, mid lane Prio picks also off the board alongside Carrier's Bard.
So Galio, Nocturne combinations, maybe a Camille in there as well. Some of these T1 champions that you have seen them use create dive comps. That could be a tool that they use very aggressively. Okay, they're going to start out with bot lane.
And now we have, for the second game in a row, despite the struggles on Yunara in the previous game, T1 doubling down, tripling down on Gumayushi, being the center of their early draft strategy. Yunara did not work out for them. It was not enough. The Kalista, an incredibly oppressive champion at early stages of the game, set up for an explosive bot lane matchup, but the Trundle is there for Cuz.
Trundle.
Huge. I'm known Trundle blind. I don't want to say hater because that's too much, but I don't love it. We'll see though. Cuz thus far has earned the confidence in this tournament and is really good into Kalista, being able to slow her down and make sure that she doesn't get the space that she so desperately needs in fights. This is also, again, there's a layer to this, right? There is the fact that Dokdom had a great Kalista game against Gen G, but he might now be picking up the Caitlyn here to try and fight for that bot lane prio.
And this is a very powerful siege combination. Trundle pillars with Caitlyn pushing early, assuming that Peter is actually going to play a bully support. Sometimes they have actually, for KT, they did like Caitlyn Braum. They didn't necessarily fully index into a Caitlyn or Karma type lane. And so they definitely have some options still open to them. But I do really like siege comps and an extra range there with Trundle because you can make use of that pillar. But here is the Nocturne that we were talking about earlier, does get locked in for T1. And I really do think those combination comps are going to come through for them with the heavy dive.
Cruella.
Renata here, he's going to have a big one.
champion-champion yang
gue
nggak pernah lihat sebelumnya nih, yang dimainin sama T1.
The 2v2 is absolutely devastating. And that's why T1, I think, have really struggled in this series. It feels like KT's early game has been better. Almost all of the times is BDD going to be blinding Cassio or playing Cassio into what is already such a short-range composition. Is going to be feeling impeccable. And it was this pick that got KT over the line against Gen G.
It was, and now against an immobile support like the Renata, luckily has the Kalista to bail her out, but the pillar is a massive threat to any immobile champion, something that has to be respected. With the Caitlyn, with the Cassio, getting grounded by that Miasma, having a pillar placed behind you means there is no chance for escape, but T1 bringing out a lot of comfort, bringing out a lot of power here in the first phase.
And you can protection ban the Galio because you third pick this Cassio on red side. There you go, and you can whittle down on even the few options that Faker does have left. Those combinations that we're talking about for the Camille, Galio, Nocturne just will not be there. I like the Ornn though, as far as the ban, because you know that KT have very strong scaling and are building towards that big team fight.
And it feels kind of awkward, because normally what you'd want to do into Cassio is outranger, right? Go for something like the Hui, which we've seen a decent amount of. And I think it's okay, but it doesn't really synergize that well with the Nocturne, right? You'd rather play something that can actually dive deep, that can go in aggressively, but trying to play any dive into Cassio, into Trundle, into Caitlyn just doesn't feel great. And there you go. KT, they say, we're not even going to take that gamble. We don't care about the comp mismatch. We want to protect BDD with 2 bans towards Faker. 4 in total here, setting BDD up for success.
And we knew in a world of Fearless, depth of champion pool was going to be incredibly important, because getting that wind on Mundo. Owner not able to find that wind on his Viego. Now we're seeing 2 more conventional meta picks get taken off the board. KT feels so set up for success here. Faker's champion pool so heavily diminished.
I gotta say, I like what I'm seeing from Score. He is a legacy player for KT. The organization really has relied on him over years and years as player, as coach. And he's setting them up again. Oh my goodness, is it going to be the Crank?
Blitzcrank anjay!
I don't like the Nautilus matchup into Renata. Feels nigh unplayable, but Blitz is a different story altogether.
Blitzcrank!
Top 10. Okay, an answer into the power that this Nocturne can bring. Denies a lot of the dive.
Yeah, exactly. He knows that they're going to round out the rest of this comp with more dive, so preemptively grabbing the Tom Kench.
First Kench that we've seen this tournament as well, and it's perfect that he's going to get the counter pick. What is Doran going to go towards? That is a Doran classic certified. Was one of the pivotal points, as I was thinking about
Articuno!
Locked in. Obviously a champion against champions like Trundle and the Tahm Kench, the power of that ulti to really slow you down the walls against a Casio can be devastating.
Anjing Articuno, chat.
Born is on, Yorick gone. Often we see these blind picked.
And gentlemen, it feels a bit scattered from T1.
Yeah, it's still got to be the Gragas.
Gragas?
It out. Okay, it is a bit versatile. Honestly, though, I'm favoring the KT side at the moment, and they get counter.
Okay, let's all take a breath.
No, we're not going to get baited by others.
No room for breathing.
No.
Mordekaiser!
What is he going to lock in here? Perfect. What's the R5?
It is interesting because Mordekaiser is a champion that can still split push even when faced with Nocturne comps. True. So I do like it even when T1 have ways to attack side lanes. With Nocturne and other people joining, it is something that can still always have threat there due to the Mordekaiser ultimate.
I will also just say, in terms of ease of execution, there's almost no reliable hard CC on the entirety of this KT lineup. They're really going to need to have full map control, be better on the setup, because on the opposite side, you have these walls that can catch people out that matches the one piece of CC that feels like could do something for KT, which is the pillar.
Kenapa welcome to Brazil? Welcome to Brazil. Kenapa welcome to Brazil,
I think burden on Doran to be the guy who can make this happen.
And it was 2023 Spring Finals where Doran had a truly majestic performance on the Gragas. That was back then into T1, to which this day in the LCK, there is a discussion as to whether or not he was robbed from MVP for how good his Gragas was, and that is with match point for KT, what T1 decides to trust him with.
KT on the cusp of winning their first trophy in their first finals after their first semi-finals. An unprecedented run, but they are going up against T1,
Anivia
the
susah sih,
greatest
Chat.
to ever do it.
Gue udah pernah
A team
coba pakai,
hungry
susah.
To find redemption for Faker.
Tapi ultinya Anivia tuh makainya gimana sih?
2017, this roster
Cooldownnya kemarin
wants to be
waktu
the
di
first
Aram
to
Mayhem
make the
kayaknya cepet
3P
banget
happen.
dah. Itu emang karena Aram Mayhem apa emang ultinya kayak begitu dia?
Elusive 3P. And as you say it, Keria flashes the Faker emotes. See if they can actually do it this time. T1, of course, they have to approach this as one game at a time. Every single game must win for them to extend the series.
Emang cepet ya
Every
ultinya
play
Anivia ya?
critical, including the level 1s.
Faker trying to move away.
Cuman boros mana.
Damage going down on Honor, forcing that early flash out.
Buset, Honor.
You have to be
Baru
terrified now
nyampe
because
udah.
he's going to start to take over
Wah,
in the jungle.
gila.
Yeah, Trundle definitely can go for invades and look to punish flashes.
Yeah, BJ Trundle with a flashless Nocturne, definitely big, as we can see. A little bit of a trip down memory lane. It's T1, as we keep saying, in case maybe you just tune in, maybe you're like, what's all the ruckus about? Have had so many ups and downs, and in this modern era, it's been the four-man core of Owner, Faker, Guma, and Keria. We've had Kana originally in 2021. We've had Zeus in 22, 23, and 24. And now Doran, as they find their backs against the wall.
And how fitting is it that it's KT Rolster that stands in front of T1 now, when it was T1 in 2013 that went over them to go get their first Worlds title. See if they can do it. Okay, Owner, no flash, but doesn't matter. He can still clear as Nocturne. You want a full clear at least 2 times.
He can beat the jungle camps.
Yeah, and then
he doesn't need flash.
Just clear in peace, and then your flash will be up in no time. That's how you look at it.
Definitely a good luck is BDD is going to be the first.
Draftnya T1 emang sejelek itu, Chat.
Neither one wants to be too
Aneh ya,
aggressive with
draftnya
their
T1
cooldowns.
aneh ya.
Obviously, if a single Noxious Blast connects, the potential for BDD to just run Faker down is very real. Nice handshake coming in. Immediate barrier coming out from Dokdom. Gamushi using a barrier of his own just in case the tower shot does come through. So super dominant 2v2 here already from the side of T1.
And I do think you kind of know that when the Kench gets locked in, you're just not going to have the laning pressure. This is really a pick that is expected to have pressure as you go deeper into the series, right? As you, or rather into the game, when the
Faker kurang
dive
confident
will
kalau pakai
inevitably
Anivia.
follow.
Ah.
I gotta say
Lu tau
though,
dari mana?
Kench
Dia pernah ngomong
into
kah?
Anivia and Gragas really doesn't feel quite as good. I think the Nocturne and the all-in from Guma and Keria feels good to play into, but Nivea really makes it hard for you to actually reliably protect your carry, get W's
Coba
off.
bener tuh, jelasin in football terms kenapa draft T1 jelek. Ya.
Carry up.
Flash away.
Coba.
Carrier tries to get him with the Q flash. Doctor.
Jelasin ke gua seolah-olah gua nggak ngerti League of Legends sama sekali, Cak. Biar viewers yang nggak ngerti juga paham gitu loh.
Still be in a position come level 6 to really force this dive before Peter has access to that ultimate.
Big for this T1 bottom lane that T1 want to play through their bottom lane here with this comp, this Kalista, Renata, Nocturne trifecta that they've been able to get for themselves. And it is going to mean guaranteed bot side Scuttle Crab with the early push there, and the ward as well from Doran, who took his time from top lane to go ward the second one. So they'll know that this time around, Cuz has done the same thing he did last time, where he did the clear into recall and then look for the crab.
I do like, though, you see, even though Nocturne isn't necessarily like the #1 dive champion, all the precautions are being taken. Cuz actually hovers there to see if they go for the crush.
Ibarat playernya Pep Guardiola tapi hero-nya player timnas Malaysia.
Substantially behind, though, force the base.
Casemiro dipasang di CB, role aslinya berbeda tapi bisa fit in system somehow can show his best. Oh, masuk akal. Masuk akal. Istilahnya Maicon dijadiin striker.
May have to be careful. Good awareness, though.
Paham.
They should see the potential gank coming, knowing that there's really no play on the bottom side to be had for KT.
Paham, gua paham.
Early stages of Mordekaiser versus Gragas, not too big. Plenty of sustain on the Gragas, no problem. So just a farm fest up there as both junglers will go into their second re-clears. It's going to be a little bit quicker, of course, for Owner because of Cuz's
Maicon dijadiin striker kocak pernah.
Quick recall there. And we'll see once again when the Nocturne does end up towards the bottom side of the map.
Istilahnya
Currently, though, at least
Del Piero dijadiin defending midfielder. Paham.
Are seeing Faker taking not the best of trades, but not really botted. Has his egg still available. We'll see if Cuz can make something happen. Might look here. Has his Raptors just now done. Making his way over. Even getting a summoner or getting the egg would be big. And
grounded. Cuz on the way in. Good wall to force the disengage. But BDD full committing even though he has no mana. They do manage to get the passive out of Faker. Cuz full committing. Peter on the way. The tongue lash there. They want to get the kill to BDD, but it'll go to Cuz in the end.
Fakernya nggak dikasih main ini.
Could be the deciding game. KT, they send all resources again towards mid lane to BDD to make it happen.
But it's Cuz that gets the kill again. Now we saw how that benefited them. As T1 wanting to look for the punish here.
Carry and Guma are powerful. They move in with the heal. A pillar to immediately block them out. The 50-50 goes to Owner. Flash away from the handshake. Is Peter barely able to make it out alive? Good recovery from T1.
And he flashes for that. He's like, no, trust me. I got this. Takes the wheel and finds the 50-50 steal.
Sometimes you need inspiration. When your team are backs against the walls and you just lost out first blood mid, you have to come up with some really big plays. And throwing it there, throwing the flash for the flip, getting it for Owner.
T1 get the objective, and now they've set up Doc Dom in the mid lane, but Peter a little bit late. You can see how, while BDD was comfortable in that 1v1, it's so difficult for Doc Dom. If a wall had appeared just a little bit more behind him, he very likely would have died like the one we're seeing here. Luckily, Peter is there to cover. Knockup will not connect. Nice initial stun from Faker. Procs the phase rush, will back away. Doesn't have any damage under his belt yet, or that could have been a lot more concerning for the side of KT.
It's nice, you know, you get a little indicator for where you need to throw your stun. As Cuz will be able to maintain this lead thanks to the kill that he got. Owner about to hit 6 though, and that is going to be when he comes online is perfect.
Perfect, flash away. Doesn't want to risk going into the Death Realm just to come out a few seconds later on the wrong side of a wall from Faker. And I do really love when people play goofy skins in very high stakes matchups.
The Gragas burp, a classic. All right, so much tension though, so much riding on this game. As
jadi secara draft, KT lebih memungkinkan untuk menang kah?
To the top side of the map, whereas Guma and Keria have full priority here, trying to push in on BDD's Casio.
Sama kayak Molek kan ini, iya sama.
It feels like who gets to the objective first, right? If you're able to use the priority in your lanes, use the priority of this Guma Keria lane, with the Kalista Renata, you're able to turn that into vision, and you're able to pick off members from KT as they rotate over. Because the pick potential is amazing.
Lebih mudah
Turn
untuk
off the
menang.
lights, displace them either with the wall or with the Gragas. And there's a lot of damage available early on to take down these targets for KT. Again, it feels like it's going to come down to what can we find in the team fight.
Yeah, an excellent lane assignment from T1. Again, Faker easily able to wave clear, even in the face of the Caitlyn, Tom, Kench. Good lane, mid lane control from Keria and Gumayusi, and now Owner walks his way up top side. Immediate 3 grubs secure.
T1 continuing to stack the objectives that they need in this game. Using Guma and Keria, their priority nicely. They rotate over from mid lane to the grubs, up to top lane, and want to keep that pressure on.
Hey, they got the first dragon as well. You know, the way in which they did it was
imbang
high
ini.
risk, but ended up working out. All planned. Oh, I mean, Owner knew, you know, otherwise you're a Nocturne that uses flash for no reason, but he trusted his smite button.
Faker pakai hero apaan, Jen? Kayak Articuno. Emang Articuno.
Continue to stack those objectives. So we'll see if the emphasis on the earlier Dragon Soul for them does come to fruition. Kalista, of course, looking to be a snowball.
Ooh, and I do love that it's Docton playing that Caitlyn skin from DRX. The last time that T1 lost in the finals, it was against that team. As Faker should be fine here, but his prio is continuously maintained. And look at the top side. T1 keeping these waves shoved in, and plates will be their rewards.
And this feels like the first game where T1 are able to build such a clear
Kayak
advantage
game ini agak lebih slow ya?
Yes,
Ya nggak sih?
BDD has a small gold lead, but Gumayusi essentially
Apa perasaan gue doang? Kayaknya game ini lebih slow nggak sih, Chat?
pushing in from building a greater advantage. And you already talked about Drake stacking, right? Kalista, a champion who very effortlessly can contest the big smites of the game, and when Owner and Guma are working together, it feels pretty impossible for KT to stop an objective that T1 have started.
Guma, on a lot of champions, is pretty good at contesting dragons as well.
Has been known for that,
Yeah, he has stolen, even at this tournament, multiple dragons on different
Iya, champs
AD
butuh
carry
item
champions.
semua.
This time around,
Oh.
though, we continue the farm fest, my friends.
Nice. Love it. You know, it's
Bringing
game
the
4.
LCK to the world
It wouldn't be
stage.
your final
World's
cast if we didn't get a
finals.
little, the appropriate pace for an
Obviously,
LCK matchup.
the main issue is that normally we go completely off topic.
Jadi semuanya
We're
main
not gonna do
main
that here.
aman ya.
No.
Main sabar semua ya ini ya.
Yeah, obviously. As a Hexblade,
Tapi kalau misalkan nih ada satu yang ngide langsung war gitu, siapa yang bakal menang, Chat? T1 sekali blunder fight bubar. Oh, jadi dia mesti fight-nya mesti menang nih T1 nih.
At this stage, however, it feels like T1 just ahead in terms of overall prio. Yes, BDD has mid lane push, but really has to be careful about wandering into Fog of War when Owner has access to that ultimate. Cuz has finished the Sundered Sky, not opting for a Trinity Force.
Katie kayaknya juga gatelan. Katie pasti gatelan ini. Mereka juga tahu kayaknya dah. Nyari bukaan terus ini. T1-nya nggak boleh ngasih celah sama sekali buat buka war nggak sih? Kalau kayak gitu, kalau kayak yang kalian jelasin ke gue berarti ini Katie udah pasti tahu juga kan nih kalau kita fight early menang ini sebenarnya. Cuman mereka nyari celah terus kan.
Kind of a nightmare. We haven't really talked about it too much, but the engage from KT just not the best. It's really looking like a full commit or bust.
Initiate, ini dia.
Anjing loncat nggak Warner. All in. Flashback coming out from Cuz. Wall there as well as BDD just barely able to skirt around the edge. But the objective set up now. For the side of T1, double TPs. KT want to claim it for a bit more. Ulti coming out from the side of Keria. Drake
objektifnya hilang lagi.
Of KT berserk as they look.
Minimal harus dapat sesuatu nggak sih ini KT?
They don't have the tools to keep the fight going unless Peter wants to flash tongue lash, but that's all their CC. Perfect fighting off to the side, dragging Faker into the death realm. In the meantime, BDD starting to walk forward. Doran potentially caught out. The 4-man! BDD! Showing he can be clutch in the moments that count. Turning it again. KT were losing the fight as they lost the objective. Gumayusi will not be able to make the bailout work. The Drake to T1, the fight to KT.
Oh, Doran's gonna want that one back. The big whiff on the Gragas engage there.
Peter, knock up a bit too far. The thick skin, yeah, it's not gonna save you. Caught up in the hype, caught up in the moment. Faker gonna get one back.
Yeah, getting a little bit ahead of themselves there. The roller coaster sometimes a bit of a bumpy ride.
BDD jujur
but as
jago.
we highlighted, it's BDD that takes this fight into his own hands. You see KT, they at first very respectful of the amount of disengage available on T1. And it's not until this pillar comes through that they're really ready to commit.
Yeah, and they try and pincer them against. Then Dorian goes for the big play, but he's left in the middle, and BDD hits the ultimate, peeling all the rest of the
Jujur
DPS,
Doran.
getting those stuns. And T1 get chased out.
And Perfect.
Gue nggak merhatiin Doran lagi dari tadi, sorry
One of
chat.
the big DPS sources for T1. Even though he doesn't actually take out Faker, we can see there.
Tapi BDD sih,
topping
BDD
those
sih
damage charts on
di
Faker.
game ini, di series kali ini sih bener-bener kelihatan banget. Meanwhile Faker kayak ya udah gitu loh.
Does go down in the end,
Yaudah.
giving a lot of that gold back to Docdom, crucially for this KT lineup. And BDD now with the Roa fully stacked, even as Faker struggles to complete his, is in an excellent position in the fights to come. Again, 1 minute and 30 seconds now until that Herald is available. Top side still close. Mid lane still very much dominated by Guma. T1 would really like to have that prio advantage ahead of this next objective.
Yeah, they made the call. Just try and go for Docdom. You know, Dorian getting in there for the knockback, but they didn't have the damage to follow it back up. And so the extra kills here for KT, but T1 preemptively got the Dragon. So that plan of stacking the Drakes is still
Tapi
there.
Doran yang bagus pas dia pakai Ambatron doang ya. Pas pakai Ambatron sih jago sih Nyet dia. Jujur, Doran Ambatron jago. Habis itu nggak kelihatan lagi, Ces.
And a lot of champions that, even with the Roas, even with the Seraphs, are going to chew through a ton of mana. As right now, KT feeling like, despite everything that's happened, game basically that even, right? If anything, it's in favor of T1, given that we've seen the Grubs go their way, given that they're currently...
Doran setelan pabrik begini, Bots. Oh, Doran tuh aslinya emang begini.
As well.
And remember the
kira emang
context
jago
of
terus
all
lagi main jelek aja.
KT's kills. It is a lot of flashes, it is a lot of full committals with very long cooldown sums and abilities. T1 still have a much easier time setting up fights, setting up picks, and because they've secured those 2 Drakes, they will inevitably be allowed to force at least one fight on their own terms.
Doran ke Sante harusnya, tapi ke Santenya udah di-pick kan.
And I think that will be necessary for T1 because KT, they have used this Caitlyn so effectively from the very beginning of the tournament. And they've constantly looked towards the late game with this champion for Docdom and the siege power, the extra range. KT right now, speaking of siege, with the 4-1, but T1 are able to take control of it. They've got control and access to the Rift Herald as well, so they can continue to stack these neutral objectives. And that's the way that they're going to apply this pressure to KT and not allow them
benar-benar
a lot of extra time in the game.
menghindari war, bro. Fokus objektif aja mereka udah.
Convincingly and fully. As a possible play onto Doran here, a dive with about 50 seconds.
Wah, dijepit Dorannya, dijepit.
Would be big.
Owner on the way.
Dorannya mau dijepit. Dorannya mau digengbeng.
Available.
Jebret.
Full commit now going down. Owner turning off the lights. All of KT immediately pulling back. Peter isolated, caught out, trying to stay standing with the thick skin. Abyss will dive away as Faker takes down the top lane tier 1. And again, this is the struggle of the KT composition. It's so hard to force anything, and T1 continue to trade up.
And T1 read them like a book. The 5-man rotation gets punished heavily. They're ready to keep Doran safe this time around. That Gragas will not be taken down. And then on the cross map, the top side turret falls.
And now they're in a perfect position to contest
Tapi
this
T1
next
actually
Drake.
ngelawan
Good
loh
news
ini.
for the side of KT is at least Docdom finally has that collector, is able to chip away at Gumayushi's health bar, but with the Blade of the Rune King and a red buff, Guma forced to be reckoned with. KT poking their heads, and they don't really have the vision, but they do have a ward on the flank if Perfect can find his way in. We'll just take the more conventional path through the mid lane, however.
And look at the flank from Doran here, trying to hide there on the Ocean Rift, looking for a big
Iya, bukan
displacement.
dive com ya.
Herald
Bukan yang
summoned in the
loncat
mid
terus
lane.
dar ya.
5v5 at the pit. Flash ulti available for BDD if he wants to try and find it. Perfect
Doran.
isolated off to the side. Hostile takeover stops Peter from going any further. Docdam completely isolated. Cooking the barrel for just a little bit longer.
Gila, dapat lagi Drake-nya, anjing.
Taking it. Docdam isolated. And Perfect trying to force a fight with Faker, but he gets nothing as the wall comes in to interrupt. Flash over the wall. The ulti from BDD. He might get a couple more kills, but again, the objective belongs to KT. Even as T1 begin to fall, Faker and Carry are ready to turn it. But have they overcommitted the wall
Tapi
there trying
Chat,
to
kalau misalkan kayak gini nih sih, boy kena lagi gedebuknya. Kalau kayak gini Chat, situasinya di mana T1 menang objektif terus-terusan tapi warnya kalah mulu. Kalau kayak gini gimana Chat?
They get the dragon, but at what cost, guys? The gold here going over to KT. Some of these kills. Ooh,
Mendingan objektif tapi lu kalah war apa menang war tapi objektifnya ke steal terus.
I think you take it because of the double steal that comes through, right? Because they're unable to get this dragon. Owner gets to secure again, and I want to look at the amount of flashes that are blown here for KT as Dogdom gets taken down, completely focused by Guma. Who stays alive until BDD gets on top of him. But the stalling here is a big deal, and the trades aren't that bad when it comes to kills here for T1. And with that objective going their way, so many summoners were blown there for KT.
And I think the big thing that I'm looking at is the effectiveness of this Tahm Kench. This is a moment where across this series it's felt like Peter, Dogdom have been doing well even when Dogdom's been getting caught out. But you saw there the disconnect. Peter flashes in to try to devour Dogdom. Dogdom flashes over the wall. They can't get the angle. And those moments of miscoordination are effortless for T1 to punish. And this is something they cannot afford because they're already falling behind in terms of map pressure. Even if they have a kill advantage, they're behind in gold. Single mistakes like that could cost them everything.
And I'm looking at Owner's smite button.
Oh yeah.
Inspect that thing. This guy is cold as hell, man. Keeps on getting these dragons. Started out the game with a flash to go steal it. Can he do one more? Does he have one more in him?
And started off the game without a flash to speak of. When it comes off cooldown, he flashes to steal it. And again, this is the member that we've heralded on this T1 lineup as the most consistent.
T1-nya udah mulai nyolot nih.
Clutch around these objectives is crucial because now you see the runway, you see the path to victory.
Jadi T1 kalau dapat objektif,
stand in front of T1.
Ya berarti satu-satunya cara buat mereka nahan sampai ke late game nih nggak bisa menang war, tapi yang penting objektif lah ya, menang warnya di late game gitu maksud lu kan gitu.
If we start a Twitter poll, can we ask for game 5 blind pick?
I'm down.
It's a throwback.
Let's get double Zeds, double Shens back
Fearless
in there.
game 5 blind pick.
Run it back.
We could do that, right? It's fine.
We have that authority, I'm sure.
Yeah, certainly.
Absolutely not, for anyone concerned.
5 flashes have been blown by KT, and that does mean that I expect T1 to maintain prio in these lanes, because not having flash means that you're much more susceptible to a Nocturne showing up and taking your lunch money as Owner. We've seen him and Gumayushi often be the deciding factor together, as KT, they might just full send in on Otacon, at least to get the TP out of Doran.
Understand the gamble that KT are in because T1 are collapsing, and in the meantime, waves are being deleted. It's costing KT hundreds of gold just to be here. And if T1 take the fight, it might just cost them the game.
Perfect has
sticking around, ready to get them away. The ulti not stacked up. Perfect going forward just a little bit longer. The death realm to come out. They're going to respond with an ulti of his own, turning off the lights on this team fight between both lineups. Gumayushi and Perfect in the death realm. And Guma takes those. T1 focusing on the objective. Cleanse used from Keria.
Wah, KT-nya kocar-kacir, Chat. Chat, KT-nya kocar-kacir ini. Wah, kocar-kacir KT-nya kocar. Wah. Dapat lagi atakannya anjing.
Securing the objective. And there it is, the second smite for T1 strikes again.
KT-nya kocar-kacir, Ci.
Oh man, that was a tense one. You can tell the call from KT, I think at the beginning, is have Mordekaiser just run at Owner and try and ult
Faker sih
Owner.
nyebelin, sumpah nggak bohong
Look at
gua.
Perfect getting kited at the end. Nivea does
Wallnya
so
Faker
much
sih
work
nyebelin
keeping
banget.
them at bay. Keria as well, trying to help, trying to delay. And then as the ult goes down there, they kite it back out. Otacon resetting. They put so many spears into this Otacon.
And I cannot think of a worse champion to pull into Death Realm 1v1 than a Kalista that has been accelerated. Unfortunate from the side of KT. Yeah. You see that they have the damage, that they have the items. They just cannot put it where it counts. And ultimately, that just means that T1 are even further ahead. 23-9, the score in terms of the pedals. 1,000 gold advantage and 20 seconds until T1 are set up to take the soul.
It's going to have to be a miraculous team fight here from KT, because they are second to the objective. And if this soul goes over, barring an Elder flip, T1's got to be feeling real good.
Doran isolated for a moment. The Miasma just a little bit late as Faker's off to the side. Good damage onto Perfect to kick things off.
Wah, anjing sengit banget, Cok.
Still eating a bit of damage. The poke from T1 A bit tough to deal with. You can see the pierce that lands onto Dokdom, taking that chunk of health. Flash in, full committal to the fight. Pillar to isolate Owner, redemption to heal Faker right back up. That's almost every single cooldown burn. It's on BDD to try to turn it back, but it's a split fight. T1 coming from multiple sides, collapsing as Owner moves in on top of Perfect. Dorn has been isolated in the death realm, but he'll manage to make it over.
Wah, anjing!
Absolutely jukes him. And now it's Perfect caught in a 1v1 with Faker. Right as he comes out, he is stunned, but he won't be taken down. All of T1 in the pit. The spears stacked, smites available.
Faker's going to teleport back. They're recalling Mordekaiser and the Anivia.
The fight just continues to go. 6K getting lower. Dokdom trying to get a bit of poke. Hostile takeover connecting. They don't have a cleanse. Develop from Peter is good, but it might not matter. Cuz continuing to move in. BDD waiting over the wall. The ulti is there, but they don't need to face him yet. The turn on to Faker isn't enough. 3K. Cuz in the pit. At the end of the day, it doesn't
Mordenya ngamuk.
KT might be able to get the fight, but there's too many members of T1 standing.
Wah, gila T1, cok.
To T1 as everybody on KT falls.
And I am starting to hear some silver scrapes in my telecom war.
Oh my God, T1 stand up, get the Ocean Soul, and they have made every person in this stadium stand up as well. Dokdom gets hit with the carrier ultimate immediately. Peter trying to bail him out. They're both so low, they get pushed out.
Gila, T1 rapi banget,
blocking the Caitlyn ultimate, protecting Owner here as they try and kite back into the pit. Meanwhile, on the
Gila,
top
nggak ada
side,
celah, cok.
BDD was
T1 mainnya
running straight at them. Immediately gets
rapi
deleted there
banget,
by
anjing.
Carrier and Faker on the other
Beneran
side.
Maicon jadi striker? Apa gue bilang Maicon jadi striker
and the
ini?
fact that Faker, even though BDD got his ultimate off, hit him with the stun. So he didn't actually get to do the damage that he needed to, as the double fake out from Doran. In the Mastercard prize at the moment of the game, Ocean Soul secured for T1.
Plus, in the lead up to that fight, Faker was kiting so well with the Anivia, and there was a moment where the Mordekaiser was trying to pull him in, but the Trundle Pillar also bumped him out as well. I mean, the annoyance of the late game Anivia, the kiting here that he's able to pull off, really created so much space.
And T1 seemed to perfectly understand their strengths in comparison to KT's weaknesses. We've mentioned it countless times. We saw it in draft, and we've seen it be the bane of KT this entire game. They do not have good tools to force picks. So T1 get to stay in these fights at 20% health, 30% health, because once they see that pillar go down, they know there's no way anyone else is getting on top of them in the back line. Now, Soul in their favor, Flowers in their favor.
Tapi late
5K
game,
gold lead, and they're set
late game KT, chat. Late game
again,
T1.
costly when it comes to summoners for KT. And
Gila, objektifnya dari tadi T1 mulu, cok.
T1 Baron, gold leads there, Ocean Soul is theirs, and KT, we'll see if they can make something happen.
Owner and T1 have secured every single objective this game. Cuz moving in, but zoned away by the Storm from the side of the team. Berserk now onto Cuz, has to ulti.
KT kocar kacir banget, chat. Diculik kah Doran?
Meanwhile in the mid lane, happy to just continue
Ya Allah,
fighting.
ini
Perfect
perfect.
going into the back
Skill satunya kayak gua, anjing nggak ada yang kena, cok.
He's in the death realm, but Faker's happy with the 1v1.
Sumpah, dari tadi nih, si perfect skill satunya kayak gua, nyet. Kena-kena kagak-kagak dah, yang penting skill aja dulu.
The game rapidly slipping away.
They're trying their best to not let this game go to 5 as Doran still searching.
No flash for BDD, that crucial piece of CC and exhaust there. But Faker just waiting in the darkness. Guma stacking up the spears, the wall to zone KT away. Flash not there for Cuz either. BDD off on the side is going to use the ultimate. W in from Peter does absolutely nothing. T1, they see a vulnerable opponent. They know what they can do as they start to rip them to shreds. KT is not going to take a bear, and T1 reminding us why they are here, what they can do in a world final.
And T1 ensure that we are going the distance. We are getting our full value out of this series as KT just cannot close the gap to T1's backline.
The turn off of Baron to grab the kills, and now they will secure the objective. Here's another look at it. So Baron had just body slammed at BDD.
Gak ada celah sama sekali, anjing.
The rest of them can then chase through the river here. As you
Gak ada
see,
celah.
even with the Tom Kench trying to eat him up, Dokdom still has nowhere to go.
The KT feel forced into trying to contest. Know that if Baron goes down, game is
Sumpah,
good as
wallnya
lost.
Faker nyebelin banget, anjing.
It's not an enviable job. You're trying to play engage Kench, and I've seen
Jadi
a
selalu ada yang
single man
nyangkut,
do that
anjing.
well. And
Nyebelin
he's on the
banget,
opposite
sumpah.
side of the rift. We knew it was a gamble,
KT-nya linglung banget. Anjing gue ketahan wall, Anjing gue ketahan wall. Anjing ada wall anjing.
Yeah, and the top lane
Itu pasti
difference as
komsnya
well.
gitu, Jok. Woi bantuin gue ke wall.
Found a lot of value. He's getting kited a lot. And hasn't had very high value ultimates either. So we'll see as we progress in this series. If we progress, because T1 still have not done it yet. They've got the Dragon Soul and a 9,000 gold lead though.
Yeah.
So they definitely should be able to.
20 pedal lead, they have Grubs. We haven't taken a turret yet, Kobe.
They got more items, they got more money.
Wah udah jauh ini.
Yeah, looking like a hard road for the side of KT.
GGK ini
Good news for us.
When a comeback happens, if KT can make it happen, then it's something to be considered. Maybe a miracle flash, but it will take that
GGK
miracle.
ini, chat.
And for KT, it's so important not to lose sight of the bigger picture. This is a game you could afford to lose because of what you won earlier. It might come down to a best of one, but you need to be at your best form for that matchup because this game is looking done and dusted.
Gila.
Owner pushing in the mid lane. KT can't really afford to split as that tower falls. The threat of T1 diving into their backline, a very real threat.
BDD found a big play on his Yone in game 1 against Genji to find a miraculous comeback, but this game feels so much more dire. About 35 seconds till we see that Elder come up. I don't even know if T1 really wants to wait for it. With 2 inhibitors, they can just decide to back off. No pressure on them.
Owner waiting.
Nah, ini kalau di Dota udah GG nih.
A member of KT over eager, knowing how important it is for them to stop the soul from going down. 20 seconds, a TP into the mid lane. Maybe going to catch out Gumayushi here. But it's perfect. Again, this is the problem. No matter who TP's in, it's so effortless for T1 to just walk away.
Yeah, perfect. Guma is 2 levels up on the top laner.
Cuz caught out, isolated, immediate suffocate to try and stay standing, forced to flash back. BDD in the dark! But it's Doran to try to turn it right back. The ulti is decent. Carry wants to turn it back with the hostile takeover. The gold deficit is just too massive. Even
Wah,
a
nggak
miracle,
bisa, Chat.
even an incredible angle was not enough.
Masih
in the
nggak
face of
bisa,
this
Cok.
T1 lineup. The triple, the quadra, T1 bringing us to silver scrapes.
Guma lives the engage and T1's hopes live in the grand finals.
Gila nggak bisa nih. Gak satupun objektif didapetin KT, Cok.
World's Finals, Game 5.
Gak satupun objektif didapetin KT, Chat.
Absolute dominance in Game 4, though. The story for T1 as we get ready for Game 5. Let's send it back over to the analyst desk.
They're on it again, Dracos. That's what's happening. I cannot believe what's happening in front of my eyes. The fact that at every single objective, they looked like they could lose the game, but somehow they secure it and somehow they stay ahead despite everything KT threw at them.
I can absolutely believe it because I've seen this happen at Worlds several times and I've seen it happen to my team so many times back in the LCK and in OGN Champions. I don't think it was louder in this building than when Faker absolutely popped off on Anivia and they showed the damage numbers at 8,568. This entire place was cheering just for that graphic alone.
We see Koma there. He's deep in thought. He, of course, has said before that 2017 is something I regret, right? Let's look at this.
I mean, the players have got to stay locked in. We see them reviewing in that moment, and here is one of those critical plays. Carrier pops out of the brush, catches Doctom, and even with Peter there to save him initially, that is kind of the fight, it felt like, decided in a lot of ways.
It was so many tense fights that T1 just kept getting the better of KT in. So many of these moments, if they just swung slightly the way of KT, maybe things could have been different. But under this situation, to be down against KT, who's at match point, T1 are just too good.
It's crazy.
At playing from this pressure.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me that happened in this early game is that whenever T1 looked like they were in a bad spot, even when KT was coming out ahead in the fight, T1 had all of the objectives.
Yeah.
They were chilling until their Nivea just comes online and destroys absolutely everyone. And again, I cannot understate how strong of a pick Nivea was for Faker in this draft against what KT
Gua ambil makan dulu ya.
It was very, very good. I asked for like a supercut of all the objectives just because we talked so much about Guma making kind of those mistakes in the game before that, right? And how at this level that does happen. But how does this happen every single time? Is that plot armor?
I mean, it's kind of crazy. It just feels like they're able to step up in these big moments. I think Cuz maybe just barely didn't have his smite or didn't quite get it off. It was at 6:19. Owner flashes in, auto smite, steals it away. They had so many opportunities where you think, okay, they're finally going to get it. Owner gets in again and steals it. The soul fight was actually Doran securing it, where Doran went off in this next fight, Vetty.
It was really important for certain players to step up, and given that this series has been the Cuz show, Owner couldn't have picked a better time to show up in this series. Fantastic play around the objectives, and Doran, as you were saying, Azel, his scoreline was not impressive, but the impact that he had in so many of these team fights, like, it was truly phenomenal.
It was, and I have to shout out BDD as well, right? Because he gets, just like on the Syndra, right? He gets a lot of four-man stuns. He gets in there with the Casio. He can turn the fight, but you just see at some point that with all the objectives that T1 had and the fact that they were up on the forefront, right? And they have the confidence makes that they just run this one home.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think they're going to be regretting giving that man a Nivea.
Yeah.
Because Faker, it seemed like he played way better than he did last time on the pick, but also, we were talking about it in draft, Eddie and I were talking through, hey, if you're going to blind Casio, you really do need to ban the Anivia. Instead, they elected to take away the Galio and the Hwei, which are comfort picks for Faker. With Faker, there's always going to be something up, but man, Anivia was crazy in this game.
And while we look at the faces of T1, focused, calm, getting ready for the next game, we know that this is a situation where they've been in multiple times before, even just last year against BLG. For KT, I can't imagine the pressure that they must feel, the stress, given that you could be a single game away from lifting a World's Trophy, or it could be done and dusted just like that.
I mean, it's basically going to be the best moment of your life or the worst moment of your life, right? And it's coming in 30 minutes. And we heard interviews from both of the bot laners from T1 where they're talking about the advantage that they have is the experience. They have been here before. Carrie said, I wanted it too much. I was dying to get it. And I think KT is going to be as well.
Yes, they are absolutely dying to get it. We'll get some time to talk on the other end of the break about this man, Emily, but also about the chances of KT. We'll be right back before Game 5.
The fight just continues to go. 6K getting lower. Doctum trying to get a bit of poke. Hops will take over connecting. They don't have a cleanse. Devour from Peter is good, but it might not matter. Cuz continuing to move in. BDD waiting over the wall. The ulti is there, but they don't need to face him yet. The turn on to Faker isn't enough. 3K. Cuz in the pit. At the end of the day, it does not matter because it is Doran to get the soul. KT might be able to get the fight, but there's too many members of T1 standing. Ocean Soul to T1 as everybody on KT falls.
Makan chat. Tahun lalu skornya berapa chat? Makan apa itu? Ini makan ayam lada hitam. Masakan gue. Nah itu kontenin bots di akun baru. Ini gue masak cuma ngasal, cok. Tapi enak sih. Tapi enak sih. Gampang lagi.
How could it end any other way than a Game 5 in this telecom war for the ages between KT and T1 with their eyes set on the Summoners Cup?
Enak,
we
tinggi
have been
protein,
blessed with the series so far, but now comes Azael, the most important game of KT's career.
Absolutely. I mean, you can really say for a lot of these players, their entire life has built to this one moment. There's so much pressure on being able to perform in this moment. This is one of those things where you are going to be thinking about this as I said before, the best moment of your life or the worst moment of your life. And it all comes down to how you perform in this next game.
And that's why I really did like what BDD said to Cuz, right? Where he was like, it's just one more match. That's what it has to be for them. They have to be able to shrug off the pressure and play like it's just one more match, as we see their friendship going back all the way to 2017 Longzhu Gaming when they first started playing together.
Anjir, bakal ger kalau Azirnya nggak di bench.
Who's been here is
Itu
Score.
ger sih,
I don't know
jujur.
if that was necessarily
Gila,
the worst day of his
ger.
life. Maybe it was the 2 HP Baron fiasco against Rocks Tigers. But as the coach of this KT roster, I think they should also be looking to him, who was on the 2018 team.
I mean, he's quoted this moment personally versus IG, who would go on to win the cup, as where they left it all on the Rift and they didn't do enough. And that's what we saw that he tried to instill into this roster. But again, this is when all the floodlights are on, right? This is when you've had time to think about it. And you know it's only one game. Only the best survive that.
And if you want to look at some history, across the 9 full 5 games that these two organizations have had, it's 6 to T1 in Game 5s and 3 to KT. The odds favor T1, as has been their history. But again, every time we have to mention that it is the magic of Worlds that we love to watch. And on this day, history will be made, whether it is the three-peat for T1 or whether it is KT who is able to upset the dominant giants.
And BDD, who was in our featured matchup today versus Faker, how could he not be? And we started off the show by talking about the eras from Faker, right? And we have here his rookie era. I also want to say we have the actual final. But the two that are most important currently are these two, Azael and Fetty. Why?
Yeah, I mean, it's the question of, is it that heartbreaking moment for Faker, being distraught after having lost the finals, he thought he was going to be able to take down. To me, this defined him because it showed how much of a competitor he is. Even though he had won so many world championships, you still got this kind of a reaction from him when he finally fell.
But the beauty of modern day Faker is that not only has he found a way to, I mean, people will argue that back then, back in 2015, 2016, this was his prime. But this feels like T1's prime, the era of T1. And today
Tapi gue
we
nggak
can
nyangka sih,
witness him
gue
doing what he
live
couldn't
stream
do in the
Watchparty
past
League of Legends
with
bakal
these
banyak yang
players,
nonton.
marking his mark on history once
Do
again.
you see it? The little Easter egg, it has 6 stars on the bottom for
That it
if
does.
it does come true. And let's just stand still with this for a second, right? When you talk about KT being almost at the top of the mountain and just needing to bring it home, Faker is on the other side. And often when we talk about Faker, we're not mentioning all the rest, but it's also so important for them, and they've done it 2 times before. But who hasn't, Azael?
Doran has not done it. He is not a world champion. As I said at the start of the day, I feel like his legacy is the most impacted out of anyone on T1
Ya
by
kalau nggak
far.
grand
If he
final
wins
juga gue
here,
nggak
he
mau
can
watch
push
party,
aside
anjing.
all this narratives about him being an
Ngapain?
international choker, about him not being able to rise to the moment. And if he loses, I think people are still going to be casting aspersions on just how good he has been.
Yeah, because he has been fantastic in this series. We talked about it in the Gragas game. We've talked about it in this series, how much of an impact that he has consistently tried to have. And I think he deserves such a massive shout out for his performance.
Imagine walking back on stage and seeing this, Emily, KT, looking at the cup thinking, it's now or never.
Yeah, as we see everyone walking back on stage, both teams look pretty relaxed. That's good, right? Good sign.
Hildan,
But
welcome to
that
membership.
mid,
Thank you
Doran,
so
I
much.
think encapsulates what has made both of these teams has brought them here, right? Because it's not that they haven't made mistakes. Doran, I feel like, has even made mistakes in this series, but then has overcome them to have fantastic plays, helping bring this to a Game 5.
And I mean, we talk so much about T1 and rising to the occasion, but we also have to give that credit to KT in this series, because I think so many teams would fall apart with the amount of pressure that has been put on them when things have gone wrong.
Son, MV nggak kesorot kamera kah?
Played
Gue
towards
udah
the
bilang
rain
ke Son
conditions,
MV, lu udah
played
boleh sih
confidently, even down
menurut gua,
12K
Son,
in a soul.
jujur.
You see BDD flashing over the wall on Casio, looking for that
Di
moment.
iPhone.
And they have not shied away from the bright lights of the World Finals. I
Serius
think
ini
we're going to be
mah.
in for an incredible Game 5.
KT are the almost
Cengdu
men of the
berasa
LCK. They've almost
Mangdu,
had
anjing.
their dynasties. They've almost
Gemes gue
been
ngeliat story
the best
dia.
team in the world,
Serius,
but they've
Son.
never
Kalau kata
been
gua.
able to prove it.
Boleh.
Today, they've
Gak usah
demonstrated
yang paling
that they,
baru,
at the
beli
very
iPhone
least,
14 atau
stand
15
shoulder
dah.
to shoulder with the greatest
Nggak usah
that we
yang
have
16
in
atau
our
17,
esports.
nggak usah
But
14
they
aja.
can do what
Please.
KT have never been able to do before.
Capek
And to do it
banget.
against T1 would be incredible.
Would be
Cengdu
incredible
berasa-
and is also the most difficult
berasa
task
Margonda,
that can be laid
anjing.
upon your shoulders if you are KT. Not just
Sayang,
for the
Cok, konten
fans
dia
that maybe
bagus,
have become a
gambarnya,
fan of them during this tournament because of what they've shown, but so many, like the one here next to me and the one I can see there, Lore, who have followed this team for so long, for so many years, for so many
Cengdu
heartbreaks,
rasa
for
Bekasi.
reverse
Iya,
sweeps.
kayak
You
ini
cannot
tau gak
do
sih,
it
ada tuh yang
all
waktu itu bikin
for
konten,
all of those fans. But
ngerekam
on the other
Jepang
side
rasanya kayak di Blok M,
stands
anjing.
T1 and stands Faker. This isn't their first rodeo. They've done this a couple of times already. And in Game 5s, they know exactly what it takes to win that Summoners Cup. Will it be
Gila, pialanya keren
BDD
banget ya.
with his first after a life of longing for the Summoners Cup? Or
Gila,
will it be
pialanya sih keren
Faker's
banget, anjing.
6th trophy? Back to you.
A damn good question, and it's important to remember that this World Final is unique. It is the first World Final with Fearless Draft. This might be the hardest Game 5 we've ever seen. There's never been a World Final with more emphasis on diverse champion pools, on mastery, on adaptability. You cannot fall back on meta staples or comfort picks. This is where you have to put everything on the table as we get ready for Game 5 pick and bans.
This is also where you could maybe see teams take big gambles. We've seen teams try to throw off with KT picking blue side despite being in Game 5 of Fearless. Maybe this is the game where we leave open things like the Azir, which have basically been permanent.
Do not.
Well, I mean, I think KT should. They're on blue side.
You got too excited.
Emang Faker Azirnya tuh sejago itu sampai nggak bisa dikalahin sama sekali kalau dia pakai Azir, chat.
As we enter picks and bans,
Gue penasaran sih.
okay, and HyperX. Draven banned away, the Bard banned away, Azir no surprise to follow.
Segitunya kah? Emang Faker nggak pernah kalah kalau dia main Azir?
6 more in this first phase.
But I love the discussion, the topic of Fearless, because we have seen people, owner, literally first-timing champions on stage here, asking their coach, asking Faker, what is the clear? What do the abilities do on the champion? So Game 5 here, World Grand Finals, elimination obviously on the line for each.
And so often in domestic leagues, Game 5 of Fearless
Sejago
has
itu
been
Jen Azir, dia on point
champions
terus
like
skillnya.
Ornn rising to the forefront, knowing that it can come down to that backline hyper carry, making all the difference. So KT wisely eliminated a third ban targeted at BDD. He's not allowed to play a single one of these champions.
Di ban Kot sendiri segila itu emang. Soalnya BDD Azirnya juga jago kan.
Okay, Zig is flexible.
Ziggy Zaga, oi.
We assume it's Doc Dumps.
Most likely going to Duck Dom here. Makes me wonder whether we're going to see some Maokai 80 or Ivern 80 mid shenanigans here from KT. Because normally what I'd be thinking about is BDD's Zoe. Has been one of his most iconic picks. Again, he almost dragged his team to a World Finals 4 years ago. Couldn't make it then. And now finds himself on the precipice of winning it all.
And pairing it with the Ziggs, the classic for them, the sleepy bomb bubble.
It's not fun to play into as the Pantheon gonna get picked up here for owner. We're looking at things like what, like Nefiri, because I do think if you go Ziggs, you need a big AD threat. Kiana could be another.
Zed even?
Yeah. I mean,
a telecom war Zed?
Oh,
Galio.
The Galio, of course.
Faker's Galio!
Paired alongside the Pantheon. Woo! The potential, the global map mobility, a single member of KT. If they find themselves not up to snuff, if they overstay for one wave, they will be dismantled by T1.
Nah, oke. Kenapa Galio? Tahun lalu Galio Faker pembawa kemenangan. Nah, itu konteksnya itu yang gue butuh.
Turrets tremble at the side of Ziggs and Yorick picked up together.
Nautilus.
And there is a fave being put in Cuz and BDD, their champion pool, as most likely top and bot lane are secured. Cuz and BDD keep hidden what they'll be playing.
So he could do the Cho'Gath into the Yorick and chomp the Maiden, or they could drop Doran's pick if they don't feel that invested in that particular counter.
Heavy debate. Every choice could be the one that costs you. But here we go. Game 5 finals. It's the Camille for Doran.
The Camille Galio we were looking for in the previous game.
Ini combo gacor kah Camille Galio?
In game number 5. The crazy pick potential that T1 have drafted here.
And I can only imagine that Docdom is like, why did we have Kench for this?
Ada counternya nggak, Chat, Camille Galio?
The amount of dive that's going to be there, going to be a big issue. And again, I'm looking at Cuz, I'm looking at BDD, I'm looking towards things like Zoe, like Veigar, which is a classic pick. BDD has pulled out many a time. Not in recent times, but there is a lot of short range on T1. They're basically committed. I'm wondering if T1 want to go towards Jinx. That has been something that in Game 5 Fearless we've seen. It's the range and the ability to get excited. Gets banned away.
Despite the skepticism of Gumayusi's ability, KT will ban it because they recognize the potential for that champion to wreak havoc with this incredible dive frontline.
Yeah, full dive comp.
Guys, buat yang baru nonton gua, follow IG gua kocak. Guys, follow IG gua guys, please.
If they still wanted a tank in the jungle, it would be Sejuani, kind of forcing them in that direction.
Gue yakin kalian tuh banyak yang belum follow IG gua tahu.
I'm still looking at that Neferi.
Yang follow gua hari ini gua follow back.
Jin actually going to be the pick away, or the ban rather, not the Jinx. T1 have had some incredible success on Jin comps. This comp does really lean itself as, oh, MF! Huh? That's a gamble!
Gumayusi taking a back step. Just needs a lane dominant champion. It's not about him on a Jinx or a hyper carry. He's there to follow up on the wombo combos set up by his teammates.
Exactly. They have a lot of CC to lock someone down for the bullet time. And you can transition them into mid-wave so that you can make use of your split push and your globals here as well. So Misfortune on the Bloodthirster spike. Put her over
sering giveaway
mid,
kocak di
rotate
IG.
those Camille and Galio side lane pressures out to the other sides, and there's the Sejuani.
And
as I mentioned,
Sejuani, one of Cuz, his all-time favorites. In 2023, KT, a team that had so much dominance. I mean, I love it into Galio especially. So much dominance. And it was on Viego and it wasn't Sejuani as BDD. I want to highlight, Tristana is able to buffer away from the Camille taunt, or from the Galio taunt. You're able to also shoot Camille out. Oh my god!
Spyro!
The BDD Smolder, he's bringing it back!
Spyro, Chat!
Scaling seems to be the answer for the side of KT in the face of countless dive options for T1. But this is a bold bet. T1, if they pull ahead like they did in Game 4, are set to take over the entire map with this composition. Keria, the final counter pick. The champion pool we know is deep.
Just need more engage. You just need more engage with this dive comp. Grab the ultimate here, and the question is, yeah, Smolder could be a good lane into the Galio, but can you survive later with all of this T1 dive looking for you? A Game 5 Faker Galio.
I do really like it when, you know, there are two extremely clear game plans here. On one end,
full CC, full content creator kah ini?
That can endlessly wave clear, and it's playing for the big spikes on Ziggs and Smolder. The pressure coming from Sejuani, from Yorick, from the Nautilus early. And then on the other end, it's a wombo combo comp. You're just pressing your buttons. Everyone goes in. You layer that MF ult on top, and any problem that you have will disappear in seconds.
And remember that the performance also crucial. If a single member on KT or T1 misstep, despite the confidence we've earned in both these teams over T1's countless victories, over KT's performance in dire situations, when they're underestimated, every single player needs to be on point in this game 5.
Draft pick wise, mana yang lebih oke?
Game plans could fall apart in the blink of an eye.
Draft pick wise, mana yang lebih oke, Chat?
It all comes down to one final game of League of Legends in 2025 here in Chengdu. BDD was asked in the interview after they upset Gen G, what would you tell future
T1.
BDD?
Jujur T1 memasak.
And I thought his answer was so eloquent. He said, just do what you normally do.
Kt main Pok, T1 main Tauran.
And now he just has to do it
Berarti
for one more
sama
game.
kayak game sebelumnya dong.
Set up in the mid lane matchup, range versus melee. So much time for Smolder to scale for free. Chengdu erupting in cheers in the final game. Level 1 setups, keeping an eye out for any creative options, but both sides just drawing lines of scrimmage, respecting each other's sides of the jungle. Neither side wants to be the team to give up a first blood or offer any early mistakes to the opposition.
One thing I do want to highlight for KT specifically is the value of Mercs. Looking at the CC that's available on T1, Taunts, Leona, even the Owner's W, definitely going to get good amount of value from that, as we do have a little bit of pressure being put out here by Dr. as he makes his way down. Low auto, but nothing too crazy here in the level 1.
And of course, for a lot of this series, it's been about bot priority.
Ini champion penentunya apa, Chat?
We take a look at how Cuz and Owner have performed.
Di match ini
Last game,
champion
no doubt, a
penentunya siapa?
masterclass from Owner, but here, comfort for Cuz. Comes to Juani, a proactive option for Owner. We know what he can do with those semi-globals. Eyes are on them to make these early game plays, even as we see the laning phase begin.
Can we add Smite's hit to that list of stats as well?
Zeke Smolder. Oh, berarti BDD nih
I
penentunya.
think one person might be a little bit more favored, although credit to Cuz and the Mundo Cleaver steal is perfect and Doran just trading blows.
Camille, one of those champions that I think has a really funny power curve. We're like level 1, level 2, level 3, you're feeling great. First base, not too bad, and then you're basically just praying until you hit your Triforce. As Keria goes in.
Keria
takes a tower shot. Just trying to zone away, make the most of that level 2 power spike. Dr. and Peter waiting to catch the wave.
And BDD is going to be trying his best to both farm as many stacks as possible and keep this Galio lane locked. If Galio isn't able to make impact in sides, especially in the early game, it's going to make it a lot harder for T1 to find plays as, oh, look at Owner. He's diverted his pathing. He's looking for top. That's a classic.
Perfect. Needs to back up. Level 3. Getting lower and lower. Last Right's offering a bit of healing. The tactical sweep there from Doran to slow him down. Owner all but certain to make this one come through.
Wow.
First blood for T1. Doran's Camille takes it.
The 3-camp gank from Owner. The price you pay is usually counter jungle, and since Faker is getting pushed in, since the Smolder has priority, it does allow Cuz to exact that price.
TP back to the lane. Luckily for Perfect, Doran hasn't had a chance to spend that gold yet, so we'll still need to play with a little bit of respect.
Jadi ini T1 bakal
Perfect
aggro
has had
mampus
such
ya.
an incredible tournament, but when the criticism towards him was the heaviest was when he fell behind early. It's been a big test for him to try and not fall deeper down the hole once it started. Many an LCK team in playoffs throughout the last 2 years have made that their goal, and this is his biggest test yet in the final game here at Worlds.
And it's a very worthwhile investment from Owner to do the top side 3-camp into gank, sacrifice his blue buff, because if you look at the comps overall, getting the Camille ahead is essential for this team.
Ini T1 satu masuk semua, berarti ini bakal war-nya war GG dong. Wah, seru dong pertandingan ini, berarti bakal jadi banger dong.
Hextech Ultimatum into Galio Ultimate lockdown. The possibilities here are critical for T1 and Owner. Back on the war path.
Owner recognizes what he needs to do. It's snowball. Backstep good from BDD. Faker tried to go for the angle, the flash, the Justice Punch, hoping it would carry him back just far enough to instantly connect the knockup.
A swing and a miss from the GOAT.
Faker no coward. If you go for the reverse punch, the time to respond is the shortest. But BDD doesn't even have to use flash himself, just walks it off, and this means that Faker is now in an even deeper hole because BDD actually having so much Fred here in mid.
Yeah, it's a critical breakpoint because Galio lane does really revolve around, do I have jungle pressure to put threat behind when I move up in lane and try and taunt you? And now you don't have that pressure at all.
Q forward,
side step. BDD gila.
Faker.
BDD gila.
BDD one more auto, the 1-for-1.
Tapi dapat first blood.
BDD
enggak deh, enggak first blood ya.
No hesitation, must have known that that was going to kill him.
Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Doran locked down with the Pandas. Cuz on the way up.
Oh,
Does not connect with the flail. Doran barely able to walk away.
Didn't want to use the flash, knowing that Doran's still at his. But we are getting explosive here. No slow early game in this game 5.
And BDD, he goes for that dive. You know, he does invest his flash. So that is something critical to look at. Owner is back and ganking again.
Perfect needs to get out. Has the flash available, but Doran's going to immediately flash fall.
Masih bisa flash.
The hook shot still there. The Q back for a bit of healing.
Mau ditarik Doran yang nggak jadi.
Beautiful play. No hesitation. Owner flashes in so that Doran can then also close the distance, flash into melee range, and save the hook shot for the answer flash from Perfect, securing the kill.
And this is something that, again, we've seen KT struggle with. We've seen Perfect struggle with. Yorick, he just goes for the call, and his team at least will be able to find on the cross map the ability to get this dragon, but he needs to stem the bleeding, because if Doran gets out of control, this game becomes nigh unplayable for KT.
That it does, especially for BDD, the strongest point on the team currently, even as we see gold leads get bigger for Owner and Doran. The Camille start to take over. Perfect needs to stem the bleeding. You highlighted it so well. It's one of the few things that we haven't seen from him yet this tournament. Is now the hookshot wall dive is there. Doctom flashing away, but Owner's on the way as well. Ulti there, that's the Hextech ultimatum. Doctom likely to escape, but it looks like Peter will be sacrificed in return. The hookshot, making it out. Send his play back to the tower, but it might cost Carrier his life. It's a 1-for-1, no! The minion lives!
Carrier walks away! Out of the lane swap, T1 find the trailing play here. Doctom and Peter could not fully push the wave in, and so T1 pounce.
And that's the
whoa!
Empty in my mouth, but that was incredible. The arcade comment.
He snipes him, and that salvages the play.
From downtown,
Kobe
Doctom on the Ziggs finds the play to salvage it for KT in the final game. As T1 were building a gold lead, he chops it back down a little bit.
And it's again the power of Pantheon, Leona, Camille. If you're slightly too far up in the lane, you will just get 100 to 0.
Area. May spell this out. Owner waiting off to the side. Cuz level 6. Critically, Spike comes through. Cuz immediately going to retreat. Red buff steal, a nice little advantage for the side of KT.
And they have to be careful there because there is obviously the possibility of Faker going for an ultimate there, so he can't really commit to the fight. BDD can damage him, but he cannot stop that ult. Doesn't have the tools available. And we do see the gold lead for Doran still there. Gold lead for Owner as well, and the resilience of KT. As we have seen these early games swing in the last 2 games. First couple of games it was in their favor. This time around it's T1.
Yeah, Owner has been on a mission, creating so much with this Pantheon. Cuz though, has level 6 on the Sejuani, so the possibilities of your plays become that much greater. He starts out the grubs with the confidence. BDD does have priority of mid, and it's just going to be the one for now.
KT have to be so respectful of the sheer quantity of CC on the side of T1. Also, all of their burst damage so heavily telegraphed makes it very easy for Doran with the ultimate, for Owner with the Aegis Assault, to just mitigate all of that burst and turn a fight right back around.
There's no mercs yet for KT. What I do love is that often in a Game 5 in Fearless, we end up with comps that don't have engaged. This is kind of the opposite. Both teams have amazing hard engage. We have Nautilus on one side, with Sejuani to back it up. Then the Camille Galio,
Baker.
Leona combo is
moving down. That's the combo. Locks him in the ultimatum. Finds the damage. The taunt is there, and Doran takes another.
Baker Galio in Game 5 World Finals here.
Perfect
does
dimana
make
aja
the move for the
mau di atas di
guaranteed
bawah.
play. These 2 ultimates, when they are available, you know T1 can look for it. It does allow, of course, the push in. You see the mini-map, BDD shoved in the wave, but they're not going to get much out of it.
It's just not going to compare, right? Look at Perfect State. I wouldn't be surprised if Doran with that is going to be at least close to his Triforce, sitting on a 1K gold lead, and that is such an insane spike, particularly when you're playing in like a Triforce versus Triforce matchup, right? Doesn't quite have it yet. But Perfect, he needs to find a way to make an impact because he is currently just fodder for T1.
That he is. Luckily for him, the Trinity Force completion does not come through for Doran because very rapidly Doran is going to be a problem not just for Perfect in the isolated 1v1, but for BDD, for Dom as we get ready for these bigger fights, and that is really going to be the break point that KT are terrified of.
Yeah, the game looks so hard to play for those KT carries that you mentioned. So many forms of dive from T1 will be looking to take them out.
And it's the entirety of T1 also playing, right? This isn't Perfect getting 1v1, it's one gank from Owner, two gank from Owner, gank from Faker as well. And you see Perfect this late stage just kind of disastrous.
Mau di atas di bawah di ewe juga anjing.
There and instead just paths top, but that means that this gold lead is going to remain the way it is, and there it is for Doran. Triforce in the pocket, TP used.
Sundered Sky as well. Two incredible power spikes for the coming objectives. 30 seconds until Chemtech Drake spawns. It won't be a soul of Mountain or Chemtech. Very likely to be critical for either team to deny this soul. And at this point, getting harder and harder for KT to find angles. They have to give up a little bit of space, but at least they have their first items completed. Heartsteel for Cuz, the Essence Reaver, the Luden's Companion.
Trinity Force for Doran, though. That is very painful. The Q2 is really going to hurt. Let's see if they can make a play, though.
Peter.
Away from the top lane is not that bad for KT.
Peter, ready to input buffer on the hook.
Look at Doran, though. He's moving down. If Doran comes, that's the over 1,000 gold lead coming over.
Shutdowns on Doran and Owner, just showing us where all of the money is for the side of T1. 1,000 individual gold lead over Perfect. BDD zoning, poking while he can, dodges out on the tactical sweep, but uses the flat.
Strateginya ngabisin Cempul KT season jadi game 5 udah blind pick. Masuk akal sih.
Got the first one, not the second one, as T1 picks this one up. And the one item spike for T1 is frankly disgusting. Also want to highlight, Faker is one of the few Galleos that we've seen, at least in the SK, consistently do this. He just builds full damage.
Berarti coachnya pinter banget ya, kalau kepikiran kayak gitu sih coachnya pinter banget sih.
Utility, but he is not afraid to just full send it, and it does make the itemization harder, right? If he goes for tank, then you can stack a lot of armor, can make actually finding the angles onto this KT backline a little bit more tough as it's Cloud.
Jadi kekalahan T1 tuh kayak ya udah calculated loss aja gitu. Kekalahan calculated loss aja. High risk, ya high risk banget.
Doran again, finding these angles. The good news for Perfect is Yorick's power in the 1v1 means he can at least survive a little bit here in what should be a very one-sided matchup. But obviously with Owner poking his head around on the top side of the map, he's still very vulnerable.
Yeah, you have to be cognizant of this Pantheon ultimate at all times. Thankfully for KT, they still have their tower standing for now. But for how much longer will that be true? T1 make a pretty heavy movement into the jungle. Look at the river pings. Nobody actually goes for the engage, though, and the crab will be secured by KT.
Good shadow from Owner, looking for a potential angle of attack there on the top side, looking to put Perfect even further behind, but Dom, of course, with access to that Mega Inferno Bomb, can immediately clear the wave and make that a lot more of a tricky proposition. T1 don't need to take any risks. They've got a gold lead, they've got a dive comp that's already accelerated.
And for Perfect, like you can't fix your wave. There's a Camille, you know there's a Leona nearby, and there's Pantheon with ult as well. So unless KT sends someone up, and Cuz thus far hasn't found impact in this game, not a Heartsteel stack to be found. There is obviously the promised land, right, where KT is going to try and get to the point where BDD is his stacks, Dom is at his third item, and Yorick is one of those champions that I think always will get value if you get a little bit of time alone inside, but T1, I don't think they're going to just let them get to that point. You're going to have to fight tooth and nail.
And I foresee a future where the value of Yorick gets given over in gold to T1 if he's out there in the side lane.
Yep.
They very well could just pick it up. Again, the real interesting thing is going to see when these side lane turrets do end up going down, if they can still remain safe then. If they can still play the map then. Because currently, we have plenty of defenses to work with, so we can continue to farm here.
Lol, kenapa banyak banget yang recall fountain mulu ya? Soalnya gratis, coy. Recallnya gratis. Kalau Dota kan TP, tahun portal. Oh, mau diculik nggak keculik gue Mayusinya.
Small advantage to the side of KT. But ultimately, KT doing what they can with the Ziggs to hold control of the mid lane. Do not want to concede that priority as Carriers
Terus nggak ada kurir di sini.
For Doran on the top side.
Jadi mesti kalau mau beli item ya pulang.
Currently at 116 stacks. Want to get to that break point of 225 as soon as humanly possible. Currently looking to be slightly behind the curve as
Doc Dom caught out, Zenith Blade there, the ulti just out of range, crucially.
And the cancel there as well. Peter has his buddies back, gets the ult onto Guma, but this might still be this Herald. Oh, perfect.
1500 lah Dorannya, gila orang si Perfect kagak main sama sekali anjing. Lihat nih, Perfectnya mau diuber lagi nih. Buset, Perfectnya nggak dikasih main anjing. Bener-bener Perfectnya anjing. Nggak dikasih main, Cok. Chat, kenapa Perfectnya diuber mulu, Chat?
For T1. Guma's got to get out of there though. He has his strut, even though he doesn't have his flash, he can walk away. Again, it is just so hard to play side lanes, even with towers there. T1 can still force it and still find a pick. KT, the consolation prize will be the Rift Herald though.
No one can really catch this wave though. They don't want to use the Ziggs ult. It looks like BDD is going to make his way over now.
Plus, you're losing bottom side power there with Galio just up at the turret. Faker pushing on that bottom side tower with the power.
Kalau Yorick jadi bisa-bisa nggak mati saking tebelnya. Oh.
Few more minions.
The saving grace for
Jadi
KT
direbetin terus ya.
is that they have gotten a dragon. That is often what can be the decider between Smolder.
Terus gimana kalau lu perfect gimana caranya anjing ini? Terus kalau lu perfect ini solusinya apa, Chat? Lihat, dia udah pindah atas, pindah bawah, atas, bawah.
Ahead of schedule, BDD still comfortably farming despite kind of the struggles of the team overall. Will be a major concern as we get later as powerful.
Solusinya apa, Chat?
It's not really Smolder. You still need to be able to survive.
Terima aja udah nasib tuh di ewe-ewe terus.
Owner's initial engage, not get caught in those big taunts or wombo combos from Guma.
Yeah, the dream for this KT squad is to be able to poke with your Ziggs as well as your Smolder once you get to your rapid fire. But what counters poke? It is hard engage. Peter though.
Aegis Assault still there. Flashback into the Blast Cone. Going to keep Owner standing, but likely means KT will be able to secure the second objective here. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, it's push in favor of T1. And we talked about Ziggs destroying towers, but Doran, with this Trinity Force, also will just eat through that objective. KT splitting their focus. Is it going to cost them? Faker.
Second Drake is big.
Access to the ulti. T1 might just be a little bit late here. Cuz desperately needs to smite. Doesn't quite connect. Crucially, Dr. able to get out for a brief moment. BDD now trying to turn and fire back, but Faker is on the way. Ulti going in.
Wah, shit.
Is down.
Faker datang. Admin datang, Cik.
Managing to take him a little bit lower, but Gumi usually sits on the back line completely untouched.
BDD bermain.
Finally able to start opening up. His owner gets one back in return. Perfect is here to keep his mid laner alive. And there you go. KT find an angle to keep it close.
That's 2 shutdowns for BDD. And they get the second dragon as well.
This dragon could get huge. The Rift goes down immediately. That was just after a 2-for-2 trade. And the dragon already went to KT.
1.5K individual lead. KT do not want to stick around any longer.
And we want to highlight again, this is not the Smolder Revolt where you hit your stacks, that's it. You actually need your items. As we take another look, they attempted engage onto Dom. Doesn't quite pan out. Guma pulls the trigger too early. And look at that ult from Cuz. CC's the MF and the damage isn't quite there.
Dorannya yang kecepatan apa Fakernya yang telat? Ayo.
They kite back here by the red buff.
Dorannya yang kecepatan apa Fakernya yang telat?
To stun up Doctum and go for another 1-for-1 trade.
Herald also dropped over the wall, I believe, just to give a safe exit if needed. KT, again, the gold lead was starting to feel insurmountable, but they brought it closer. PDD, unfortunately for him, the reality after that fight is as well as he played, there is now a target on his head.
But, yeah, I mean, fortunately for him, now he's also going to be way richer. So there's a target on your head. There's a wanted poster up for you. But you are rich. 2 items, and that rapid fire is what we were looking for. The poke breakpoint here for KT. They actually hit it fairly early. Being able to poke now with rapid fire with the Ziggs, it puts even more pressure on T1 to engage. Normally, the counter to poke damage is hard engage, but you can't mess it up.
There's also Ziggs, who, as disengage goes, really are even able to, I think that's what Doctum tried to go for. You can interrupt the Pantheon like mid-jump, right? If you get the timing right. No defensive or no offensive satchels, I do hope, from Doctum, because both him and BDD are going to be prime targets. Perfect just going to have to try his best to just have an impact in any way he can. As we do see, KT desperately want to hold on. With Otacon spawning, you want to hold on to his bot lane turret. Don't want to give that one up. And with the wave clear of BDD and Docdom, they should be good to go.
Galio's roaming. Be careful. This is 2-item Camille, 2-item Doran.
Guma as well.
Tension builds on both sides. The Otacon, the crucial objective. T1 hold on to a 2,500 gold lead, but an Otacon surely would push it over the top. TP into bottom lane from Docdom. Has access to the ultimate. The flash is up for everybody on the side of KT except for Cuz.
Ini BDD kalau dibawa ke late game bisa ngeri.
Kelihatan
sih. Di sini udah mulai sakit anjing. Udah mulai berasa cok.
Could get some summoners out of T1, but it doesn't look like they want to take the gamble.
Perfect also about to be taunted up. Has to be careful. They have so much damage here. Doran, of course, just reset the tower. Everybody is locked down for a damn
Doran.
Untouchable for a brief moment, but they managed to kill him.
Oh, Galionya.
Fumble the play in the mid lane and perfect.
Masa Doran lagi aja.
As he survives the dive. Bomb called, but she will not connect.
The dark procession from Perfect. It got them so much, and now
Perfectnya
they're
udah mulai
opening
login
to get the
kah,
tower, the extra gold as well. KT, they're striking back.
Perfectnya mulai
And
login
it
kah,
keeps the gold lead within touching distance. It further accelerates BDD. And this game 5 just keeps on delivering. Have to try their best, T1 does, to maintain this momentum. But they're not even close to a break point on the Dragons, as Kuma is just taking matters into his own hands.
Docdom, no ulti available. Decent poke. Owner Faker here. The TP is used. T1 making the fast play happen. KT caught reeling, too far behind on tempo. Doran might have fallen in the previous play, but he is still damn powerful. Docdom here. T1 pushing them back. It'll take a miracle for them to get this one out. Owner, Peter coming in for the lockup, but Owner manages to get the objective, the fight coming out. Fire rained over the wall by Gumayushi, and down goes Peter. BDD finally arrived. That's the ulti coming in the meantime. He needs a little bit more space. Docdom, BDD untouched, but the front line has fallen. BDD, CC'd, knocked into the sky, and right back into the grave. T1,
menang war, menang objektif.
A triple kill for Guma and T1. Do it! They take over!
And that could very well be the nail in the coffin for the roller coaster. As Otacon goes the way of T1. KT overplay their hand, and the Dragon is going to follow suit.
Ultimately, you look back at this.
Menurut lu gue udah cocok belum jadi streamer T1, Del?
T1, a team notorious for forcing early objectives. And it all falls apart for KT. The backline lives for far longer than expected, but T1 are just more powerful.
They kite back so effectively and then call for the re-engage after they already have the advantage.
Izin T1 mau ngangkat Piara Worlds lagi, Jen. Alah, kontol. Coba gue pengen tanya. Faker pakai champion apa? Ayo, coba. Faker champion apa? Apa coba? Nama championnya Faker apa? Coba championnya Faker apa?
Because for KT, this is a almost 6K gold deficit, and you can hit the 225 on BDD, but that alone is not going to be enough anymore.
And good stuff from Guma, it has to be said. The Yunara game was not good, but the bounce back here in this game, the bounce back in the Kalista game to really take over this man
game sebelum ini.
Unfazed by the pressure placed upon
him. Champion Faker di game keempat.
He conceded his pick early. He was willing to see the Ziggs on the other side.
Champion Faker game 4. Pakai apa dia?
Is doing so much work.
There's a bottom side play at the moment. Cuz was kind of pinging and looking for a possible play onto Faker, but Faker backs off. He has the sense. He's not going to become a liability. And it's T1 who start up the Otacon and try and draw KT into that fight.
Mampus, viewers gue jawabnya ngasal semua bingung kan mana yang bener.
It's in these moments, these big moments. Game 5, all the pressure on, the entire world watching. And T1 claim a huge advantage in the game, but it's not over yet.
No, it's certainly not. No flash on Guma after the previous fight. No flash on Faker. Doran has access to his as well as the Hextech ultimatum. BDD completing that third item. 4 stacks away from that crucial 225 threshold. Behind schedule now from the tournament.
Lupa gua kalau sebelum ini anjing.
Was delayed by T1.
Wah anjing bisa lupa kan.
The luxury is that they have dragons, so they don't need to be
alasannya
forced into a
lupa.
fight. The unfortunate reality though is that
anjing
in 20
alasannya lupa
seconds,
Goldfish lu.
T1 is going to start Baron. We all know it is inevitable at this point. And Shadow Flame's done for Doctom. Third item for BDD plus the break
kalau lu
point, but they're
emang
gonna have to find a
T1
miracle fight to
pecinta
stay in
T1
this game,
sejati.
because if they lose, this
Tahun
one's
lalu
over.
T1 juga lawan Bilibili sampai game kelima. Champion apa yang dipakai Faker di game kelima lawan Bilibili?
He may be the one with the gold lead. He may be the one with
Lu nggak
3
mungkin lupa.
items on KT. But T1 have so many weapons looking to kill that Smolder.
Feels so difficult now for KT. Feels like they're forced on the back foot. If T1 don't overplay their hand, KT always forced to respond. For T1 in touching distance. Once again, 2015, 2016, 2017, they were denying the three-peat from Faker. But now this lineup, with Doran subbing in this year, on the cusp of making history.
Males. Chatnya ngasih tahu, males.
And it's Doran again who has been the center of attention in this crucial game on the Camille.
Males.
3.5K individual lead, 7,000 gold for T1. The Baron started as expected. KT.
Yone sama Silas. Hah?
In dire
Game
straits, Faker
keempat.
brings it back.
Kenapa Yone sama
Wants to
Silas?
turn with the taunt.
Silas
Initial lockup from
bener.
Keria is good. Doctom laying down a bit of poke, and he's going to be able to satchel out, but an immediate flash follow coming in from Owner.
Itu yang
T1
di
don't even need
Paris.
the objective. They're happy to keep pushing for a bit more. On the top side of the fight, they've isolated BDD. He's continuing to fight. He wants to turn it back.
Gila, BDD hidup, BDD hidup, Chat!
Crucially,
Boy! Pulang, BDD pulang.
Hold! BDD, the heart of KT, is alive! The Smolder lives under the tower, but T1 are still pinging towards the objective.
There's no way with Smolder alive. I don't think you can get away with it. And yes, they get Doctom. But all that KT want to do is stall. Keria engaged, doesn't hit the mark immediately, and Doctom stalls for a good amount of time. Owner's able to take him down, but it's an overextension on the flip side.
Yeah, T1 are just too split. They go under tower here. Doran just barely cannot finish off BDD.
KT needed a miracle. T1 split their focus, split their attention, and it cost them dearly. It is again all eyes on BDD because who else could it be?
Wah, bener-bener cuman
3,000
BDD yang menang
gold lead, has crossed the stack
goldnya, anjing.
threshold. He is the threat that T1 must reckon with.
Bener-bener
in the
cuman
fights to
BDD,
come,
Cok, sisanya
even with the massive
TKO.
lead they still hold.
And now he has Flash to play with, the ability to outplay. See if he can do it.
I don't want to
Kenapa nih
be
anjing?
disingenuous. It has not been the story of this Worlds, but it has been the story of this year for KT. This gold graph right here is something that any KT fan has watched throughout, and when all is on the line, it might have to be BDD that
Ini
carries
satu
him over again. I'm
nyemplung
looking
semua
at
nih.
Doran, he doesn't have flash, but if he can get
Itu
an ult onto
levelnya.
BDD, that could be enough to win the game. KT could choose not to fight here, but it looks like they're going to do so anyway.
T1, they need to have focus this time around. Last fight, they went for 2 angles at once, and they paid the price.
Flanks coming in, T1, entire top side missing. Flash, that crucial cooldown, but their ultis will be there. 3 seconds on Doran. Gumi usually the other player to keep your eye on as well. The ulti can do a lot of work. Doran going in, doesn't have control, immediately CC. Exhaust coming in as well.
Wey! Yoi! Kentot! Boy!
Come over the top from Guma. Finds 2. Exhaust as Keria moves his way to the backline. Faker rains down from the sky. Locks up BDD and obliterates the hope for KT roster.
The bullet time will end the time of KT here at Worlds as T1 will chase down Cuz and look for the Baron.
And BDD, on his shoulders, and that is too much weight for one man to bear. They find him with the engage. They take out the only important member on KT as it's...
Oh, look at the setup there. The Leona ultimate nailing its target.
And then BDD gets found by Keria, locks him down, and that's Dragon. That's actually, they ran straight to Baron. I'm sure they got Dragon with that. They're not wasting any time here.
9,000 gold. See what they can
Ini
do with
kayaknya
the Red
YouTube
Bull
error
Baron
gara-gara
power
ya,
play.
wush, yang nonton 700.000 anjing.
KT, they dug deep on the top side.
Gak kuat nih, YouTube-nya pecah ini.
Focus, but in that last fight, you
Chat,
can see
YouTube-nya
that even
pecah
if the
ini.
top side fumbles for a moment, Guma still demands that respect.
Guma Yushi. What a game. What a series it has been. And T1 will clean up that Dragon as well. The leftovers.
Tasty snack for T1.
Pindah Twitch. Naik banget anjing, tolol.
No, if they have the damage, even if they're able to absorb that initial engage, I think BDD might be able to get his IE. T1 though, they're looking to secure their
T1
third
piala,
World
chat.
Finals win in a row.
Chat,
They
disisit,
don't want to
chat.
give BDD the time to get that Infinity Edge.
Disisit, chat. Disisit,
KT don't
chat.
have the luxury of defensive items either.
Disisit, chat.
Their key carries. Redemption, really all they have to protect Doc Dom.
Wah, disisit, chat.
BDD, Faker, solo pushing in the mid lane. The tier 2 will fall. Bot lane inhibitor, likely next. This Doran really cannot be contested
Gimana
by
ini
anything
menangnya
more than
gimana
the
lagi,
entire
Jing?
force of KT.
And
Ini mau
T1
menang
just has
gimana
so
lagi?
many forms of engage. Even with Doran getting stuffed in the last one, Keria finding those KT carries.
Ini gimana lagi, chat? Cara menangnya gimana lagi nih, chat?
T1 to take them down. There's just too many weapons and the map is too open now. KT are
Ini gimana
boxed
menangnya,
into their own
chat?
territory.
KT, chat.
A comeback at this stage in Game 5 of a World Finals would likely be the greatest we have ever seen.
Kalau T1 blunder, nah masalahnya T1 bakal blunder nggak anjing? Gue udah nggak ngelihat T1 bakal kalah sih kalau udah nyampe sini ya. 10.000 gold div. Apa blunder yang bisa T1 lakukan anjing?
But the execution from KT, the potential, the tiniest glimmer of hope still lives on as long as their Nexus stands.
And all's on the line. T1, they can smell the weakness. 11k gold now. The Baron siege
Udah 11.000
continues.
gold divnya
And they
anjing.
will not be denied unless KT pull out an absolute miracle. I think we're seeing Owner looking for an ult angle, sitting in that jungle, but even with the wave clear of Ziggs and Smolder, it's tough to hold on.
Doran looking to
Doran.
get things kicked off. Hooks
What
on
the
wall
dog
that brings him
doing?
over. He's taking the tower already. Flashback to get away from
What the
Cousins'
dog
ultimate.
doing?
And the ulti
What the
manages
dog
to connect with
doing?
Doc Dom. A big fumble.
What the
Not
dog
enough to get
doing?
T1 back into full control of the game because there are no objectives on the map, but it will slow down the onslaught of T1. It will give KT a bigger glimmer of hope.
There is a light at the end of the tunnel. KT, they buy some more time.
Will be the end for now of the push, but it doesn't make a dent. If they can get a team fight off that,
Lu kalau
bag
nonton nih,
themselves a bunch of shutdowns.
dari game
It could
2,
have been something. At least
Doran
they
tuh,
only lost a single
Doran
inhib.
tuh prime game
That's
1-nya.
something.
Jujur prime Doran game
And
1, Amba tukamnya tas.
Cloud
Game 2, game 3,
going over makes the game
Doran.
very
Mas
hard to play out,
Doran,
but that
Mas
could have
Doran.
been- It could have been worse. You know, but really, I'm really stretching it here, guys. I'm normally great at finding angles.
Doran's going on some fun journeys.
Yeah, you know, normally we talk about not getting excited for KT. We're way
Mas
past the
Doran
third
nih
finals,
dari
but
game 2
Doran
nyet, sumpah.
might have to
Ada aja
chill a little
gerakannya.
bit.
He's a player, though, that you have to love in these moments.
You do.
The Krug Lord. You have to embrace it. You have to laugh with him.
It's very true.
And at him.
And despite the fumbles, all of the fights that have gone well.
Wah, gue nggak ngerti sih. T1 bisa kalah, gue bener-bener nggak ngerti sih anjing. How do you lose?
That MF ult, 4.5 items for Guma means it's still a terrifying threat. And KT will need to make a
How
stand.
do you lose, bro?
It's so hard.
Level udah menang semua.
Faker, West stopwatch,
Duit
Galio is just
udah
naturally tanking
udah
at level 18
10.000
as well.
div. Udah beda satu
It's
item
just
nih
Guma,
hampir nih.
Right? Like that's the only one, but he has not been in a position for you to engage on.
You could engage on Doran, maybe.
Well, okay, in a scenario where Doran is with the rest of the team, I feel like you shouldn't be able to. Camille of hook shot and ult. I know what we've been witnessing.
100%
Okay, but I mean,
value.
in a theoretical world where that doesn't happen.
True.
So TP ward there.
Push mid lane, well highlighted by our observers. Potential for a flank. Perfect in BDD as well as Doc Dom do have access to that TP, although I imagine only Perfect.
Casternya juga tadi kayaknya ketawain Doran ya.
I was in a
Tadi
I cost a 6 game.
casternya ketawain Doran ya.
This is Hanwha, and that one did go to 60 minutes. I'm just saying, we might only be halfway there. You know, we don't know. Is it likely? No. But it could happen again. But no, 2 times in a row.
Let's start the countdown now, shall we?
Yeah.
All right, 25 minutes away.
Ya kali nggak diketawain. Caster aja nggak percaya kalau Doran blunder ini kita juga nggak bisa menang kan.
So you steal with Doc Dom's ult, the Baron. That gives you the stall. And then you flip Elder and you win.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, the good news for KT is, aside from that pipe dream, they do have Seekers on
Just
BDD.
optimistic.
Aside from that blinding optimism,
But now they have to face check into the darkness. They see Doran in the mid lane, at the very least. They see Faker. But again, if they overcommit to this play,
Dari awal dukung
double
siapa?
TPs are there. Owner Semi-Global is there.
Dukung
They could just look to end.
T1.
So Perfect has been called back as T1 looks set to get the soul.
And T1 also have the luxury. They could just look for the fight if they wanted to.
Owner takes the soul.
Lu udah dapat
Cuz
buff.
stuck around a little bit too long, and now
Lu
T1
dapat
empowered.
soul.
Going to be that much faster, have that much more access to their ultimates. And I don't
Dapat
think there's any
soul
getting
nih.
away from Faker, Doran, or
mungkin,
Owner
Cok.
now that they have a Cloud Soul
Nggak
empowering them.
mungkin, sumpah.
We're about to know whether the series will continue, whether the 60-minute dream stays alive, because
Udah nggak mungkin,
GA's
Chat.
there for Owner.
Gimana
Guma has
caranya?
his sums available. We're gonna need to see a beautiful engage as Doctom
Apalagi
just now
Baron.
hit us for an item. It's BDD with a stopwatch and
Baron
a
sih udah
dream.
F sih.
Wanting to keep that goal of making the World's Finals win a reality, but I think you guys are justifiably calling me out. It still doesn't really feel that likely.
And yet it didn't feel likely before when T1 split their attention.
That's true.
BDD was able to find the kill. So it's not over till it's over. But now with the Baron spawning,
Memang masih
relatively
hopium apa
even setup,
Katie?
but again, it's the waves in favor of T1 that make this so hard. As immediately
Warner
able to kick
loncat.
things off by going in on
Cus.
Cuz, taking away the Frost Armor passive. Lockdown from Carrier is there. TP in
Dorannya
from
datang,
Doran
Chat.
as well. All T's going
Sakit
across the
banget,
board. BDD
mampus.
caught off the side. A good flash.
BDD-nya,
Take him
wah,
out.
nggak
Guma has
kena.
to be careful, but he's so damn
Wah,
fast.
BDD-nya mati
Owner,
udah GG.
good luck on BDD. He goes gold in an extra
GG, Chat.
2.5 seconds to consider what went wrong as T1
GG,
looks
Chat.
set to end it all.
They're going to finish the job. It is Doran and Peter left alone in the mid lane. And T1 will ace them.
T1 earning their legacy again and again and again. There can be no doubting it. 4 players on the Rift today making the impossible possible. Owner, Faker, Gumayushi, Carrier, and now Doran as well are world champions.
And the disbelief on his face. A teammate that so many have praised over the long years. Domestically, he's always been able to show it. As T1 find the free-peat.
An unrivaled dynasty here has just been made. The three-peat is real.
A team
Cavalier, welcome to the membership.
when
Thank you
they
so
found
much.
despair in 2022 against DRX, took it to heart and have come every
Let's
single
go,
world back
T1!
to the finals, back to this trophy.
Coba Del. Championnya
KT
Gumayushi apa namanya tadi
Had an incredible
Del?
run, but against
Coba
T1,
Del. Championsnya Gumayushi.
it just feels
Apa tadi
impossible.
Del? Coba
A
Del.
team that even in the face of bad games, even in the face of match point after game 3, did not falter for even a moment.
Anjing mirip
KT's
Alvin
run
brengsek.
has to be respected. Hearts out now to the players on stage.
Huge respect. What a run
Coba Del.
this roster has
Apa
had.
tadi Del?
And here now we check out the trophy ceremony presented by
Gila ngangkat piala
Mercedes-Benz.
lagi dia anjing.
For these players in front of this, and again, this is T1 to its core, right? There is no arena, there is no stadium where they do not feel at home.
Doran, you can see still, barely believes it. Faker keeps giving him the shoulder taps. As T1
Gila
shows
banget,
us
sumpah.
again and again and again as you
Mereka
highlighted
anjing T1
Dracos.
6 kali juara.
Why this is the greatest team in the world.
Emang T1 ini plot armor kalau udah masuk Worlds anjing sumpah. Gak jelas cok nih tim sih.
Chengdu erupts.
Anjing sampai keringetan cok.
T1 wait a moment to lift the trophy together as 5. Doran, the latest addition to win his first title. The remaining 4, their 3rd consecutive. T1 world champions once again.
And they did it as the
Yes,
4th
aja.
seed. Again, they had to play in
Gak
the
ada
play-ins,
apa gitu,
the newly
konfeti kek, apa kek.
created play-ins. Elimination right at the beginning of the tournament was faced.
Oh man,
Ah, Doran
lifting
lu.
the trophy
After all is said and done, as Doran is Owner is flexing.
Lagi aja Ker, juaranya
In the
Ker.
second prime of his career, does it again.
Ini nih kecil-kecil cabai rawit nih.
T1 seemingly making a science out of performing when it matters most. Regardless of the story of the LCK, of the regular seasons or playoffs, at Worlds, T1 always find their peak, always find their form, and now are embraced by the staff that has supported them for the entire year.
Koma, Tom, Mata, all coming in, hugging their players. And Koma, he's been there for so many, but you can see they still hit real good.
Wow, 111.111 dari Kantor Bola. Pesan, Kantor Bola 99LL gratis koin Rp100.000 setiap hari menang berapapun pasti dibayar.
How far can this core of players go?
Tadi ada donation ya, sorry banget nggak kebaca lagi.
And I mean, again, the series, the context of being at match point of one of the most dominant game fours we've seen into the game 5, where even when there were small fumbles, they got right back on course. T1 indomitable. And a reminder that this was the year where people started to doubt a little. 2 losses, a close best of 5 against AL. But T1 always find a way.
Siapa itu, Chat?
Let's send it down to the stage for an interview.
成都，今夜我们共同见证2025全球总决赛冠军 T1。首先，我们请到的是教练高马来到我的身边。在今天 T1 完成了英雄联盟历史上。
Udah dah Chat. Dah, gue udahan. Cukup. Watchparty-nya cukup. Thank you guys yang sudah menyaksikan Watchparty League of Legends. Besok IRL jadi nggak? Jadi besok IRL jadi besok. Ya. Besok kita IRL. Gue udahan dulu live malam ini. Udah cukup. Mau cabut. Last day ini bro. Gak gitu. Udah. Gue cabut dulu ya. Kita lanjut besok IRL. Oke. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you buat yang udah nonton. Jangan lupa follow Instagram gue please. Gue tahu banyak banget dari kalian tuh yang belum follow Instagram gue, sumpah. Ayolah follow lah biar red card gue bisa naik. Red card gue naik, ya kan berarti kan pendapatan gue dari membership itu nggak perlu banyak-banyak banget. Jadinya harga membership bisa diturunkan. Itu loh maksud gue. Judul kontol lu nggak lihat Nadia kemarin sampai ditabok. Oke. Thank you ya semuanya ya. Kita lanjut besok IRL. Thank you semuanya. I'll see you guys next stream. Peace out motherfucker.